Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. Welcome back to the day of our namesake. Your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness is back after what's been over a week because we had our last show last Thursday, so it was actually kind of a new one for us. But we're back to Saturday for tonight, and tonight we're going back to the Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. We're on the Switch version as far as the full play of the game. We're not leaving the original Game Boy and Game Boy Color versions completely out in the cold. Well, the Game Boy version we sort of had reference to last month in the sense that we did the edit of Part 1, which is linked below when I edit this. It is still on the Twitch site as of this recording, but the YouTube upload's a little better as far as that, because I desaturated the colors out when I briefly look at the intro of Link's Awakening DX. We are running on Switch 2 as far as this, so we have the 60 FPS patch for this, and also Switch Online 4 and stuff we're going to show off with Link's Awakening DX a little later. But Link has been in the Seashell Mansion for the past month, just admiring the great look on the walls and all the nice accoutrements. And he does have the nice blue tunic, so he takes less damage for the purposes, because we do want to run 100% for this game and also make sure that we don't die, so we get the best ending. But tonight, we're going to finish the game, I'm pretty sure, but it's not going to be the finale exactly, because there's more to come for this game, including the show-offs of we got for Link's Awakening DX, and also going 100% on this game. I'll know after tonight if I'm going to need an off-screen show for that, or if our next part of this, which is going to be on Friday, July 31st, just to let you know. If that will be covering that, and that will be the finale. But we'll figure that out as we go. But I think Link, hope you found some nice stuff on the wall, because he's been sitting here for a little over a month. But I think it's time to get back to our quest to find the windfish on Koholint Island. Alright, so let's go out as far as back to Ukuku Prairie. Last time we played, we got half of the instruments of the sirens. We're over near Martha's Bay. We got the flippers. I kind of ran through the Angler's Tunnel, as it was the last dungeon we went through. And at that case, it was kind of rapidly going through, like, what was the schedule? Because that was a question of saying, hey, what do we got going on with what turned out to have be 2 shows that weekend? But I was mistaken, thinking, like, oh yeah, one of them was on a Saturday, like, during the day. Like, no, it was a Sunday. But either way, we do have the flippers, so now we can go in the water without getting ourselves hurt or drowning. I'm going over to Candlewood Castle really quickly, because I want to go get one of the heart pieces, which is, I believe, exclusive. But also, here's a secret seashell. Good I found this, because that takes us to 15 of these. You collect a lot of these, something good is bound to happen. But in this version, we get 15. There's something very useful we're going to want to go back to the Seashell Mansion to grab. So in that case, I was going to come over here just for the purpose of doing this tonight, because this is going to be a very relaxed play, honestly, for tonight. For this game anyway, which is very relaxing to me. Another great summer game. But in this case, you also do diving under the water, hit the B button to get stuff like the seashell I got. And now, another heart piece, so in that case, I got another piece of that from my line, and now we're on the second row. Fitting for second part, I guess. We're playing the show, I swear to God. But anyway, now that we got that, there's the graveyard over there. I do want to take that seashell back to the mansion, because unlike the Game Boy and Game Boy Color games, there are more rewards that you get as you go along. In those, you got extra seashells when you got to certain thresholds. This one does that too, but it also gives you something very nice at 15. I want to go get that now. I was using my Pegasus boots. That's on the ZL button. So it makes me get my dash going on, but yeah, crashed in. But I will not get hurt hitting into that. As far as where we need to go next, we are pretty close to where we do need to go next. That's to the Catfish's Maw. That's the next dungeon. It is open. We don't need a key to get in there. Yeah, these marbles are cramping my style, but in that case, also slice them and get some money. Okay, we get seashells coming here, stand on the pad, and we hit the next threshold, that being 15. We get something nice in the box. Alright, here, what's the present? I love presents. Especially for this one, you're gonna love this. This is unique to the Switch version. That is the seashell sensor. When you get there, you get a rumble on your controller, and you get a sense of a seashell being nearby. You're gonna want this, and it's gonna make finding all those other seashells a non-issue. So, alright, it's basically a nice little tuning fork as we go along, so that means that we'll be able to get closer to getting the best reward that we can get off of this. Alright, in the meantime, yeah, we're gonna run these moblins through and make our way to the next dungeon. And also get a piece of power, why not? So we get double attack for a little bit of time. As I mentioned, I went through the Color Dungeon last time, which was also in this one, it was also in DX from Game Boy Color. And by going in there, you have a choice of picking the tunic for red, where you, oh, there you go, there's the seashell sensor, I'll get in that in a second, but you can pick a perspective of going in there to get the red tunic, so you get double attack, or the blue one for double defense. And if you get the piece of power and you have the red one, it does stack, so you get quad attack, and same for the purpose of the other one. getting the Guardian Acorn. Okay, now what I want to do is, first off, I want to change my items out. I want to get the Rock's Feather up there. Jump and hit that thing off, because he's giving me trouble. Because he drops bombs. He's one of the most devastating enemies in any version of this game. Get rid of him, and yeah, that's hanging there. Right, when you see the sensor going on there, that's the tuning fork. Means somewhere near where you're at is going to be a seashell. I think it's under the rock. Sometimes that means it might be dug under, so actually this version gives the shovel much more use. Because we finished basically all of the trading quests last time. There's one thing we gotta do for it after we complete this next dungeon. But it actually does make the shovel mostly not important. There's the mermaid. Hello, hello. Yeah, she got her necklace back, and already said he wanted to pose for me, he wanted to scale too. Maybe the legend of the magnifying glass is true. Maybe it is. But alright, before we can figure that out, we're gonna go into the catfish's maw. To get in there, you see that little divot over here where there's the bubbles going here. Do the dive underneath that. Yeah, keep doing the swim across by hitting the A button. And on the Game Boy version, you get that nice sound effect of whoop, which will probably show off. I don't know if we'll show that tonight. We'll figure, because I think we can beat this game tonight as it is. Because I know how this game operates pretty well, so it shouldn't be too bad. But let's go into the first dungeon, or the next first dungeon tonight. First and second half of the dungeons, this is the catfish's maw. Also, in this dungeon, you have these little creatures that are hard to hit, particularly in the Game Boy games. But in this one, it's a little easier, but there's an item in here that makes dealing with them a lot easier, too. Yeah, because they have a little helmet on the front of them, so you have to hit them in the back. So sometimes you have to wait for them to go, and usually use, like, simple slices to get rid of them. But there's a better way to handle them, which we'll deal with that in a bit. But for now, it's going to be a little bit of a question, because remember, this is one of those rooms where I got to kill everything, so we do have to do it the hard way to start. Slash him in the back. Okay, fantastic. So there's the door open. Alright, so let's see what's in the chest. Okay, we got the compass pretty early, so in that case, like we showed last time, it shows you all the treasure chests on the map bar where the boss, or the nightmare as they're called in this, is, and when you run into a room, there's a key, you get a tone telling you it's there. So yeah, they're not wasting any time giving it to you here. Probably for a reason. Ouch. Alright, but that means that we're going down here. Alright, so it means there's another 2D section, so in that case, make sure you have your Rock's Feather out and turn Zelda into as close to a platforming game as I guess it's been maybe ever, even with the cases of other Zelda games that have platforming in them. Specifically Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, but also the CDI games that don't exist. But, well, they do exist, and alright, in this case I got myself stuck. I've never had that happen before. But if you don't jump on these for a while, basically they'll come back up. So you do have to be a little quick on this. Yeah, because I was going to say, yeah, those games do exist, and with all due respect, they have better frame rate than the sequel to this remake of Link's Awakening, that being Echoes of Wisdom. Yeah, sorry, but Echoes of Wisdom is a horrible frame rate if you're running on Switch 1, to the point where you have to ask, why did Grezzo develop this, even bother on Switch 1, when they probably should have saved Switch 2, which is why you run on Switch 2, because there's a patch for it, as is this game. But first, I'm going to do pushes of these blocks into the center. Actually, wait a second. Did it even play that when I came in? You know, I'm gonna leave. I want to see something. Okay, it did now. I don't think it played it when I first came in. I'm gonna look back on the footage when I edit this. Okay, so that's a room that has nothing in it. That being said, we're gonna have to come back to that a little later. But we did need to come over here to start in order to get the first key we can use to get in the next door. Okay, so let's get going. Yeah, as I said, this is gonna be a pretty relaxing one. Even in the case of stuff for notes, I don't really have too much more to go into that I haven't gone into already. So in that case, chat's gonna be all on you. Or I guess whatever I'm thinking I want to go over. Either for Zelda or for anything gaming, really. And we can go there. I guess I'll start as we go with seeing the Stalfos case. No, I mean, like, yeah, the Stalfos that do jumping around here. I guess we'll go to, like, where Zelda is, because, yeah, we're still waiting for a new Zelda, but as far as the next one, we did a confirmation after we did last part, and we found that the rumored Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time remake is coming, and it's coming this year. It's coming out in 2026 for Switch 2. I don't know when they're going to launch that. I think they probably can launch that in November. I think they can actually... I'm pretty sure Nintendo's going to say, okay, we can counter-program to Grand Theft Auto 6 because of the fact that Grand Theft Auto 6 isn't on Switch 2 and it never will be on Switch 2. I'm going to make that prediction right now. And also, I guess Nintendo can also say, hey, our game is going to actually have a physical version. Because Grand Theft Auto 6, remember, is not going to, although, as they said, if you want to blame anybody for that, blame the people who stole and leaked the game years ago, because that's the reason why it's that way. And I was like, I have to say, I understand why they're doing it, even though I was like, I would like a disc of it. Hopefully, they'll do it, and hopefully they'll do it quickly before Sony kills discs completely in 2028, which I just sort of talking about last time. As you got the Stone Beak. Remember, you find the owl statue, you put that in there, and you're able to get a hint. You're like, hey, where do I go? We'll see that as we go. Okay, we'll see as far as how that goes, if they can do that, and also how's Microsoft gonna react to that, and how's Nintendo gonna react to that. And gamers are saying, yeah, Sony ruined everything that we believed in you for all those years ago, which is kind of interesting, and even a lot of people say, like, yeah, I wish I didn't buy a PlayStation 4. Because remember, they won the console cycle of it by saying, hey, we're not going to do the stuff Microsoft did, or said they were going to do for Xbox One. Then Sony did every single one of those things. So, ouch. So there you go. Although, I guess then I'll say this. I think, here, I'll tell you this, if nothing else, as we go along, which is that I think the reason people are really mad at Sony, honestly, above anything else, is not just the fact that they're going to be mad that, hey, we don't have physical games anymore for consoles. But, well, at least for Sony's consoles. Well, I think Microsoft's going towards that, too. But I think the point is that Microsoft told you 13 years ago they're going to do this, and people were mad about it. But Sony said, oh, we're never going to do this, and then they did every single thing that Microsoft said they were going to do, specifically. So at least Microsoft's being a little more honest as far as it. So I think that's really where people were mad in Sony, and we'll see how that goes. But it did, I guess, above anything else, get the people who are making God of War Lofty to basically show their hand and openly say, we're going to give a disc release to this, and that means it's coming out before January 2028. But alright, here we go. We got the beak statue saying, if you can't destroy a skeleton with your sword, try using a bomb. That is a strategy we need to use, and thank God I got the upgraded bombs. Yeah, you go in these rooms, you see that little indicator up there, the blue one. You have to go through them in order based on number for a reason. But here is the Master Stalfos. Gotta fight him. How you fight him is when he does that slice, hit him and he drops down on the ground, drop a bomb down, which is on X, the way I have it. But you gotta be quick. Boom. Ouch. So in this case, he is a little harder in this one than he is on the Game Boy games, only because he oftentimes can be blocked by the shield a little better as far as... Now, in this case, you just do this a couple times, and then he'll go away. I did start it 3 times. In this case, yeah, I'll hide in the corner, and they'll be fine. Yeah, I can't beat you. I'm out of here. So, in this case, he's not dead, but he's just running away. Okay. That means, let's take care of the shoes here. Plus this. I'll get the piece of power in just a second and they give you bombs. Let's get what's in this chest. Oh, it's empty, but there's a note in here. Saying, I got whatever was inside this box. Come get it if you can. Master Stalfos. So yeah. We just saw Master Stalfos. You have to go through a couple rounds with him in order to get what he stole from this. I'll take that piece of power as we go. Okay. So yeah, the way that the Catfish's Maw works, just to give a sense of it, it is kind of a bunch of areas we're kind of running around about a little bit. And you saw there, like, the crossroads area in there, where you basically have to kind of enter the room from one way, and then to get to another direction, you have to kind of come in from another way. But in this case, let's get him out of the way as well. Whoops. Also, you do need to know or remember the fact that you have your flippers as far as swimming. And when you ever see water, as far as in dungeon, really anywhere, remember you can dive underneath it, because sometimes you dive underneath it, like here, you're able to go underneath. And yeah, we're having more of the Mario nods here. We have the bloopers, so... Why is the Goomba here? Oh, he's not in the water, so it's not like Super Mario RPG where... Actually, no. I don't think there's cases where the Goombas are in the water in areas of Super Mario RPG that have that. Okay. But either way, yeah, he's not there, but... Actually, yeah, we can't do anything with that, because you're seeing that little, hook thing. Yeah, we can't go there yet. So I'll have to keep that, put a pin in that for later, which we could do, literally, on the map. But I'll remember where this is. There's other cases I think I'm going to use that. Particularly the last 2 dungeons, because though I've mentioned that I've had this, or I have this game mostly memorized. The last 2 dungeons are not a case where I have it mostly memorized, so in that case, I'm going to want to kind of play around with it. And that's why that pin system, as far as the map in this, is so great. I mean, I love the Game Boy Color game, no question, and I've never played the Game Boy original. Crusader 64 has. And that's not on Switch Online. We were going over that yesterday on our lunch break, because we were kind of looking at like what's going on with Switch Online as far as games that aren't up there that should be. Because we did get some updates not yesterday, this past week, on a couple, particularly on Game Boy's line. They finally put up Super Mario Land 3 that we played for the show 2 years ago. I was begging for that when we did it, so now that show's sort of outdated, me saying, hey, it's not on Switch Online, but now it is. Along with Fortified Zone, which is a game from Jalico, The Sword of Hope 2, which was by Kemco. There's also Dr. Mario Puzzle League from Game Boy Advance that they put up. And on the Japanese service, they also gave for Game Boy Advance a game I never played because we didn't get it here. But one that was of curiosity to me, and I think became of curiosity to some of the people I showed it, particularly to Crusader 64 and to Gemini 96, Tomato Adventure, which is from Alpha Dream, the people who made Mario Luigi Superstar Saga, and actually all the Mario Luigi games until Brothership came around, because by that point they're out of business, unfortunately. But having said that, they did put that out, and they also looked up and they said, hey, there's an English translation of Tomato Adventure as well, so it is in line. I'm so glad to see Wario Land. I've been begging for that one for years. But then also the question, I guess, of what are the other services going to see. And also, Sega, if you're listening, can you please put something on the Sega Genesis app? Because you haven't put something on that since before the Switch 2 launched. That was over a year ago. It's like, yeah. There's other Sega Genesis games you could put up there. You can put up Ranger X, because Sega has the licensing for that, and actually everything with Gao Productions? No, it's not Gao Interactive. Yeah, the people who made the Crusader of Senti, which is up there as well, and gotta thank Electris from our best chat on Twitch on Ranger X. I mean, I have the Genesis Mini 2 that has it, but he was the one that said, oh my god, I love this game, and I played it. You know what, you're right, this game's awesome. That's one they could do. As a Shadow Dancer, Secret Shinobi, that's the one Shinobi game that's not up from that. I mean, just kind of spitballing ideas of stuff from Genesis they could have. Yeah, not to give a discount against Link's Awakening here, but saying, like, yeah, we're going through the dungeons, kind of going left and right. Yeah, and in this case, you do have to go through those rooms in order. So I went to the one that's 3 dots on it, 3 of those squares on the ground. He will not show up. You do have to go through them in order, and actually, the last one we have to go to is the first one we saw when we went and got that key, I should say. Yeah, you're a real pesky kid, you know that? Yeah, people call me worse, so I'll take that. Whoa! I guess going then to the idea of the remake of Ocarina of Time, the second one. Well, yeah, the second remake. It was on 3DS as well. And the rumor that Majora's Mask is going to get it, not least of which because, well, sequel to Ocarina of Time, but also because the voice actor, apparently, the idea is that their voice performance, like you said, Majora's Mask remake, so they might be doing that one next. I mean, I think people would think that anyway, after they do Ocarina of Time, but also what that's going to look like. Because we didn't see much of what Nintendo showed their last Direct. They basically said, oh, they narrated the opening of saying, hey, remember the boy without a fairy, but then also saying, what are they going to do with it? I'm curious, like, what they're going to do. And I think Nintendo also knows that, well, they're remaking one of the most beloved Zelda games ever. And also, Zelda game is very special to me the same way that Link's Awakening is. And yeah, they both have remakes, as the case I'm realizing. I don't know if Grezzo's doing the remake of Ocarina of Time, because you know Nintendo is when it comes to their internal teams not doing it, they basically will never tell us who made it until the game comes out. I just don't understand the strategy, but either way, the case that they know they're playing with a game that is beloved by many, and the question of what are they going to do to really kind of bring it into a modern case as far as like modern quality of life aspects to it, perhaps. Maybe things that the 3DS game didn't do, because the 3DS game does do a lot of neat things. But then I guess also the question saying that how is it going to also retain what made the original game so great? In fact, I know Crusader 64 and Gemini 96 and I were talking about that yesterday a little bit. Because we were thinking like, hey, okay, how's it going to go? The idea of Kaepora Gaebora, the idea of him giving the tutorials, how's it going to go? Are people going to not like that? Is Navi going to be seen as too annoying? Is it going to be like the companion you have in The Adventures of Elliot from Square, which actually they're putting a patch out next week, I believe, where they are saying, hey, you can turn that off because people are complaining about it enough. Will they do that? How's that going to go? How the music is going to sound. I can't wait to hear how the music is going. And also, for that matter, do they fully voice act the game if that trailer they showed is any indication for them kind of having narrator? Maybe that's the idea. Maybe narrate the game. I don't know, all of you out there, what your thoughts might be about what you'd want to see. Or any other case on Zelda. Because with this one, it's interesting thinking about that as we're playing the Link's Awakening remake here. Because thinking about what this game is doing with the original, and seeing what Ocarina of Time could do for this remake, but also, as I mentioned, they did that on 3DS, because on 3DS, the other thing they had, which I think they would probably carry over, I'm just speculating here, because we don't know anything. I do not have an uncle who works for Nintendo. That's the joke that a lot of people used to say back in the day, that Kazakoi 2 was saying constantly before the Switch 2 was unveiled, saying, I need to know about that Switch 2, as was the case. And he was, like, first in line to get the thing, as far as how it was when it finally came out last year. But I don't have any perspective, so I'm just kind of guessing. I would think one thing they probably would carry over, I would think that they would want to have the gyroscope aiming, perhaps, as is. As we have a great game by Gemini96. So good to see you tonight. We're at part 2 of Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, the Switch version, run through Switch 2, so it has its enhanced running as far as frame rate. But we're also covering the Game Boy Color version, because I don't know if it's going to be tonight or if it's going to be next time we play this in a couple of weeks. We will be showing off some of the unique things of that, but this is a great game. I agree with you so much on that one. So good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I've also been talking about you recently tonight because of discussions we had on stuff going on Switch Online, other stuff with where Zelda is, what the Ocarina of Time remake might be looking like, or things you'd like to see on it, or anything else. Feel free to go in your memories on Link's Awakening, this one, any version. We're covering all of them, but as I decided when we came to come to this game, I said, I think I do want to show this version to give a sense of some of the things it does to enhance, including the idea that you're not beholden to 2 buttons anymore like you were on the Game Boy versions. But still the case of saying, this game, I'll tell you, I guess I'll preface my final thoughts on this, for this remake at least, which is taking the game from Game Boy and Game Boy Color and saying that what can we do to kind of bring it to a modern perspective as far as giving, I guess, quality of life upgrades as they go, but also saying, how do you capture that feel of what Link's Awakening did really well, which, as we mentioned last time, the idea that this game was heavily inspired by Twin Peaks, the TV show that David Lynch was involved in. One of the creators of the show did meet with Nintendo back in the day, and they were thinking about the perspective of saying, let's get an official game based on that. And so they openly were talking as far as the idea of what that was, and saying, well, maybe something a little darker, a little more mysterious, maybe semi-more menacing, but also more parodic, in the sense that this game, in some ways, was kind of designed almost like a parody of a Zelda game to a certain extent, with its very self-referential nature of the perspective, saying, for example, when you run into the kids of Papal, who was up on the mountain, saying that, hey, if you press all the buttons at once, you'll be able to do a save as far as in quit, but don't ask me why that is, because I'm just a kid. So, that idea as well. And that this remake does capture all those things that made the Game Boy game so great that way, and also made the Game Boy Color version so great, but also has some unique things about itself as well. But as I mentioned, that's also why we're going to look at the Game Boy Color version as far as something, as either tonight, later, depending on how time is, because I think we finished this game tonight, I believe. I'm running on normal. I can also show off, at some point, just for the hell of it, the hero mode, but then also show off the camera shop. I want to show the camera shop off from the Game Boy Color game, because it's not in this one. The Dompe challenges are, and we'll show that off, and I gotta figure, and tonight I'll have a better answer to this. How's that gonna go? Is that gonna be part of something I'm doing on screen? I'm gonna do it off screen? What that's gonna look like. But either way, we're going through the Catfish's Maw 5th dungeon, so in that case, we're all set for the time being. Whoop. Right, I forgot. I don't want to do that. I was gonna say, I can make that jump over. I was like, no. That's the platformer perspective of me saying I can do these great things with the Rock's Feather, which, okay, you can. And remember, on Game Boy and Game Boy Color, you did need more than, you needed 2 buttons set up as far as that, and you couldn't have the sword out at the same time because of the way the button limitations were. But with this one, you don't have to worry about that. Well, it wasn't a worry, it was just a case of, as you're playing, it's like, oh, I wish I didn't switch. I'll tell you what it's like switching the boots in Ocarina of Time, which already the 3DS version kind of changed anyway by saying, hey, you can quickly toggle it on the bottom screen by doing a touch on it. And what do they do, if anything, when it comes to the remake on that? And how much from the 3D game do they do in the remake? That's going to be interesting to see as well. But alright, let's get going. I think this is one of, if not the last places we have to go and take care of Master Stalfos in order to get the item they stole from the box. That's even unique too, because I can't think of another Zelda game where you open a box and there's not an item in there, because they say, oh, by the way, I stole it, come and get me to get it. Or even in this game, we open other boxes just to find enemies inside. Goes beep, beep. Right, unfortunately, he's dead. Well, no, fortunately for him, he's dead. Fortunately for us, he is, because we get this item. These are the hook shots. The staple of Zelda. It is a nice stretchy chain. It goes off long when you use it. It's something we're going to need to use for a lot of things in this dungeon. It is also how we're completing the trading quest. We did basically finish it already last month. We just have one more thing we need to get. And we have the mermaid scale in order to do that. And yes, I will also be showing, just to give an indication of this, we will be showing off not just the US version of Link's Awakening DX for the camera shot mode. We'll also be showing off the Japanese version, so the differences with the trading quest. Including nudity I can show you on the show. Stay tuned for that one, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, also with the hook shot, you can hit these things in the back and get some dizzy. If you hit them where the helmet is, you take the helmet off and just slice them nice and easy. Also with this, it hooks onto a bunch of things, so... In that case, it's basically a stun, but it makes it easy also to hit things as far as getting the enemies out of the way, and also pick up items bringing towards you, and also hook onto chests. They get the silver rupee, that's 100 rupees. Another nice thing they add in this one, you do not have the 999 rupee count, or rupee limit, like on the Game Boy games. It's had nothing against the Game Boy games, but the fact that they enhanced this and said, oh wow, that's cool. Taking all those little things like, hey, it was kind of a bit of a limitation, but still a case where we love this game, and saying like, what could you do with it? Ouch. Actually, it kind of reminded me of something Gemini96 you said when we played Earthbound, or suggested, saying that the way that the item management in that game, the inventory management, is something, it's kind of a game in and of itself. And maybe the thought of saying, if they're going to remake Earthbound, what that would look like. Although, and I think we talked about this, I believe the Game Boy Advance version that came out in Japan, the Mother 1 and 2 release, I don't remember if they changed the inventory between the Super Nintendo of that one. I don't think they did. Correct me if they did, and I forgot about it. But that being said, maybe something to think about as far as this game. Well, this game, which they did, and then also it was with Ocarina of Time. Although, honestly, that was not a case on Ocarina of Time, really. So let's get going. I do also love that great shot there, saying that, hey, those spinning blade things, hit the hook shot in there, boom, and then as they go along, it's very thrilling, saying like, oh, is he gonna make it? It's like, boom, it's almost like a great movie. Almost like something out of Indiana Jones, which is fitting because that he is gonna be the subject of our scoping session for next month. And our next scoping session, I should say, is next week. I think we're doing that next Friday. I'll have to think about that. Actually, no, yeah, we are doing it next Friday. I was trying to figure, like, what am I going to do Friday or Saturday. I think we're doing it Friday, as far as how it is for Age of Empires 2, The Age of Kings. Definitely looking forward to getting to that one, as we get a piece of power. Also took the blue tunic, because I want to make sure I can get through this game without dying. Not that at this point in my life is going to be too much of a problem, but I want to have that insurance policy. Yeah, because when I first played this on Game Boy Color back in the days, my first play of that game, I had, I think, 239 deaths when I ran that. Nowadays, that's not a factor anymore, but the case of, I guess, when you first play a game, in my case, first playing a game for that one, saying, or this one on Game Boy Color, of saying, alright, I had to adjust to it, and I was just letting myself die. I'll show myself dying after I beat this, to show the idea of what it is. As you have the flippers here and the nice nod to Super Mario Brothers with the bloopers that are there, but I'll let the Goomba live, because why not? Alright, so there's a key in here. I can also make that walk, but like, screw that, I'm just going to grab it on the chest. Alright, there's the nightmare key. So we go to the boss, but I want to see on the map what do I have left. Okay, so I have two things I have to go through. Actually, I can skip this entirely. But I'm going 100%. I do not want to do that. I want to just keep... Or I don't want to skip it, I should say. I want to go get it. But in this case, if you have enough keys for it, you can just... Or this one key, and then I have the nightmare key. I can just go do it now. But because I want to go the whole way, I want to show this off. And actually, it was... Oh, right, it was the third dungeon. What's the name of the third dungeon? I'm forgetting the name of the third dungeon in this game. That's a case where they give you an extra key, because depending on which direction you go, you would need to use it. But if you go a different direction, you don't need to use it, but they put it in there so the dungeon would not be unbeatable. Ouch. Oh, yeah, there we go. Also get some more money. Alright, there's the other key, so in that case, we can just use that. Yeah, in that case, we're gonna just open that block that I passed by earlier. And I believe it's, Alright, here's another chest. Yeah, we're just getting all the chests right now. Yeah, all the money. Awesome. Okay, that's where... Let me just take a look at the map, see where we're going. Okay, that's that way. That's where boss is. Yeah, because I want to go down there, so actually I'm going to go down a little bit, and then we'll go to the boss. Now, it's going to take too long to get through this. Honestly, the dungeons I'm most concerned about, only because they have a lot of things you got to keep track of, are the last two. Those being the Eagle's Tower and the Turtle Rock. Wait, no, I don't want to do this. Why am I doing that? Oh, yeah, you have those things. They're like crystals in the Game Boy games, like green crystals in DX, but in this case, they're almost like rubber you bounce off of to use the Pegasus boots for. Okay, actually, technically, the only reason to go to where we're going, now I remember this, is the only reason to go there is actually to get the halfway point, so you can basically warp back to the beginning. But I basically went through the entire dungeon without doing that. Ouch. In this case, I need to use this in order to get my way over, and then go here. Ouch. Right, because you need to hit these things. There are ways to use this without the arrows. I do have the arrows, so we'll use them. And I do need to also get... I'll also get the upgrade for more arrows, but... I took the upgrades for everything but arrows. So next time we find the last upgrade with the guy from Devil World, then we'll get that set. Yeah, the way the spiders work is that they'll do that shake like that, and they'll do dash towards you. But if they kind of stay still and get that set, they'll open their eye and you get stabbed. I think there's another way to do this, and also the way that their tell is for how they'll move or open their eye. It is a little more subtle as far as I have to look at it, but basically they will move around more on the Game Boy games. But if they stop completely, it means that you're going to open the eye and then you can just shoot. But they also take more hits in this one than on the Game Boy games. They do have to defeat both of them. He's saying, like, yeah, I'm like, it's almost like he's rearing back in order to kind of make a charge. Oops. Okay, he'll open his eye now. But he is taking a lot of hits. Okay, that one's dead. Now this one is going to die soon, too. There we go, perfect. I'm going to also hold ZR. I hope I can put my shield up in time before that goes away. There we go. Fantastic. Awesome. Alright, in this case, we are going to go back to the beginning just to show it. And also, in this case, now we can go to fight the boss. In this case, I do want to get the hook shot out for this. Because with a lot of Zelda games, you usually are going to use the item you get in a dungeon in the boss for it. Although not always. And even in this game, there's a couple cases where I use them for certain things, but you don't always have to. Like in the Tail Cave, you don't necessarily have to use the Rock's Feather for that, but it made it easier to handle Moldorm while we were there. In this case, go this way. This is going to get our way out. As far as going this way, ouch. As in the cheaps, but yeah, they're just kind of jumping around and having the time of their life. Ouch. I don't necessarily need to worry as far as the hits I got, given how many hearts I got and also how many of the cases I have with the extra defense. Okay, there we go. So we got that set. And yeah, it does auto save, by the way, whenever you open the door with a key. Or do anything special as far as it. In this case, let's open this and we go. Alright. So, for our boss here. So, you're the outsider to wake the windfish. Shh. Yeah, we're told to do this. I shall eat you. Like, we don't want to be eaten. Also, I get the sense this boss is harder in this version than it is on the Game Boy games. This, by the way, is the slime eel. Now, the way he works is he has that spiked tail, and he'll put his head out at one of these 4 holes here. If you have the right one, you basically pull the hook shot out when he has his mouth there, and you hit him in the orb in this one. In the Game Boy games, it's a heart. He just slices hard. He does take more hits, I believe, in this than he does in the Game Boy games. But also because of the way that the way that hook goes, or like the tail goes, it's also something that it is a little harder to get yourself avoiding hits. Oh, there you go. Oh, right, he also has another move in this one, which I don't think he had in the Game Boy game. Ouch! Basically, he'll kind of do the Moldorm thing, and then he'll blow himself up, and uh-oh, I'm in trouble. Having said that, just to get a sense of this, okay, I do have Crazy Tracy's secret medicine, which is guaranteed to kickstart your heart the same way that Motley Crue once said. Yeah, and in the case of this game, years gone by, but I'd say we're still kicking some ass. Crap, it's doing this again. Also, I think I still have the. Okay, I do not have the preparing a bottle. Yeah, thank God I have that medicine, because if I didn't have the medicine, what happened when I die is. Okay, come on, get out. Yeah. I'll get a death, but as soon as I run out of health, if that happens, hopefully it will not. Try to make it not. I'll get my health recovered, and I will. There we go. And also the hook will, or the tail reside will go away when I get that set. But also, this is the first boss you get a little bit of a more menacing case at the end of it. In this case, you don't seem to know what kind of island this is. As far as coherence, well, maybe not. What are you talking about? What a fool. Uh-oh. Alright, also, we're getting a lot of story development going on in this one, as it is, especially the next dungeon. Alright, we're done. We lived. We'll grab the heart piece. Or the heart container, I should say. But, as I mentioned last time, the Game Boy games, you have to take this. You cannot not take it. This one you cannot take it if you want to go 3 heart run, but in this case, I gotta take it. As you get the next item, that is the Wind Marine. There we go. Let's give it a play. Kind of like a xylophone bit. Hi everyone, hi Dollyfin. So good to see you tonight for part 2 of Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Running the Switch remake as it is through Switch 2. Having said that, we are also looking at some stuff with the Game Boy Color game. Probably later tonight or maybe next time. We'll come back to this. So good to see you. Feel free to remember this info on Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Either on Game Boy, Game Boy Color, the Switch game, or anything Zelda. Or anything you're thinking about the new Zelda game of, not Link's Awakening, this remake. That's this. The remake of Ocarina of Time. It's coming out later this year. So good to see you tonight. Hope you've been doing well, and hope you're enjoying your summer so far. And this is yet another summer game. We have not had a case where we've been deviating from that really at all. I mean, I don't think we're going to be doing that until debatably next week when we do our scoping session of Age of Empires 2. And also the week after that in particular when we do Kodelka for PlayStation and start that as is. I'm ashamed to say I've never played this. Not a shame case. I mean, it's a case where sometimes... Actually, you know, Electra's coming sometimes. He said he hasn't played a whole lot of the Zeldas myself either. Although this is the one I think, one of the ones he did say he played. But that makes sense, I guess, to a certain extent when you think about it. As, yeah, you can also use the hook shot to shock those things. And then you can slice them to set. That's fine. No problem as far as that. Because, like, hey, to be honest, when it comes to Zelda... It actually was a while before I started playing a lot of the Zeldas myself, and actually, as I went back in that pit, I do want to go over here for other reasons, or try to avoid this. I kind of came to Zelda late a little bit as well, because this came out in 1993 as far as on Game Boy, and we were getting an element saying, hey, there's a secret seashell over here. But I also, it was 1998 when the Game Boy Color version of this one came out, when I played it, and then I went kind of backwards on the earlier Zeldas after that. So, I understand the idea of saying, hey, maybe missing something like this, but then again also it being readily available as far as the Game Boy game, the Game Boy Color game, and then this one as is. And we're given perspective on all of them, but our full play of the game is with this Switch remake, which is definitely faithful. Ouch! Yeah, I got shocked. I didn't mean to do that. I need to hook shot him or powder him, otherwise I'm gonna get myself hurt. So I'm coming this way because there's some things I can find, and I'm also gonna get the completion of the... Oh, here we go. Actually, I do want to come in here for this. I'm gonna pull out my magic powder. I'm gonna drop it on this pot. But also, yeah, that's the idea. Is also sometimes showing a game with this. Sometimes we'll show something, and there's cases where sometimes people come on show and play things that I've never seen. In that case, sometimes maybe it's like, oh my god, I want to play this. But also understanding different people's walk of lives of games, really. But any experience on Zelda you got, or anything Zelda adjacent, fair enough. I mean, I'll say this, say for people who played the TurboGrafx line, they might have played Utopia, which is a game that's a lot like Zelda. And there are interesting cases of being like that, but I understand that idea. But yeah, hey kid, you woke me from a fine nap. Yeah, there's a little devil. He's nodded after one of the characters from Devil World from Famicom. But in this case, thanks a lot. I'll get my revenge now. Are you ready? I'll let you carry more magic powder. Are you ready? If you say no, he'll go between something else. He'll say you can have more arrows. I'm gonna go the arrow way. This is his curse in quotation marks, where basically says like, I'm gonna make you have to carry tons of things, although this is a good benefit to us, because in this case you can either have him choose to give you more bombs, magic powder, or arrows. I already got the one for bombs last time, but for this I'm taking the arrows. On Game Boy Color, the flashing light warning on this is really strong. But on this one, it's not. In this case, I got myself dizzied. That should be bad, because like, look at all that junk you have to carry. Take care, see you again. So it's like, oh yeah, you woke me for sleep, I'm mad at you. But he's like, well, I'm giving you a max of 60 arrows. So, for us, that turned out good. And for some of the dungeons coming up, I do want to have this. Because unlike the Game Boy games, this one does incentivize the use of the arrows more than the others. Because in those, you can potentially go through the entire game without using arrows. This one, I don't think you can. I'll also maybe put that to people who played this as well, how that works when it comes to the... Well, it is the Eagle's Tower. That's the 7th dungeon that you gotta do. Okay, also, I'm getting a thing for this. Yeah, you get this sense of that if you get 15 secret shells and go to the Seashell Mansion. You get a little radar that tells you where the secret shells might be hidden. That is unique to this version. It's not in the Game Boy games. Ouch. And that's a Zora, or a Zola, as they were known in particular. Oh, there you go. There's the shell. You do want to collect as many of these as you can, because you get a nice bonus if you get up to the top of the Seashell Mansion. But for now, we're going to be good. Okay, so... last time, just to give a sense of this, I'm going to go back in the water briefly, because actually it's an easier way to go through here. And yeah, the Zola is shooting me with water, or shooting me with fire, I should say. Yeah, last time we met this mermaid at the end of the last part. In the Game Boy Color game, she's topless, and we'll be showing off the idea of that later, because I do have the Japanese version as far as... Okay, let me rephrase that. The Japanese version, the Game Boy Color version, has her topless. So you have to get her top back. In this one, you have to get her necklace back, and she gives you a scale. She's like, hey, this is the mermaid scale. An artist wanted me to pose for him and wanted to scale too. Can the legend of the magnifying glass be true? Yeah, it can be, and I'm going to show you right now how it is. You do need to go get the hook shot out of the catfish's maw like we just did in order to do this. So let me pull that out, put it on the buttons. Actually, I want to go this way. Alright, so near the animal village, and we'll give another visit to that, because actually, I'm going to want to do that. Ouch. As we go. Yeah, you need to use the hook shot here to go across there, run the box, and then knock him out of the way. Here's the mermaid statue. So in this case, let's take a check on this. Yeah, I put the scale that was in the little hole there. By doing that... Yeah, I got this open. Yeah, so I already did everything the trading quest last time, as the case, but like, here we go. Here's a nice... Oh, shit! What hit me? This should be... Under normal circumstances, you think that's going to be a glitch showcase item, but no. Because let me show you. By going through the trading quest, you get the magnifying glass. You need to go through the trading quest, otherwise the game is unbeatable. Unless you're really lucky. But anyway, this reveals things you couldn't see before. This is what you get for going through the trading quest. Now, before we go over there and see what was hitting us, I'm going to hit these skulls open and get some hearts. Yeah, here's what happened. Yeah, these chews were invisible, so I was running into what looked like nothing, but I couldn't see them because they were able to be invisible. And also, you have these enemies, when you walk around, they will mirror your movements. So in that case, if you hold your shield out as far as do the charge up, like some of the other Zelda games, you basically would go behind him and do a slash. So I was walking around there hitting me. In this case, he said, like, yeah, get out of here. Okay, so he hit me out of the way, but that's fine. I'm okay with that. Okay. Yeah, so that's our perspective going on. Oh, right, I forgot there's a bug underneath that. Okay, the bug underneath that, which is way easier to pull the rocks off of them in this one than on the Game Boy game. Ouch. Anyway. Okay, we're going to the animal village. Alright, we were in here last time and we saw all the different animals. There were little bunny rabbits saying he wants Marin to come back because, yeah, Marin's coming here singing her song. She was here for a while, but then she went home to Mabi Village. We'll go see her. Here's the other rabbit. Have you heard of Flying Rooster? I lived in Mabe a long time ago. I wonder if it's true. He's nodding to something that we have to do, and I'm gonna go do that next. Also, old Rira's wife, Grandma Yahoo, she's over here. She has a broom, so she came over here to do brooming. Dreamed I turned to a carrot last night. What an odd dream. Yeah, also, Dolphin just jumped on, just to reiterate this. This Zelda game was heavily inspired by Twin Peaks, the TV series, and even the guy who created the TV show, he did meet with Nintendo, and his idea was saying, I kind of want to have a game based on my show from them. It didn't happen, but the people who made this game said, you know, we have an idea saying, look, let's have a weird case of this, saying, you know, like the carrot turning into a carrot. So the idea that, yeah, the bunny is having this weird dream. Kind of the same way Twin Peaks did. And if you're looking for an official game based on that, you want to take a look at Deadly Premonition. It's not an official game, but it's very heavily inspired. We're coming into Christine's house. Hey, what's up? Got the letter to dearest Mr. Wright, huh? Bravo. Or Bavo. Not can't really say it means a lot to me. Oh! Okay, this is new. Okay. This was not the case in the Game Boy games, and actually I don't think I ever did this. Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't either. Until I was doing the notes on this game, I didn't know it either. As we're reading Christine, what happened last time, for context there, is that she said, I want you to send a letter to a guy called Mr. Wright. He lives out by the swamp. She's a goat who has a bow on her hair. And she sent him a letter. The thing about that is that either she's self-conscious about what she looks like, or I don't know, because she sends him a fake picture. Mr. Wright, by the way, he's modeled after Mr. Wright from SimCity from Super Nintendo, which is also a nod to Will Wright of Maxis, or formerly of Maxis. And also, when you have the magnifying glass, you come in here, you see this dude. You can see me? Yeah, he's a Zora. You must have a magnifying glass. Yes, you do. I'm not a troublemaker. I just want to live in peace. I'll give you this if you keep your mouth shut. Sure, I'll take that. Secret seashell. Actually, for that reason, I'm going to go back and I'm going to show off Mr. Wright. I promise a promise. And you should head to the cave at Tarambo Shores and use a magnifying glass there. You'll find someone else who's just like me. That being said, we are going to do that. So actually, I'm going to do a couple things. Since there is a warp point around here, I can use that. Actually, I'll also show one other thing, because this is going to go to something we're going to show with the Japanese version of the Game Boy Color game. Yeah, when it comes... Oh, right, I forgot. When you come in here with the magnifying glass, Shuldanovich, the apparently erotic painter as it is with that hippo over there, I'll talk about it in a second, he gets really mad when we have the magnifying glass here. Stop it at once. Stop looking at me. And then here's the hippo saying go away. They emphasize that she's a model in this one that they did not in the US version for us. She is topless in the Game Boy Color version. She's not anatomically correct. We will show the topless hippo off. So yeah, that's how I'm getting viewers wanting to watch this, saying like, hey, have you ever seen topless hippo before? It's like, yeah, this game did. Yeah, weirdly enough, this game, I should say, this Zelda game, also because the Twin Peaks thing makes sense that way, I think. Which, as I said, I didn't know until I was doing the notes. But now when I think about it, I said, you know, that kind of makes some sense thinking about it. But also, it being a unique thing of saying it's very surreal, but it's also something that it's kind of going for more of a humorous case. All right, a couple things. I'm going to go to Monbo's Pond. We'll show up Mr. Wright because I think it's worth showing that because I didn't show that before. Also, I will get some cleanup going on, I guess, as I go, seeing when it comes to any seashells I find, or anything else in caves that I haven't been to in a while. We can also do, when we have to go back for plot, I'll take a shortcut through a new area we didn't see. As you're going through the swamp. But yeah, that guy, the Zora, he did tell us to go down to the Tarambo shores as well. We'll do that. We'll do a bunch of things before we go to the next area for plot. Yeah, soak this game in. But as I mentioned, I do think we beat this game tonight, but it is not the finale because I want to show off other stuff with this. So I have extra parts for this game as, yeah, run that like through. I don't want to see those things. They can steal my shield and it ain't good. Okay, here's Mr. Right. As I mentioned, he's modeled after Mr. Right from SimCity from Super Nintendo, who was modeled after Will Wright, who made SimCity and The Sims and Spore. Yeah, we talked to him. He did get a photograph from Christine that was a fake photo, but he says, like, I'm writing back to Christine now, so in that case, he loves doing letter writing, and so he has a pen pal, but also the question saying, like, what's going to happen when he finds out that he's dating a goat. Yeah, because that's what Christine is. Christine is a goat. But I kind of love it, and as I mentioned, this is an interesting Zelda game when you really think about it. So, yeah, Dolphin having not played it yet, that's fine as far as it, but also the idea that there's a lot to discover in this. And also, I'll tell you, when it comes to people's favorite Zelda games, this sometimes tends to be in the conversation just because of how unique it is and how unique its aura is. And also, I'm getting the thing for this. I want to use the shovel because I believe it's underneath here somewhere. I think. Yeah, if you use the shovel, okay, I'm not going to get rid of this. You can get rid of it, but, well, I'm not. This one at least gives you a way to not. Sort of. Alright, we're going up here. It won't tell you, by the way, where the seashell is, but if I dig around, I should be able to find it, unless... Oh, wait, maybe it's in the tree. Right, because if you use the Pegasus boots on the tree, you can sometimes find out it's in it. Alright, there we go. So that's... Oh, right, where the hell is it? Okay, I'm not going to necessarily go crazy finding everything right away, but alright, I'm getting a thing of saying there's something nearby. You don't just dig the entire place up and they won't care. They won't say, like, hey, you're digging up my lawn or something like that. As a Link to the Past from Super Nintendo has a case where they say, like, yo, you gotta dig as crazy, dig like crazy to get what you need. No. Yeah, get rid of the like. I don't want those things alive. Alright, nothing in that tree and nothing in that one either. Okay, so, alright, I don't know where that is, but I'll just keep going. Ow. Okay, I do want to go in the forest because there's some caves in here that I can get things off now that I have the hookshot. And like is one with other Zelda games, the idea is that when you get your upgrades as you go along, you can go back to other areas and find things to get, like that heart piece, which I do want to grab. So let's pull off the hookshot. Yeah, I could make that jump with the Rock's Feather, which I did last time, but in this case, I need the hookshot to get over here. Push that rock down, grab the heart piece, and we're good. Yeah, you get 4 of those, and you get another heart container. I have 2 of them. In this case, I can use the hookshot, get my way back. Alright, now we're going to go back to town, and we are going to go down to the beach. Ouch. Yeah, he also can get onto me, so I have to knock him off. Oh, yeah, you do have to do blocking more with the moblins. Or let's put on the shovel. Right, because they're saying the shovel... oh, there you go, right there, perfect. So right in front of the flowers, or in the middle of the flowers. Fantastic. So we are going to get a bunch of these things. And there are more of them in this version than there was in the Game Boy games, either one of them. Okay, so... let's see. Okay, I got that last time. I think that was the last thing I had here, but okay. A couple things I want to do when we're back in town. Yeah, enjoy the lovely music in town. I want to go to the library, or to the... yeah, the town library. Okay, a couple things. I want to use my Rock's Feather to knock that book off the shelf and read it. The Hidden Power of Color. We showed this last time as far as where they're going to describe. I'm going to read the book, because we didn't yet. New World of Color and the 5 Gravestones. This was added to Link's Awakening DX for Game Boy Color. Adds in this one as well. Basically push the graves in that order as we did last time, and you're able to get a new tunic. I got the blue one, so it cuts my defense, or it enhances my defense, so I take half damage. You also get a red one, which causes you to cause double damage with your sword. Alright, we received the Power of Color. Maybe you should try and see it. We did, but I came here with, for another reason. Reading this dark book. Initially, you couldn't read this, but you need to have the... You have to have the magnifying glass in order to use this. So, the passage is the egg. You need this for the end of the game. I'm going to put a screenshot out of this and cheat, so in that case I can look back at it later. This book reeks of secrets. And a little musty, I guess, as well. We got that set, so we're going to use that for later. But for the time being, we're going back down to the shores. I am going to go and talk to the guy that... He said, like, oh, there's another Zora-like movie down there, so... Let's see what's going down. There's a run of the Gordos from Kirby. That's the other thing. Because of how this is, there's a lot of in-references to other Nintendo games. Even more than other Zelda games, in all honesty. Right, come in here. Alright, now because I have the magnifying glass, this is normally an empty cave, but this guy is here. Hi. Found a good item washed up on the beach. I'll trade it to you for what do you have on your X button or B button. Or X or Y button, I should say. If you want to trade, press one of those buttons. If you don't, hit the B button. Yeah, I don't want to. Because I want to look on my list. I want to see... What can I afford to get rid of? Because there are things you need to beat the game with, and actually what he gives you, you do need to beat the game with. I'm actually going to give him the fairy bottle. Because I have 2 of these. Yeah. Oh, he won't take it. Oh, shit. Okay, so I can't give him that. Alright, I'll come back later. You know, I'll briefly show what he gives me. Oh, actually, no, I don't want to do that because then I have to pay him to get my item back. I'll think about what I want to take later. He gives you the boomerang. You do need to have to beat the game, but, I'll come back later. Okay, so now that I got that, I am going to go back to town because, a few things. I'm going to take a look at Trendy Game again, just because, they do, change their stock up in between dungeons, which is new to this one. And also because there's something we also need to get, progress going on. And then we're gonna take a little bit of a detour, and then we're gonna go to the next dungeon. Alright, this, by the way, is Bow Wow. Yeah, he was kidnapped last time. We did save him, and Madame Meow Meow is her name. Yeah, she's really happy. I made a nod to the movie Amarcord by, Federico Fellini. And it was also weird finding a picture of that, because, like, okay, I can't show part of the scene in that movie that everybody knows that movie for if you've seen it. And who, that woman, that I'm thinking about is looking like as far as that. A reference. Okay, that's not a reference to this. I don't know if there's actually a specific reference to Federico Fellini in any Zelda game or any game, period. You know, let's go to the trending game. This is a crane game. It's harder in this one because of the fact there's physics to it. Alright, we're gonna move the crane. I'm gonna go get the spiny, figurine. Because you do want to get the figurines. We're gonna go for all of them eventually. But it's a little harder because in this one, unlike on the Game Boy game, well, the figurines are not in that one. Or in those, I should say. In that case, when I hook them on... Okay, I was lucky. It might slip out. The rupees, I know, slip out. But I did get the figurines, so that's good. You get a new one available in here after every dungeon you beat. I'm also going to go up here... I also want to time this specifically so that... let's see. I do want to time it so that I go down on... Yeah, there we go. That should be good, I hope. Come on. Ah, shit. No, it was not right. Yeah, that is one of the... These are things that cost a lot of money. This is a stone slab. We're going to use that for the purpose of the Dompe grave building quest. We're going to probably dedicate a part to that. You do have to time it because they're moving and I'm not going to get it again. I got tons of money. I'm going to at least try to get that, and then when I do, the gate will open and I can take my other prize. Yeah, I'll try again. It's 10 rupees to do the game, so in that case, we're set. Now, come on. Ooh, inches away. Also, if I could knock it off, and actually the bomb itself is kind of swaying on the side there, I can get that set. Yeah, I want to get this thing. I mean, it'll stop there, so in that case, I'll do that. Perfect. Question is, do I get it over here, or does it fall out? Ooh, it almost fell out. But I got it. Okay, fantastic. Alright, give me a holler when the mood strikes to play. Yeah, we'll be back later. Alright, that's Chamber Stone. Why does it feel so strange? We'll see that later. And that's the figure of the Spiny. Made with real metal spikes. For this, there are 10 podiums within Mobby Village in certain houses, and you put it down. As far as whether you get anything out of that, don't know, but we're going to show off that happening. I just have to remember which house has the Spiny statue location. They'll tell you. That's a cheap one. Actually, I'm also going to look at my inventory. Okay, that's the Spiny figure, so whoever has that, basically look for one of those podiums there. That's Bloober. It says Blooper, but it's Bloober, I thought. I think it was Bloober. In Mario, the squid enemies. Oh yeah, sorry about hitting the Kuko. Okay, there's the one there for Chow Chow. That's Bow Wow, so okay, it's not that one. Yeah, he's barking like a dog. That's fine. He'll be fine. He does like us, and there's something in the Game Boy Color game we get to play with him, which you can't in this one. Piranha Plant. That's where I put the one for the Goomba. Zelda checked out the dresser. By the way, I named myself Zelda for the file, so that's why it's saying that. Goomba figure. Make her little lava love and sculpting the eyebrows. That's true, because the Goombas are known for the eyebrows. As far as that, but alright, I gotta remember what house has it. Actually, I think it might be Papala's place. He lives up here. Him and his kids, well, here's one of his kids saying, the giant egg on top of Mount Tamaranch, they say the windfish is sleeping inside of it. Why? I don't know. And you have other cases where it's like, don't ask me, I'm just a kid. Okay, so take a look here. Hi. Okay, Boo, so you get Big Boo here. Spiny, here we go. And if you have the figurine, you can put it down and boom, you're set. Okay, there we go. Hi. I gotta say thanks again. Yeah, because last time he was stuck in the mountains. Actually, he said I'm gonna get lost in the mountains at the beginning of the game. We talked to him. It's almost like the game knows of some of the conventions that are gonna happen. Then later we found him. We gave him a pineapple. He was hungry. He ate it. And he's like, oh yeah, I'm set. So I'll be able to come home to my wife and children. 4 boys look alike. I sometimes get confused sometimes. And yeah, we started the training quest with her, by the way, because at the trendy game, the first thing you can win over there is the Yoshi doll. And in the Game Boy game, it was a case of saying, like, you've seen him popping up in a lot of games recently, because it was only 2 years after Super Mario World came out. But in this one, they say, you can't count how many games you've seen Yoshi in. Because, yeah, Yoshi has been all over the place, and he's in this game as well. Okay. So, what we're going to do next is, you do need the hook shot to do this. I'm going to go down this way as also getting another, seashell thing. Yeah, okay, there you go. There's one of the trees you knock out, and there's the seashell right there. Let's grab it. Also, we're running out to the mansion again, I guess, on our way over. Well, sort of. Yeah, we'll go there on our way to the next dungeon. But actually, there's one case of that we have to go another way. And I want to make sure also I have enough rupees for that, which is the money. Okay, so what you want to do is we have to go through this maze, and you do need the hook shot to get in here. So, pull that out. Okay, now start reading the signs. You have to read them in a specific order. To start here, go this way. You have to follow exactly where they're saying. So for this sign, you go straight down in terms of what they say, and then you wait for the first sign you hit, and you have to talk to that one. If I talk to any of these other ones, I'll briefly show this. Try again from the start. So yeah, you have to hit them in order, otherwise you have to go all the way back and start it from the beginning, talking to that one. So in that case, go this way. Go this way. Remember, if you're confused on where to go, basically start from where the statue is in its current position, then go to the direction they tell you, and then the first one you hit is the one you need to get, which is this one. So go this way. Now take care of the shoes on the way. Now go this way. So we're gonna go to the left. Alright, that's sitting on the top. That's fine. In this case, use that. You also have to pick up the crates, which is something unique in this version. That kid just threw that on the beach. They'll be fine. It'll be washed away. Go this way, so you have to go straight up. So yeah, it's a unique case of a maze. I can't really think of any other games that have something like this. They call it the signpost maze. so go this way, hit this one. Okay, so go this way to the right. Also, you don't want to talk to the again, otherwise it'll say you have to start from the beginning. So you have to remember what it says. So go straight down. Now go to the right. So it's this one over here. Now go up from here. Up straight. So yeah, don't talk to this one. Talk to this one up here. Now go left. Directly left. This one. The one right here. Now to the right. And from the right, I almost made a mistake with talking to that one, but talk to this one. Down. Left. And it's that one right there. Great, you did it. Your reward is this way. Alright, so by doing that, you drain the water out there and you get the stairs. But we do need this to get to the last dungeon. Alright, seeing this guy, he was Wart from Super Mario Bros. 2. The US one. So yeah, he's in this game. He also was in the Super Mario Galaxy movie earlier this year, voiced by Luis Guzman, who also voiced Diaz in Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories. Kind of a wasted performance, honestly, by him in that movie. But anyway, let's see. Here he is. Hi. He's not named Ward in this, though. He's called Mamu. He's a vocalist. You don't need to tell you that, do I? Everybody knows me. Okay, that's a funny thing right there, because A, nobody knows him, and B, he's only in one game. But as I mentioned, also in the Super Mario Galaxy movie now. Want to hang out and listen to us jam? You do have to pay him, though, for this. So you need to have 300 rupees. We're going to let you listen to a previously unreleased cut. What do you say? Yeah, we'll pay this. Or you say, bye, I don't want to pay that much money for this. Alright, so let's have a sing. I gotta tell you, watching this again, particularly in this version, I can't help but see like the way his tongue moves, which is amazing. I think that needs to be part of the thumbnail for this one. Put this on, do the edited version. Yeah, wonderful audience, no encores. I'm gonna clip this out for the Twitch site, so there'll be an encore there. But either way, by doing that, you get a new song for your ocarina. You have to have the ocarina, by the way, in order to get this. But by now, you go to the Dream Shrine in order to get it. You get the Frog Song of Soul, a very moving tune that can even liven up living things. Actually, I lied because there's actually 2 dungeons you need to use for this. Play this, everything around you will feel more alive. So let's give it a play. Yeah, in that case, you get your ocarina out and you pick either that, the Mambo's Mambo, which you can use for teleporting, or the Battle of the Windfish, which is Marin's favorite song. And also, I guess the joke, which is it sounds better to us on the ocarina than it does listening to him do it with the frogs. Although, as I said, I think it is intended to be cacophonous a little bit in terms of how him and the frogs do it. But I said, I think that's kind of part of the joke, but again, also the idea of saying what this game really is kind of getting itself going on, which is surreal imagery, but also weird satirical bent to itself. Actually, I'm gonna go and talk to Marin and see what she thinks. She's around town. She's very helpful to us, or has been. Also, I check the shop, because there's things to buy in here. Also, I can steal from the shop. We'll steal at the end of the game. Because actually, there is something that happens if you steal from here. Well, a couple things to do. Alright, there's nothing in here I really need to buy, so I'm going to go over here and see. Where's Marin? Grandma Yahoo's not here. She's in Animal Village. Grandpa Ulrier said that. Yeah, where's Marin? Alright, I guess we'll have to find Marin later. Okay, let's get some free bombs out of the tree. Okay, because what I'm going to do is we are going to then go on to where the next dungeon is. But I'm going to go up north to do it. We'll go through the mysterious forest once more. And then I'm going to go up towards the waterfall. The reason I'm going to do that is because it's going to be a little bit of a shortcut down to where we need to go. And And we get the rocks feathers, so we can do the jumping over. Fantastic. Okay. As I said, this is going to be a bit of a relaxing one as far as tonight's show. For me, honestly, but also just in general, because I do know this game pretty well, generally speaking, but I did still practice and go through it again off-screen just to make sure that I knew what I'm doing and it's fresh in my mind. Because I mentioned this before, and I don't know... I mean, I'll reiterate this again, because I said it last month, but I'll say it again here. This is the Zelda game that I've memorized the most, and there was a secret shit shell. That's why I went backwards. Like, what happened? That's why. I do have this... This Zelda game is probably the one I have the most memorized. Not necessarily my favorite, but there also are values of this game that I think are terrific. I think this is a great game. So, Dolly Finn, to what you're saying I've never played this thing, yeah, no problem, I'll say this. I'm also not one of those people saying, hey, you never played a game, there's something wrong with you. My attitude is always, you never played a game, ooh, you're in for a good time, and you're gonna really enjoy it. I think I would say, I think it's worth a shot. And if you love Zelda, what can I say? I think you'll have a good time with this one. And also, it is a unique Zelda in terms of how its atmosphere is too, which I think is something very interesting about it. Okay, so what I'm doing over here is... Well, there is a ladder I can take down that goes back to the castle, which I don't think was in the... I don't think the Game Boy games had that. It was popular. Yeah, it was. In fact, I mentioned last time, the game on Game Boy sold 3.83 million units. The Game Boy Color version sold 2.22 million, and the Switch remake here sold 6.46. So this game sold really well. And the idea of it, as I mentioned last time, was also that, as I'll get my... shovel out briefly. The idea was that it was the first portable Zelda game, and it was also something where they said we kind of, after they made Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past from Super Nintendo, there's a lot of the same people who made that. They said we want to do something unique for Game Boy. They want to do something with Zelda, and they said, well, let's kind of go a different direction. Let's make it more of a parody of Zelda, sort of, but also with this more surrealistic imagery and style to itself. So in that way, it kind of was something that, the question thing, like, wait, is this going to be out there too much? And also, what would audiences 1993 think? But I think what happened is that people realized, hey, this is unique, but it also does feel like Zelda, and it is a great time. And also, the other thing is that, speaking of someone who played this on Game Boy Color around the time that version came out, I had a blast playing this, and I played this a lot growing up, and had a great time with it. So something where I found an audience, but also something that, honestly, over the years, I kind of thought about this game more and more, and really got into it, I think, on a deeper level. Okay, actually, one thing I do want to do is... Oh, wait, no, that's a shortcut we take up. We'll do that a little later, because actually, I'm coming here. We're going to do rafting. We're going to do a rapid rafting race. Hi. Yeah, this is a raft shop. We'll destroy their pots. They're not going to complain, although other cases they do. Sometimes like, why are you destroying pots? This is always the case where you're going to talk to, or we'll check my chests out or something. All right, he's the owner. We'll go for raft rides, 100 rupees. There's a lot, but I'm going to run this. There are two ways you can ride it, which is unique to this version. The rapid's raid, you pick up as many items as you can. The other way is use the race to try to get to the end as fast as you can. I'm gonna run the raid. I'll show the other way as well. But I also want to try and get myself getting more money. Okay. So we got a nice river raft. I also love how he's kind of like doing the spread out as far as his arms, as far as this, because yeah, we're running as far as this. You can control it with the left analog stick. And we're going down the rapids. This is going to be fun. You also have to be careful, because if you're seeing down there, you also see the way the water's moving as far as different directions. Depending on where you are, you'll go in that direction. So you do want to get that set. And you want your rocks further out so you can just jump up for items and rupees. Also, a lot of hidden items to find in here depending on the direction you go. And also, if you hit everything right. You're far from any secrets, so that owl statue says. Well, here's a box. I got free money. There's 20 rupees. Also, there's some magic powder. Whoa. Also, there is a seashell probably over there. Yeah, depending on how you go, you can also go and get some of these items as far as how they are, but also you do have to kind of pay attention to where the water's going. And you sometimes will have to go against the rapids, but also sometimes get yourself into a way you're kind of going in a circle. Basically just pay attention to where the water is, but sometimes it's hard to actually get that going. There we go. Ooh, almost. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, no, I'm going back the other way. Oh, yeah, I am. Okay. This is not easy to get through, and honestly, the Game Boy Color game is a little easier to go through, although in this case I did get here. So you have tons of these items and tons of rupees. So even though it's 100 rupee cost to go through this, you can feasibly make your rupees back by going this way. If you know what you're doing. Now, I'm better at this on the Game Boy game, I'll tell you that right now. It still is a lot of fun in here. And when you're done, come down here. No more grabbing stuff. The rapids race is over. Do you want another go? Actually, I do, because this is something also unique, because he actually blocks the path. I do need to go up there for something else, though. For this one, I'm going to show the race. And then we'll come down here and we're going to get the plot going on. Or going on further, I should say. Oh, shit, no. Well, okay, that's fine. In this case, we have to get down there as quickly as we can, and based on what we do this, we get a nice prize. So, there's a play a unique piece of music that's only in this version. Now, this one, since I need to get down as quickly as I can and go down... Oh, shit, I'm not going to go down that way. I said, oh, I can go that way, but no, I can't. In this case, I'm basically paying attention where they are and getting myself through this as fast as I can, because if I get through fast enough, I get something really, really nice. Yeah, I think... I'm trying to remember how fast you need to get through. I think it's like 45 seconds, I think. I hope. Alright, 42:79. New record. Get you hung up somewhere. Okay, I got a heart piece. Fantastic. You want to go? I don't, but I'm going to get another heart piece by doing this anyway. Want to get wet? We're always open. Yeah, so yeah, you will get wet, but in that case, I also got a heart piece. But alright, I'm going back up here for another reason, because there's a heart piece that... if you have the hook shot, you can use it here, here, and we got it. And that's what we need to get our health set. I haven't said that. Actually, I do need to go another way. Okay, I will use Mambo's Mambo. Use that. In this version, you're able to transport back to any area that you have a warp point set up for. In the Game Boy game, you can only go here. But it was a good way of getting your way out. And also, if you're in a dungeon, you go back to the beginning of it. But in this case, there's a warp over here to the Seashell Mansion. I want to go over there because I've gotten a ton of those. And I want to see if I have anything else that I can run. Or anything else that I can get a reward off of this. I'm not at the ultimate prize yet, and you do need more seashells for that. I have 22. In the original version, that's enough to get the final reward, but for this one, it isn't. I don't know if I have enough. Let's see. Okay, not yet. And there's Edwack playing Rhythm Heaven Groove. I'm playing it as well. Actually, I will show one thing briefly after I kill these moblins. In this case, you need to put your shield up for the spears and then hit them. Alright, just to go this. I bought the game as well. Also, the remake of Star Fox 64 that came out a couple weeks ago. And on my line of pictures, I do have Marin from this game and a fish because you can go fishing. Just want to give a sentence to that. Yeah, Rhythm Heaven Fever, that game is amazing. It's only 40 bucks. I bought that game when it came out last week. And I've been having a blast with it. Actually, I bought it before we did Wave Race Blue Storm last week. But that game is terrific. Okay, now, in order to get to the end, or the next area, we do need to go to a shrine. Actually, there's two shrines up. The one shrine is where we have to go for our next dungeon, and the one we're going now is how we open it up. Okay, you have to go over this way. Yeah, Rhythm Heaven Groove, it's a new entry in the Rhythm Heaven franchise, started out on DS. It's basically a music rhythm game, and it's incredibly strange, very much like WarioWare. It's also only 40 bucks, and it's terrific. Yeah, there are two shrines, so the owl here is saying. One to the north and one to the south. You have to go to the south one. They speak of the windfish, because that's what we've been told by the owl this entire game. He says, you're on Cohen Island, You come from Hyrule, so you say, but if you want to get home, you have to find the windfish and wake the windfish up. We'll learn a lot there. Okay. We will, and this is also a case where, in some ways, I think this is the first Zelda game. I'm supposed to get my Rock's Feather ready to go. Where it honestly gives you... I'll mention a little bit, because there's a lot of ways to take what we're going to see. Well, actually, before we go over there, I'm going to tease you a little bit, because I'm going to go... Oh, right, alright. Over there is the seashell. It's probably under this rock. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, when you have that tuning fork, which you get after 15 seashells when you go to the mansion, that helps out a lot. But alright, I'm gonna go over here because there's something else I can get out of that cave. Or that cave, right. But it has cracked walls, so in that case, pull my bombs out. Let's blow it open. Drop that down, pick it up, toss, boom. Okay, he blew up on me, so in that case, just get that set and we'll go in. Alright, this is a fairy case. So actually, now I'm going to take the fairy in the bottle, which is something unique to this. You're able to capture fairy in a bottle, and anytime you want to get yourself healed, you can use the bottle. Unlike some of the other Zelda games, it does not take effect if you die. You have to use the secret medicine, which I already have a thing of. Okay, so Great Fairy is going to recover me a little bit. And also getting a sense of the great visual look of this one, which is... nodding to the original game, but also for this one, I know they mentioned when they were doing development of this, saying they wanted this to look like a diorama, and also, I mentioned last time, also the case that this is something that almost looks like it's a claymation case, which also gave me a perspective of something someone created online, which is like an unofficial, like, Wallace and Gromit, sort of, not parody, okay, it's like a Wallace and Gromit, like, homage with Wallace and Gromit, as far as I think it's just this guy just made it on his own. He spent, like, a lot of years making this thing, of the idea that almost like, Wallace as Link from, Ocarina of Time, and then, Gromit as Navi the fairy, in the case of, like, they're on the hunt for cheese, and have to save someone who's like Zelda, but the case of how that goes. I had them in the link list for the last part, I'll have them in the link list for this part as well, just because it was quite a nice case of it, and also I think reflects the idea that it almost has this almost claymation, very tangible feel as we're going into the shrine area here. You gotta be careful of the statues, because what happens here is that when you walk over someone and they come to life, they can hurt bad, so in that case you also have to knock them out of your way. You also do need to turn some on in order to find hidden secrets. And also you make your way through. I also have the blue tunic for this because these things cause tons of damage. And I also waited on this one. You can come here as soon as you get to Animal Village, but if you do, you have to make sure you're going to be getting yourself set. Oh, you knock them away a little bit, but they also have to be kind of behind in order to do that. Okay. In that case, I'm going to go that way. I'm going to go this way. I'm trying to remember. Oh, wait, there's nothing here or something. No, there isn't. Get out of my way. They won't trap you, but something that you have to be careful, and especially also because of where we're going in here. That can also be a question. I'm going to go in here because I think there is something. In fact, I think there's a seashell. Or maybe not. I think there is one that, like, has stairs. There we go. Let's go in there. Ouch. Okay, never mind. It is a seashell. But just in the box. Fantastic. Basically, I'm gonna get the ones that I can get, although later on we will have a cleanup. Either tonight or next time. Maybe next time. This one I wanted to kind of get out of the way. Also, in this version, like the Game Boy games, you can't necessarily walk past him when he has his shield up. And also, like that one, they also don't get knocked off as far. Get out of my way, please. Okay, they don't get knocked off as far unless you have the piece of power that I do. And hopefully I can hold this to get into the next area. And it holds for long enough. Okay, we're going to the shrine. I need arrows. Make sure you have them. Thank God I got 60. Alright, here we go. Let's fight this dude. Alright, this... Okay, no, I just sliced him. Never mind. Like you said, his hitbox is very specific, so you gotta be careful. Also, he's cracking the ground, but I don't think he cracks it and drops you down. At least he didn't in the original. Also, I'm gonna try a couple things because I want to make sure that I can get his ass down. Whoa. Ouch. Okay, I think I got him with the sword, but I also showed the arrows. So, alright, we'll try a couple things. Oh, there we go. Right, and now in this case, then you can hit him freely with really anything. Okay, there we go. Yeah, because the arrows kill him the quickest, but you have to get that shield off the way first. Okay, this is the face key. We do need this for the next dungeon, but before we do that, we have to go in here. And we're going to turn on the torches here, so toss your magic powder on to get the fire going. Get some nice mood lighting. Take a look at this picture. Okay, here we go. So we're getting some stuff going on the story. To the finder, the Isle of Koholint is but an illusion. And we're seeing the owl over there, and look at a large fish. The owl said you're going to learn a lot in here. And he's right. Human monsters see sky as seen on the lid of a sleeper's eye. Awake the dreamer, Koholint will vanish much like a bubble on a needle. Castaway, you should know the truth. Illusion. Yeah, so going to this again, this is where the game very subtly but very effectively drops a bombshell on you on the case of what's going on. Because we're in Koholint Island. The game is called Link's Awakening. At the start of the game, in the intro, we had the case that Link was off on another adventure after The Legend of Zelda Link to the Past, because it takes place after that. Lightning struck his boat. He was shipwrecked at sea, and he landed on this island. And the owl is saying, hey, you have to go wake the windfish in order to get your way home. Based on what this is saying, it's a suggestion of saying that awake the dreamer and Koholint will disappear, so this island is going to go away, and you need to know the truth. And we're still doing this anyway. And the owl's been telling us the whole time, saying you have to wake the windfish, but now at this point you're saying, wait, if I wake the windfish, does that mean this entire island and everybody on it goes away? That seems like what it's saying. Yeah, thankfully the owl is here to, I guess, brief us afterwards. Alright, we just saw it was in there. What's going on here? I see you read the relief. And I did. You were on it. It does say the island is a dream of the windfish. No one is really sure. Just as you can't know if a chest holds a treasure until you open it, you also can't tell if it's a dream until you awaken, but I am awake. So that's also the question. This is also where the Twin Peaks thing's coming in. In fact, when I mentioned that last time, I thought it was saying, because of this part of the game, was me mentioning that there's a nod to Twin Peaks intended, is it spoiling this? I said no, but now it's definitely going into it specifically. He's saying, like, no, it's saying that, but you don't know if it's actually true or not. And only the windfish knows for sure. Trust your feelings and someday you'll discover the answer. So be spoken in a riddle. And I guess it's not dissimilar to what Metal Gear Solid would do as far as this, which is basically the question that Snake is kept in the dark, and he says, like, wait, I'm being lied to, but in this case, are we? I mean, it's a different case than something like that, or for that matter, Metal Gear Solid 2, which also is a similar concept. As far as how that goes against Metal Gear Solid 1, yes. But for this, it's also a question saying, like, wait, hold on. So it's getting a little stranger, a little darker, a little more potentially sinister, because we've formed a lot of bonds with a lot of people around here, including Marin, who we've not seen tonight. We'll see her later. It also makes me wonder, like, what's going on here. Okay, okay, fine. I've beaten this game, so I know where this is going, but still, as I said, Oh, right, I'm almost dead. You hear that beep, 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 beep? That means you need to get yourself some help and quick. Or in this case, I'm going to use the fairy in a bottle. Or one of them, at least. There we go. I'll hold the other one just because. Alright, he's saying that we have to keep going and we have to find out what the truth is. What do we really believe? And I guess that's also the question. Because remember, Link is the ultimate case of the silent protagonist. And that, aside from the yells, Link never speaks as far as in most of the games, except for the 2 CDI games he's in. And then also, like, yells and things. And then also on the TV show. I guess question when the movie comes out, which is out next year. That's by Wes Ball, the director of the Maze Runner films. I don't know if that's necessarily something to be excited about. Okay, Zelda coming into a movie, so fair, but also, what's it gonna look like? Is Link gonna talk? I mean, I guess? And then also, after the Super Mario Galaxy movie for me, yes, I know it's not the same director, but still, if you give Miyamoto's producing the movie, I said this before we looked at Digimon Racing or played that, I said, with all due respect to Miyamoto, he's a game person as opposed to a movie person, and goddamn does it show from that movie. Which is out on stream, by the way, at the end of the month. So you can see if you like it more than I do or not. Although it did make tons and tons of money, and it also looks like it's going to be outgrossing the new Minions movie, Minions and Monsters, which opened last week, to semi-soft box office, believe it or not. And this weekend is the remake of Moana going to make money, because most critics are actually savaging it, and question of seeing, like, is it actually going to be successful? And with Zelda, I don't know, but I mean, I'm going to look forward to seeing like what they do with Zelda in the movie. But I guess the idea that Link is the ultimate silent protagonist, so we don't know what he thinks about this, as we're going to go into the Face Shrine. Let me tell you, I love the music in the Face Shrine, but also this is a unique case, because it's unique music for this version, sort of, but in the second verse, it nods to the music from the Game Boy game, which is amazing. Also in this dungeon, you have these floor tiles. Slice them up as they come along, and you are able to get your way through. Yeah, particularly get this going. I'm going to turn this up a bit. I have this in 19.1. I just got to remember that on my own indication for what this is. Just because I want this to play, particularly this, especially the next part of it, the next verse. You get this great string music, but then, after this, right here. And I want to be intentionally quiet on that because, God, I love that music so much. And that is the music in that second verse that you hear in the Game Boy game, the do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Especially after what we just heard in terms of the story, it really kind of emphasized, I guess, the case of saying, like, the sense of mystery, but also the sense of melancholy. And I love that piece of music. In fact, when I first played this remake, the case that I listened to this, like, wait, the music is different in this dungeon. First, like, okay, it's cool, but I was like, God, I love the Game Boy music. But then I heard the second verse, like, oh my God, it's amazing. The idea that, the idea of, like, they say awakening the dreamer. So in this case, that's kind of what's going on, is also to emphasize that. Shy Guys from Super Mario Bros. 2, kind of the same way that Awart was. Yeah, he's to your back, but in that case, you basically were able to slice into the back and get yourself going. Yeah, I know, chat, what you think going into the aspects of what we're seeing on the plot. Whether you played this game or not, it's irrelevant, because that's always what I say. Playing a game, you don't have to play every single game we play on the show in the purpose of it, just because in that case, look, I'll have not played every game that everybody else plays for it, but also kind of getting a sense of saying, what is a first-time reaction maybe to something look like. Because Dolly Finn, if you're saying you haven't played this game before, you didn't know that it was that they were taking off on Twin Peaks. I didn't until I got a sense of that when I was doing my prep for this game, taking the notes and all that stuff. Question, wait, we're on this island, seeing what's going on. They keep talking about the windfish. You know, you have to go and wake him up. And now we're getting a sense of saying, wait, if we wake him up, is everything going away? And we do need to do that, I guess, to get home. But also, in this case, make me almost question saying, do I want to do that? As we're seeing these weird creatures with eyes bouncing around. Sometimes the question, like, what does that look like? Also, I can't go through here because I have to flip that switch that changes the blocks up. Basically, the blocks will either go upwards or downwards. They alternate between blocks of blue and orange. Also gonna light this. Yeah, because you have the switch set up, either the orange blocks are down and the blue ones are up, or vice versa. And also to manage this, you sometimes need to be, ouch. Yeah, careful of the shy guy, number one, ouch. Turn around. Drop that down. Basically hit the bomb there and then wait. Push that up and then go this way. You just have to use that in order to control your access to certain parts of the dungeon. Ouch. And we have to have that happening actually in the rest of the dungeons in this game. There are in the other ones that we've seen before, sort of, but especially now. It's adding more to the puzzle aspect as well. But also in this case, the game is kind of also puzzling you on the story. And also, what does this necessarily mean? And I love this part of the game because in some ways it kind of recontextualizes everything we've seen in it so far. As we're seeing the Wizrubs, we didn't talk about what they do. They disappear and reappear and they shoot orbs out at you. If you have the hook shot, you can shock them and then you can, well, not slash them because they're immune. Use the arrows. But you can also get more arrows going off as far as how it is. Usually you can only hit them with one. Okay, now we do need the upgrade in here, which is right in this chest. Yeah, you got the power bracelet. That's what lets me picking up all those pots, but you need the more powerful one. You feel like you lift an elephant, which I guess they're nodding to here because of the fact they're elephant statues, although in the original game, the original quote was, you feel like you could lift a whale. I don't know if they changed that because they said, hey, we don't know if we want to give an indication of if that suggested being, I don't know, insensitive people who are overweight. I don't know necessarily, and this game doesn't really have a whole lot of aspects to that I can indicate, but I think maybe also, as I said, for some of the translation changes, some of the dialogue changes over the Game Boy game, a lot of them I feel for this game were more because they flow better. In this case, we have these elephant statues, which were that way in the Game Boy game anyway. So in this case, giving you more of a hint of saying, oh, by the way, you can lift an elephant, so suggesting like, hey, you know, I see those elephant statues. Because you might not normally think, and honestly, when I first played this game, I didn't necessarily think that either, saying that, oh yeah, I can pick these things up. But you can, and that's what you need the higher up power bracelet in order to do. So also will open up out different areas. Particularly in here, because the other thing is, one thing I think this game definitely does better than the Game Boy game, is that there's certain doors you have to throw a pot against in order to open. Now they label them, so they have a little pot on them, so you can tell, oh, by the way, I got to throw something into that to open the door. Game Boy games didn't do that, so benefit to this one. So a case of saying, hey, they're going to remake it, what does a remake look like? And Grezzo, who developed this game, they clearly understood that. Although, Grezzo's often done that when it's come to the way they remake Zelda games or have their connection with it. Because they did, okay, they remade Ocarina of Time already. I don't know if they're remaking the new one, doing the new remake, the one on Switch 2 that's coming out in, I'm guessing November, but they said it's this year it's coming out. They remade Ocarina of Time 3D for 3DS. They did Majora's Mask 3D on 3DS, which actually was very contentious to the changes they made. They worked on Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, which came out after this. And it is the most recent new Zelda game. In this case, we have to do something a little clever. You have to have the blocks set up the way I did. In that case, basically jump from the orange blocks, or jump down onto them, and then jump over that one to get your way up here. Yeah, Grezzo also made stuff with Zelda. They made this game. Also, this is the secret medicine. It's a case where you get this when you die. You're able to get full health recovery. In this version, what they do is you sometimes find in chests, if you already have it, they say, oh, you already have it, so you get to put it back in the box. So, it's a case where you won't throw it away if you don't need it. Actually, it's not dissimilar to something that The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess did, where if you have more rupees than you can hold at a time, say, oh, by the way, your wallet's full, so we'll put it back for now. But it means that you don't lose your rupees or lose an item because of something you can upgrade later. Or in this case, if you don't have the medicine. In this case, we got the key. We definitely need that to get our way through this dungeon, no question. Also the great atmosphere, especially this dungeon. I mean, this game has amazing atmosphere, even on the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color, which is amazing to think about, because on Game Boy original, it was in black and white or the green look. But the idea that this game had the atmosphere it had on just that tech was incredible. And then when the Game Boy Color game came out, it added color to this among some other things. And now, in this case, saying, what can they do with a modern game? Semi-modern, because it came out in 2019 for Switch. But the case that it still looks beautiful, the way that the colors go, the way that it's kind of this bright red, but also seeing the way that the shadows are going on the flames on the side there. And also how it's working in concert with the music, especially on this stage. You're seeing this enemy here. He has a little ball there. You gotta be careful because he picks up the ball, he'll toss it, it hurts. But then you have to pick up the ball and toss it right at him. And also try and knock it back far enough so that you can get back to it before he gets to pick it up again. But if he doesn't, he'll pick it up and go that beep beep. Crap. Come on, come on, come on. But in that case, he's kind of scared when you pick it up. He's like, no, I miscalculated, but now he's dead. And now he's the fairy, and there is our midpoint. So in that case, we walk over that tile and go back to the beginning of the dungeon. Okay. Alright, there's some hidden stairs. Let's go down. And also the 2D sections with this, which are... Yeah, this was a first for Zelda. Any of them, they didn't have this. Ouch! Okay, never mind. No, it's not. That's a fucking lie. Because actually, Zelda 2 The Adventure Link on NES had stuff like this. Although, yeah, that game was just insanely hard. Arguably bullshit hard. Although, Gemini96 in our chat, he played through that game on our lunch break last year, and he beat the entire game. And it was quite a sight. He might have potentially locked himself in for doing that for the show, but I'm not going to say, oh yeah, I'm not going to hold him that decision. If he wants to do it at the show, he can do it for the show, but he clearly handled that game really well. And that game is insanely hard. That might be the hardest Zelda game of any of them. Intentionally, I should say. Because there is the CDI Zelda games, particularly Link, The Faces of Evil, and Zelda Wand of Gamelon, that actually do play like Zelda 2. But a case where the design of those games was seen as a problem, and also the idea of what does that game do, because those are the games where Link talks, and he's kind of a case where, yeah, the question's saying, like, hey, he's very, what's the best way to get a sense of this? Semi-whiny or cocky as far as it's saying, like, how about a kiss for luck? But the question, like, is Link gonna be like that? Would that be how Link would be? Also, this is a case where if you go in that door, you go backwards, so it's kind of a repeating maze. So you have to go back the other way. But also maybe the case of saying that Link is maybe thought to be a silent character, and usually he is, in the sense that the intention of Link as a character in the other Zelda games, I know this has been brought up, is the idea that he's intended not to speak, because the thought is that Link is supposed to be, like, why is he named Link? Because Link is supposed to be the link of the player to this world. Almost like Claude from Grand Theft Auto 3, or I think Claude from Grand Theft Auto 3 maybe is a takeoff on Link in this way, in the sense that Claude in that game, and also he cameos in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, he never speaks. But the idea is that basically seeing yourself as far as the player in that character, either of Claude or of Link here, and saying that, okay, I'm the one going through this dungeon, I'm the one doing this in a way, because we don't have Link telling us what does he think about what we read on the mural in the other shrine. What do we think about it? And that can also be different based upon who plays the game, what's their take on that. It could be something different based on if I were to play this game, or if any of you out there would play, you know? And that's the thing about this one in particular, that this is game in particular, for this Zelda game, for Link's Awakening, it is open to a lot of different interpretations. As you got the map. In this case, also, we could switch the blocks up and down. Alright, I'm gonna switch them back, though. And if you have the arrows or the hook shot, you can hit it from a distance. Okay. Also, they are saying, yeah, you need this in order to open the door. Okay, we need one over there as well, but I need to figure what I'm doing there. Okay, there's the compass. Alright, so that'll tell us where chests are, and the only one that's going to be unobtainable for now is the one with the secret medicine. That is, unless I get a case of using my secret medicine. Okay. Okay, here we go. This is a bit of a puzzle that is changed from the Game Boy games. Definitely for the better, although you have to kind of understand how it works. You have these little horse statues, or I guess they're like knights in chess. You throw them, and you have to hit them onto these pressure plates to lock them in. Well, at least in this one. In the original game, how they worked is you threw them down, and you had to get them rotating specifically so they would appear standing up straight. It was kind of random how that worked. In this game, how it works is you have to bounce them onto the pressure plates, and the way to do that is when you throw it normally, you see that they go into a direction, and it is set the way they go based on which it is. So in that case, basically I drop it, and then it goes in a diagonal. So if you throw it in here, boom, it bounces, and it bounces on that. So I do the same thing as far as on that boom, boom, and then bounce down there. And that opens the door over there, but in this case I have to get my way up here. Also, this takes us up to where the rapids were, because yeah, here's the secret seashell. Yeah, I'm collecting those things left and right, which is good, because I do want to get the reward that comes from that. Also, as far as going through here, yeah, there's not much here for now, but I do want to go out this way and see where the next item is. I can also take a look at the map, although as I mentioned, well, okay, I'll look at the map. Yeah, it's a question like, hey, where do I want to go? And since I have the map, you do see every area of the dungeon around, and also since I have the compass, you see where the boss is, which is right here, and where all the items are that you haven't picked up, there's one over there. It's down there. Having said that, I am going to go around, because there is, yeah, okay, we do need, yeah, hear that noise, that does mean there's a key in here. And you get that noise whenever you're running the, compass, or you get the compass in a dungeon. Ouch. Yeah, just wait for the whiz ropes to come back and hit him that way. Okay, so there's another key, so that means that we can open another door. As far as where the door is, we're going to see. I do want to see if I can get that chest over there. And actually, I should be able to get that. Ouch. Okay, just go over this way. Alright, there's the beak. Use that for an owl statue and find it, but I have not actually seen any owl statues. And honestly, at first I was thinking, before I found that, I was first thinking, wait, is there a case where there are no owl statues in this one because we learned so much from the Southern Dungeon from the owl? But in the case of this one, I don't think so. Also, as far as getting over there, I am going to use a bit of a different strategy. I'm going to hit that jump and get over there so I can get the blocks up. And also, since I do have the better power bracelet as far as this, I'm going to pick this up. Okay, I don't know if I need too much of the magic powder for now, but I do want to get the set. Alright, you can't slice through the walls anymore. The Game Boy games you could, this one you can't. And also the light will go out soon enough. Alright, I'm going this way. Ouch. In that case, let's use the rock sphere to do the jumping. Oh, there you go. It's not coming over here. Also, pause. Let's take a look at where the map is. Okay, that's all right. That's where that power bracelet is. Or the upgraded, the more powerful bracelet was. Okay, so let's take a look at the map to see where we need to go next. We do need to go over there, and then, right, because we need to go up there, but we need to also find our way through, and I think the way through actually is over there. So this might be one of those cases where, well, first off, I'm going to move the magic powder off that. Actually, no, I'll show one other thing. I'm going to play the Mambo's Mambo. Because if you use it in a dungeon, I've not shown how it works in a dungeon, it takes you back to the beginning. Or you can choose to have it take you back to the beginning. Game Boy games, you played it, you went back no matter what you did, but in that case, I'm choosing to do it. In that case, I'm going here, that'll warp me over that point. I'm going to see if I can get my way over there as far as climbing over there. Because we did see where the boss key is, but I need to go a different direction in order to make that happen. There you go. Here we go. Right, because there's a key in this room. So you have to get rid of the floor tiles. But in this case, I gotta be careful because those are pits down there, and if I fall down there, I'm gonna get myself hurt. Ouch. So I have to wait it out and basically let myself get set so I can get the key. Which jumps right there, so in that case, I gotta make that jump specifically. As far as item, let's run the hook shot. Okay, there we go. And use the key to open the locked door or the one with the blocks. And now we need to go here. Like, there's the L statue right there. We'll probably run it out a little later. Alright, there are the horses again. So take care of them. Actually, in some ways, even though it's not necessarily explicitly chess-based, it just kind of reminded me of the chess puzzle that we had in the forest in Medieval, which we played last year. And I do want to start, I don't want to start, I want to get Medieval 2 and play that at some point. Because I have not played it. And it is a case where, yeah, I've been playing that on the PlayStation 4 or 5 because it's available digitally on that. It's not on PlayStation 3, and since they're shutting down the PlayStation 3 store next year or next month if you're in Latin American countries, we are going to play that. Also, the Poles voice Little Bunny Rabbits, I think we can blow it up with a bomb, I believe. In the NES game, well, the thought is that they hated noise, and on the Famicom version of it, you were able to use the microphone in one of the controllers to destroy them. Because you yell into it, and they die. In this case, we have, like, the dongo things. What are they? They just drop the bomb in their mouth before they go, but sometimes they'll look at it and it's like, no, I'm not going over there. Yeah, these very bulbous things. I do like how they look, but also cases where they definitely look really weird. But as I mentioned, that kind of fits for this game. Not that Zelda doesn't have weird stuff to it. It does. But especially this one. I think this one leans into it more than any of the others. But also in a way that it isn't just weirdness for weirdness' sake. Maybe that's a cool thought. I'm thinking like, hey, you know, they're gonna go strange, and then people say like, oh, they're just being strange for no reason. But no, it really fits, I think, with the milieu of this one. And it's 3 bombs, they blow up into fairies. Oh no! Turn around and eat it, there you go. Also, they're a little more, yeah, they'll look at it and it's like, yeah, I don't want to eat that, which is not how the Game Boy game was. They weren't as discerning. Yeah, they're basically like the little Dodongo worms. Because like the Dodongos in the other Zelda games, they eat the bombs, and they don't like that. Got it. Okay, that's our way out over there, but I need to go this way. Here we go, because we need to have the hook shot to get through here. I got the key set. And we have this box, as we're pointing out, there is an owl statue there. I'm gonna take a talk to him, because he's gonna tell you something specifically. So open the treasure chest, use pots around it. Some cases there, this is I think one of the only chests in the game where you actually cannot open it. I'm hitting A. It's not doing anything. You just have to pick the chest up, toss it right in, that busts it off, open, and we got the boss key. Okay, so we can go to the Nightmare's Lair now, and I do want to check just to see anything else that we're missing aside from the secret medicine. I can't get that secret medicine, so I'm gonna have to leave it. Let's see. I'm trying to think what the best way to get there is. Okay, I need to go. That was one of the stairs. That's the stairs that takes me here. It does not label that, but you can also put markers down on the map to remind yourself where things are. What do you think about this? I need to go to... that was the way up to where the seashell was. I'm over here. Yeah, let's just go back to where we came. I'll find my way back. It's not too bad. Actually, wait, I can't go back that way. So, alright, I have to go to... I'm trying to remember. I don't think that's the one, is it? Actually, no, maybe it is. Sorry, let's play Mambo's Mambo just to cut out the middleman. So I'll do that. We'll go back to the entrance, and then we'll go over to the transport point, because I think that's where we gotta go. I have everything we need to get our way through there. I just need to do it now. Also, as far as this boss, we do need bombs, so I need to grab those. In that case, I'm also doing a long jump using the Pegasus boots. Yeah, here we go. It's this way. Which on the Game Boy games, because of the limitation on buttons, you had to map your buttons specifically and also turn your sword off when you did it. Not in this one. Okay, here we go. This is the way through. Also, since there are some of these that don't have lights on, I'm gonna put them on. But you can see the great shadows going on. Well, let's light up the room. Why not? Right, because they die and they turn to fairies. But that one did. Let's go into the boss. Let's get our, I'll keep the Rock's Feather out and we've got the bombs. Let's go. Okay, so I've referenced this multiple times on the show before when we played Crazy Balloon from Taito. I'm trying to remember the other case. Yeah, he's talking too much again. It's like Face from Nick Jr., so in this case, yeah, Facade as he's called. Instead of telling you what's next on Nick Jr. and doing the bop, he's gonna try and kill you. So what you do is blow his face up. Except, right, in this version, he has the 4 panels, so in that case, he can knock the bombs away. So in that case, drop the bomb and then slice, 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 so he doesn't do that. On Game Boy, it takes 5 bombs, but I think this one's a little more. And also, it'll sometimes play around with the ground, so in that case, it'll make holes in the floor. Yeah, he takes more hits in this one. So there's a tool of the difficulty a little bit differently. And also, they give you hero mode if you want it to be even harder. But alright. There you go. Alright, we got him. Listen up. If the windfish wakes up, everyone on this island will be gone forever. So he's saying that what we saw in the mural is true. And I do mean everything. Okay, but do you believe it? Alright, here we go. We got him. Fantastic. Okay. So there's our heart container. We're done. Okay, so next up we're gonna go to the mountains. But first we got a nice little triangle. A coral triangle in particular. This is the 6th instrument of the sirens, which we were told we need these instruments in order to wake the windfish. Now the question is saying, like, do we actually want to wake them up? I mean, we do. We got to go home. But the question is saying that, does our ability to go home, you know, make the lives of everybody else around here less important? Because Facade there is saying, yes, it's going to kill them, or it's going to get rid of them. Everything's going away. Mountain, go to the mountain. Yeah, something calls from the mountains. Alright, so that's where we're going to go next. If there's the L. Alright, what's up? The many monsters of this island fear the windfish about to awaken. Okay, he's saying that they're afraid of that, saying like, oh, that's gonna get rid of us. The power of the monsters is real. They may conquer the island, destroy their foes, and if we don't do that, that's gonna be the end of everybody anyway. Go to the mountain tower and fly like a bird. Yeah, before we do that, though, we actually have to go back to Mobby Village. Also, I'm gonna take a look at my seashell count. Okay, I'm at... Okay, there's where the seashell mansion is. It's literally over there. I'm playing the ocarina. We're going over there. Yeah, because I collected 10 more from the 15 we had. I think it's usually every 10 or so you get another reward. So I'm gonna go get them. I take Teeth of Power and, yeah, kill the mob and run through. I get the money just because I may as well have as much money as I can have. Okay, stay on the pedestal in the Seashell Mansion. Let's see what we got. Okay, not quite yet. We're getting there, but, not yet. Okay, so let me also think of some other stuff going in the menu. Oh, yeah, they mark off the map when you've gone to places or haven't gone to places. But in that case, there we go. So there's the ancient ruins we went to, the Rapids Ride. We have to go to the mountain, but as far as going to the mountain, we have to go back to Mobby Village first. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else in the pothole. Okay, the pothole field is where we got the Song of Not Wart. Martha's Bay, we've basically done everything. The Color Dungeon. Dompe Shack, we'll do that, probably next time. Yeah, I don't know if there's gonna be a whole lot you need to get going right now. Actually, there isn't, because we need to get something out of Mobby Village. But there's really not much else we can do until we get that. Yeah, there's nothing really else. Okay. We go back to a Cuckoo Prairie, which is just outside the village. I mean, I suppose we could also go back to Trendy Game. You know what? I'll go back there since we're here. Though before we do that, I'm gonna push this statue out of the way. Yeah, because the secret of what we need to do in order to get over there. Yeah, we see this dead skeleton. Or the just skeleton that looks like a bird. I guess it died here. Yeah, we're gonna give it life. We're gonna play the Song of Soul. Yeah, so Mamu was not just lying to us as far as his song. Because, yeah, this, yeah, that song has the power to bring things back from the dead. So, yeah, the rooster's recovered. He seems healthy and friendly. Okay, so we have to have the rooster. When you pick him up, you're able to fly around like this. You do need this in order to get to the next dungeon. So, in that case, you have to go get him. That being said, I wonder what the Trendy Game Man thinks of that. Not that there's really going to be much use. I mean, we showed last time when you go on a date with Marin, she comes in here, she's able to pick up the guy, and he's like, yeah, you're an expert, what are you doing? Trendy Game, one play, 100 rupees, or 10 rupees. Thank God it's not 100 rupees. We're going to go for the boo. Okay, I'm going to go for the boo, and I'm also going to go for the... I'm gonna start with the bow. That's the next figurine. By the way, when you beat every dungeon, a new figurine is available at the Trendy Game. And hopefully he'll hold out. I don't think he's thick enough to go through the sides, because they can go through the sides. Alright, so there's Boo. Challenge again? Sure, let's go for the powder. Although, honestly, I could just go to the forest and get powder from the witch. I just have to time this. Let's drop it. That'll work, I think. Okay, got it. But whether it's gonna hold, I don't know. Okay, I've been lucky tonight with it not slipping out. Honestly, the things that slip out the easiest are the hearts and the rupees. It's worth pointing out, for getting all the figurines, you do need to complete the game in order to do it. As far as spooky ghosts go, though, the Boo is pretty cute. And the Boo doesn't want to hear that, but having said that, yeah, here's magic powder to get 10 uses. Sorry, to rupee a usage of that, not bad. Okay. So now, I gotta remember where Boo is. I don't remember which house he's in. I'm trying to remember if he's in Ulrira's house. Yeah, you call him up, and he gives you hints, but if you talk to him in person, he's too nervous. He says, call me outside. Sorry, I can't talk. That's Cheep Cheep. I don't remember where Boo is. Blooper. As I said, I thought it's Blooper from Mario, not Blooper, but either way. It's either there, or it's both of the Bow Wow takes as far as in Madame Meow Meow's house. Piranha Plant. Oh, right, it's up in Papala's house once again. Papala and his wife, I'll go indicate the name of her, because she was not named in the original, or she wasn't explicitly named, but in this one, they do give the names of characters when you talk to them, which I do love that. And then we'll go up to the next dungeon. Because I think we're going to beat this game as far as going to the dungeons tonight, at least. Alright, Shy Guy goes there. Boo goes right here. Okay, here we go. It's looking you in the eye and still smiling. Yeah, that's a nod to the fact in the Mario games, the case that the Boos are very shy, so if you look at them in the face, they put their eyes up and look away, but then, and they stay still. But the idea is that when you have your back turned, they come towards you, can surprise you. Hi. Yeah, thanks again as far as that. Right, Mamasha. Yeah, it's Mamasha and Papal. There they are. Yeah, in that case, also, we just have ourselves and our nice little rooster. There you go. That also could be something for the thumbnail. I think that's how I'll put the thumbnail together for the upload of this. Okay. Ouch, sorry, yeah, you hit the Kuko. Let's see. Okay, so I just want to check on my items. Okay, so you know what? Okay, no. Actually, you know what? I wonder. I want to put some to the test. I'm gonna go out and I'm actually gonna do the trade-off for the boomerang. Because there is something you can do with the rooster that's unique, and I do want to show that. But also, my thought is this, which is that if I give him the magic powder, it doesn't necessarily matter, because I can just go get more, I think. I just want to put this to the test. Alright, so let's put the powder on Y. Hi. Oh, wait, no, I do want to give this to you. I want to give you... it's on Y. Oh, he won't take it. Shit, he won't take that either. The intention, by the way, is you're supposed to give him the shovel, but I don't want to give him the shovel because the shovel will... Oh, shit. Yeah, no, he's not taking anything else. You know, I'll give him the shovel. Yeah, I do want to show this thing about... Okay, good. You want to trade it, come back. I guess because the magic power is something you need to beat the game. You need to beat this to beat the game too. Okay, here's the trick. The thing with the boomerang, you hit Y button, you toss it out. This is insanely powerful in this game. It stuns things and it kills them really quickly. But here's the deal with the rooster. If you have this, toss the boomerang out, pick the rooster up, you go flying. Oh no, right, this game doesn't do it. On the Game Boy game, what happens is that if you do that, you throw that out, you pick up the rooster, you basically fly around, and the boomerang will hang around, and it will be gone. Yeah. Motherfucker. Alright, fine, I'll give you that. I knew it was a case where, yeah, he's gonna try and steal my... Oh, fine, he charges you money for... Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, right! Okay, never mind. Oh, never mind. Okay, that's fine. Oh, that's good. Oh, right. Okay, never mind. This is actually better than the Game Boy game. I forgot that happened. It's almost like the item rental that Link Between Worlds does. Because, yeah, okay, the idea is you're supposed to swap what he gives you on B button. He wants you to buy the item that you traded him. But in this case, I just bought the shovel back, so I don't have to actually worry about that. So actually, that was fine. Okay, never mind. Don't throw away my boomerang, or do, I guess. No, we can't throw it away. It's something we need. Okay, so that was actually a good thing. My case is saying, like, I don't want to pay him just to lose the shovel. But that's only the Game Boy versions. This one, you can have that set, and it makes sense, because Okay, I don't want to do that. Necessarily. I'll put to that. I'll also put the Rock's Feather there and the shovel there. No, that's good because remember, you have to get, they give you the incentive of doing the collection of the seashells here in a way that they didn't in the other one. So the idea is you're supposed to knock off the shovel because eventually, like, oh, you don't need it anymore. But this one you do need it if you're doing searching for the seashells, and there are more of them. So actually, there you go. That was a good thing. It's all right. That was the right way to go. I forgot that was it. I was under the Game Boy mentality. So all right, then that's how you're supposed to do it. Trade him for that, and then say, okay, fine, I'll pay $300 or 300 rupees, I should say, and then you get that. Okay, so I'm getting an indication that there's the seashell here, but where is it? I'm gonna dig in the ground. I'm gonna see if I can't find it here. Is there anywhere that goes off? That will be where I gotta go. We're close enough. And I don't run into the trees, I guess. Yeah, because I used the run into the tree. Let's try that again. Does nothing on that one. Okay, it's here. Oh, wait a minute. That's probably it. It's like dug up on the beach. Hang on. It says in that case, I'm trying to dig at it. It's not doing anything. So, it's probably here somewhere. Maybe right there. Okay, I don't know where it is unless it's over there. I thought I got that last time. I mean, it's fine. We'll do a cleanup later, so I'm not gonna waste too much time getting it. Okay, that being said, with the rooster, there are a couple things I do want to do. We have to use that to get to the next dungeon, but also on the way, I do want to go to Candle Castle because there's a distance that I actually can't make without the rooster. But if you run away too far, the rooster will eventually catch up to you, so don't worry. So you can't lose it, is the point. The Candle Castle's over here, and we do need to also make our climb of the mountain. We'll do that in a second. Ouch. I still can't get over the idea of saying, I do remember that with the thing with the shovel. I thought I was like, no, I have to choose not to have it, but apparently not in this game. Also, I hear... Oh, there it is. Okay. I heard that go off, and it's like, where is that? Yeah, I guess I really want those seashells, don't I? But it's also fun to do, and I guess that goes to something with Zelda, because, really, we have not played a Zelda game fully until now. It's been like 4 years since we did Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. And we do Ocarina of Time again, I'll indicate that. I don't know if I'll indicate it in tonight's show, but we're indicating again, like, what that's about. Or why we're doing it again. Not just because of the remake. The remake is going to be handled as a separate thing. We do need to use this to get up here, or use the hook shot, which I believe you could do in the original, but I don't remember it completely. Another seashell. We got tons of these things. Where are we on seashells? 27. I mean, we're here. Let's do it. I'll check because I'm here. And then we'll go up to the mountains. Ouch. Also, you do fly a little lower in this one when you're hanging on to the I was gonna say seagull, the rooster. You go up way higher in the sky and usually are able to avoid hits in the original game, but not in this one. Oh, that's the warp point. I can just walk onto that and use it. Sorry, let's put in these. Okay, almost. Like 1 or 2 more. We're almost to the next level. Actually, wait a sec. I think... Okay, because you get the top award... The best... Or the thing that you really want to get off of this is not the top award. Basically, you get all of them, you get something better. Or not something better. You get something extra, like a heart piece, I think. But... We're actually pretty close to the final reward, honestly. I think it's only 30. In the Game Boy game, it's 20. So we'll see it tonight, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because I'm not even halfway through the... As I said, it's not a set thing. When we do multi-part games, I always say at least 5 hours. Unless we're done early or something. But for this, Yeah, we're not even halfway through the show, and I'm that close to it. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to climb the mountain, and the way to climb the mountain is, well, first off, this is where the egg of the windfish is. It's up here. I'll just give a brief indication. So there it is. We gotta wake that thing up later, and I guess see what happens. But for now, we have to go up the mountains. We're going this way. Yeah, and the rooster's down there. It's like, yeah, what's that other bird doing? Oh, no, he doesn't care. You're passing out east, but you're almost there. Go east. The windfish is getting restless. Okay. All right, we'll get that going. Now, we've been up here before a little, but we need the rooster to make the gap for a couple of these things. In that case, as we make the walk... Yeah, feel free to go anything else that's on your minds as we go. And also other stuff with Zelda, other stuff with anything else. I mean, honestly... yeah, tonight, there's not really a whole lot more to go into on this game that we haven't talked about yet. Although I am going to use this. You can use the hook shot to get this. Since I have the rooster, I'm just going to fly over. And grab more rupees. Yeah, I guess there's other stuff going on in terms of gaming. I mean, stuff of new releases that are out. This week was Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resync, the remake of Assassin's Creed 4 that came out. I know Jalico announced 2 classic game compilations they're working on. They also said they're up new, they have games in that they haven't announced. I don't know if they'll be able to get going, maybe a Tetris license to get Tetris Plus back. I know we talked about that when we played Tetris Plus on Saturn, in the case of saying, can we get this game coming back? He was like, yeah, where's the re-release of this? I agree, I'd like to see that. Let's see. I mentioned the Sony stuff from last week, in the sense of saying, Sony saying, yeah, there's another shell here, but I don't know how to get it. I think it's in that hole, but I don't know how to get over there. Basically, that they're going to stop producing discs in 2028, and I know a lot of people are insanely outraged about that, and feel like Sony is unbelievably hypocritical because they used the fact that Microsoft positioned the fact that they were going to be, you know, I guess... trying to do that sort of with the Xbox One, doing a lot of things, saying, oh, we want a console cycle by saying we're not going to do that, and now they're doing everything that Microsoft said they would do, and then the idea of like how that's going to go. People are outraged at Sony. People I know who said we basically are never buying anything from Sony again, and we're mad we bought the PlayStation 4, to which I say, don't blame me, I bought an Xbox One. So, having said that, as we got another maze, we have to get some items out of this. I don't know how that's going to go, how Microsoft's going to react, and that's a fake box because there's an enemy in it, so in that case, kill him. Alright, there is something in it technically with a piece of power. The PS3 store that's closing down for good, we did talk about that years ago, and if if the room's not looking right for you to get everything... Alright, you have to open up all the chests before you leave. So in that case, go there. There's the rooster. Let's go this way. Actually, no, alright, I gotta change this as far as how it is. Yeah, we talked a couple years ago the fact that Sony was going to close down the PlayStation 3 and PSP and Vita stores. The PSP store has been closed for a while, but they did say this week, yeah, we're going to close the PS3 and Vita case of it. I mean, to be fair, it's been 20 years for the PS3, so I kind of get it, and I'm not going to say, like, that's unreasonable. The disc thing, that's a bit of a question, although, I mean, they're saying that they have seen more sales on digital games than on physical ones, but also the question is saying, like, hey, if it's a digital-only game, does that mean that basically people are not going to be able to trade it with people, which Sony made their video that basically said, oh, we're not going to be like Microsoft in doing that, and now they're saying, oh no, we are going to do that and worse, as is. Actually, wait, that's not the right way. I guess how Nintendo's going to take that, even people I know who are anti-game key cards of the Switch, of which technically this game is a Switch 2 game key card, really think about it. because you have to go online in order to even operate it with the new patch. And it basically the game's unplayable if you don't do that. As far as this, basically I'm saying like, hey, at least it's something, but we'll see how that goes. I mean, that's gonna be a question of like what that's gonna have happen on as is. And then Grand Theft Auto 6 being a digital-only game because they were hacked for a while, as far as how it was. I want to go that way, that way, that way. Actually, maybe I have to go... oh, I think I have to come down from the bottom. Okay, never mind. Wait, do I? Actually, you know what? I can just try and get my way out. So, you know what? I'll tell you, I'm not going to bother doing it. I'm just going to go that way. I'm going to get my way out. And I'll just come in from the bottom again. Alright, so if I want to get my way out, I'm basically just going to push that. Oh, that's not right. This goes to the idea that Zelda can be a bit of a mind-teasing game in the sense of saying, hey, what do I have to do? And where I have to go. No, that's not right either. Oh, I don't think it is. Hang on. Yeah, no. Okay, so, alright. I just want to get my way out now. Okay, so... Oh, just do this. There you go. That's easy. Okay, now we'll come back in from down here and do it this way, and then we'll get everything in here. Because you do need to do that in order to get, I believe it's 100 piece of this. We'll find out. Push that, open that. It's a enemy, so kill the enemy. Open that, that's an enemy too. Kill him. Now... That's fine, because you can push that there. I'll push that one down. I'll push... that there. I can't push that up. I push that there, there. And then now, okay, there we go. Now I can go this way. Push this down, and we got it. Okay, sometimes you have to sit there and think as far as how it is in order to get the nice item. Alright, never mind, it's a silver rupee. So I get 100 rupees. I'll take that. Free money, not gonna complain. There we go. Oh, there we go, got another seashell. And then as soon as I hit 30, we're going back to the other thing, even if it's a case where I'm not... well, actually, there is a warp point by the dungeon. So at that point, we'll turn that on, and then we'll get our way through. Okay. Yeah, in this case, I don't care anymore, so let's go this way. Fantastic. Alright. Yeah, sometimes you do have to kind of sit down and think, so in that way, this game is also capturing that aspect of Zelda, saying like, how the puzzle's going, but not a case where it's really frustrating, or when it is annoying and frustrating, it's the kind of thing me think like, oh, I should have understood how to do that sooner. So in that case, the way that they designed that, so it is kind of a thinking game. You're near the eagle's tower. Beware of the bird. Uh-oh. Alright, so up here is where that is. Yeah, right there. That's the tower. And this is where we need the rooster for. Actually, one thing I didn't show, which I probably should have as far as the rooster. Ouch. There's another area on the mountain to go towards. Let's see. Hang on. Right. Okay. This is what we need to do as far as getting across. As far as the rooster, you need to grab this and fly across. That, or I guess you can... Right, you can also use the hook shot, but I know there's another part they intend you to use the rooster to do this. Alright, no, we need to use that in order to get here, but there's another place in order to get up there. We need to have that. Oh, wait, no, I need bombs. I got bombs. Fantastic. That means that before I bust that, or if I go in there, I'm gonna go in here. Unless this is where I need to go. Actually, that might need to... That might be it. So let's go the other way. Okay, well that's sort of a benefit. Yeah, still got plenty of pep. Yeah, basically she won't recover you if you have full hearts. Although in the Game Boy game, she's just not there. She's like, yeah, she's on her union break or something. Okay, so let's climb up here. There we go. Actually, it almost looks like Facade from the Face Shrine a little bit over there. Ouch! Get out of the way. I want them dead. Even though it's a case where I don't think it matters when it comes to, you know, keys or anything. Because, yeah, there's no keys on the overworld. Okay, let me rephrase that. There's no keys as far as opening dungeon. Because you do get the keys to the dungeons around. Actually, right, because that's right, I don't have the key for this. Because I don't think I... Yeah, I don't. I gotta go get the key for this. Right, so actually we can't do this. It's bird keyhole. So alright, I'm thinking ahead. Let me grab him. I'm gonna float here. Yeah, if you jump off of that, you're gonna fall down there, you go down there. I don't want to do that yet. Alright, so we found it. I did go over here a little too early. So I do need to go the other way. Right, because you need the rooster to get the bird key. It's not that you need him to get over there, you need him to get the bird key. It's over. Last one, perhaps? Oh no, almost last one. Okay, yeah, go up this way. Oh, right, I think it's over there. Did you hear this great music for the Tall Tall Mountain? It has kind of a bit of a Latin flair in here, which I do love, though. We have the castanets going on the soundtrack. Okay, we do need to go here, because this is basically the bird shack. Hi. Wow, amazing. Yeah, he's the henhouse keeper. Amazing, that rooster's actually flying, just like I said, huh? Right, if you come here, if you don't know to go and recover the rooster, come here, he'll tell you. Try to hold him over your head. Sure have. Right, there's the Tresser. Also, they extend the music out in this one. We have, like, a whistle on the soundtrack, which is really nice. Alright, well, let's fly away. Also, the other thing is that, yeah, you use the hook shot to get around there, but... yeah, we do need to use that, but you can also just use the bird. The rooster, I should say. Whoop, let's go. Okay, here we go. We're getting somewhere with this thing. Okay, there we go. That's it. And let's throw the rock off the mountain. Okay, one more, and we'll be able to go get the reward. Actually, wait, maybe we can't yet. Oh, wait, that's where we went already. Okay, so we have to go the other way. Yeah, let's just take the rooster. Let's go flying. Why not? It's slower, but that's fine. You're not really using this thing for speed, but also when you're holding on to them, you're vulnerable, so you can't hit anything. Actually, question. I want to see this. Okay, you do still pick up the piece of power when you're doing that. Oh. Right, it's over there, though. I think it's in that hole, but I don't know how to get there. Alright, there's stairs. Let's go this way. Right, here we go. Also, there's a bomb wall down there, so let's go hit that. Yeah, there's bug underneath that. Oh, right, I hit the rooster, not the skull for the bug. Okay. Here's where things are going to get a little more complicated when it comes to kind of going back and forth around in order to... Okay, first off, that's where the heart piece is. So you come around here. We saw it for a while, and for years it tortured me, saying, like, where is it? But then you find that bomb wall. It's like, oh yeah, it's over here. So everything in the mountain is kind of connected that way, but you do need to go specific directions in order to find your way. So maybe I'm going the wrong way. Oh no, I'm not going the wrong way. Oh, right. Okay, no, now I remember where I have to go. Actually, this is a shortcut off the mountain, or getting off of the mountain specifically, but also where we're going to need to go later on. Okay, so I'm kind of going out of the way, but having said that, I do want to check one thing quick. Get rid of that. So I do have the rooster, and I usually can't go this way. I'm going to take this path and see. Oh, there's nothing over there. Okay, so actually, I remember now. I need to go to the animal village. That's where the bird key is. Yeah, see, this is also what I meant when I said, hey, the end of the game, the last couple dungeons. As much as I know and love this game and memorize most of it, not all of it. This is one of the parts I don't. Yeah, you gotta be careful with rocks, but I'm saying, I don't care, let's just keep going. Oh, maybe we can get the last one of these here. Sure can, let's go, there's 30. Alright, we'll do that as well. I'm basically just gonna go as far as I can on this. And then we'll go back, because actually there's a part where we can't get past. In fact, I think this is it. Oh, this will get some money. I'll take that. Oh, good. Okay, so I can at least get the magic powder upgrade. Because we got the bombs and the arrows. In this case, let's take the magic powder. As far as getting a full run on that. Alright, so this wasn't a case of being worthless to do this. Yeah, I'm ready. Hit me. There's only one thing to get hit with, it's that. Okay, so alright, it's not 60, it's 40, so we do have max magic powder now. Okay, so that was definitely worth a trip. But we can't go much further from here. That being said, I will show off what I can going across here. And I think there's the heart piece. Yeah, there is. So just grab that heart piece. We've got that set. And then we'll go that way. I'll show where we have to go, which is in here. This actually is a case where we have to go here for progression. But without the item from the next dungeon, we can't get past where we're going to go. The bottom wall we can, but what's behind here we can't. Okay, here we go. We got that fire. Here's the thing. Let's put our shield up. Yeah, nothing's happening. We have to get something else in order to get our way through. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, there isn't a warp point here, but in that case, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I am going to actually use the pin on the map, so... Yeah, actually, can I just zoom in? Yeah, I can. Okay. Let's do a zoom in. I'll put a pin down, hit the A button. You can put something here saying, like, what is this? You can also get a sense of saying, you put up 30 of these. So put that down there so I'll know, like, yeah, that's where we're going to go. In this case, we come back here, but alright, there you go. I'm getting that sense of the seashell again. You know, honestly, though, I don't really care, because I'm going to get my way of getting what I need. So let's go back to the mansion. But that's the other thing. Even though it seems like I'm kind of wasting time, it could be viewed that way. Maybe it's not, because honestly with Zelda, it's something you can kind of play this game at your own pace, saying like, okay, I could go for progression. I was trying to go for progression, admittingly, but I was like, oh wait, I gotta do this. Oh wait, I gotta do this. But then saying that, oh, I found some other things that actually were very beneficial to me. And especially now that I got 30 of these things, this should be all I need for the final reward. Or the final reward aside from the extras. Also, like the Game Boy game, I believe you had to get it on direct count. You got more, you got screwed out. But in this case, I don't think we did. Okay, never mind. Okay, I do have to go further than this. That's Chamber Stone. Okay, no, it's the top one. I don't think. But no, the top one is a case where that's going to be the reward you need. Yeah, because you need double the shells in this game that you had on Game Boy. I guess so they balance it out a bit more, so it's a case where you don't have it too early. But also, a lot of the seashells you're seeing here are not in the Game Boy game. So basically, intentionally add more. There's 50 compared to the, I think, 30 that the Game Boy game has. And you don't get any rewards after the top one, but in this case you do. Okay, so let's go to the because I unlocked this last time. In this case, yeah, I'll use the hook shot to get over here. We're going back to the animal village. I have to go in the cave behind it, which is, yeah, down this way. And after that, we'll go back to the, yeah, I don't know where it is. I'm not gonna say I don't care where it is, but I'm saying that I'm gonna look around over here first. Right, we have to go in this cave, and in this cave, it's here. Right, here we go. Yeah, because you were here last time. What you need to do is you need to go here. You have to blow that up and use the hook shot, or use the bird to get over here. But I guess then... Yeah, I guess you don't need the bird then, but... Oh, wait, hold on. No. This is not right. Okay, I'm thinking right in the sense that I need to do that as far as with the bird somewhere. But I need that for the heart piece. Either the bird or the hookshot method. Wait a second, hold on. Actually, you know what? I'll tell you what we'll do. This is also a good excuse to go see Ocarina. He'll tell us where we need to go. Because I haven't shown him tonight, so I may as well. And his world isn't too massive, so it's a case where you're saying, hey, you know, you're kind of going around. It's not going to be too hard to make some progress. Alright, let's go back here. So here we go. Here's the... You're looking for the phone house, and that's what you call Ocarina. So yeah, he's shy when you talk to him in person, but when you call him up, he's a chatterbox. Let's go. Hi. Doing great. Your efforts will end soon. Hey, visit the hen house on the mountain. There's a cave nearby with something important in it. Okay. So there you go. So he gives you the hint saying that that's where you need to go. So let's go over there. So hen house. We did go to the hen house. Let's go back to Dompe's shack, and we will make the climb on the mountain again. I was trying to think if there's a quicker way up. I don't think so. Alright, so back over there, there's a cave there, and that's where we find it. Okay, right, because it is on the mountain. If nothing else, this will get us to 5 hours as far as going through the rest of the dungeons. And then we'll also do... I guess we'll just beat the game tonight, then. And then next time, we'll look at the Game Boy Color stuff, and then we'll also start the Dompe quest, and I guess do other cleanup. Because my thought, just to go into this briefly, I was thinking last month, when we played this, I said, I forgot that the Dompe quest in this game is pretty meaty. Because basically what it is, the camera shop was in the Game Boy Color game. The Game Boy game had nothing as far as that, but this one they have Dompe's shack. You see Dompe the Gravekeeper from Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, and you basically tell him about your adventures. You have, you basically are able to kind of create your own dungeons from rooms of the dungeons that you see in this game based upon that. And you get those stone slabs, the ones I've been picking up tonight. You get those, and you're able to kind of put a dungeon together. If you go through challenges, you can kind of make your own dungeons, sort of, kind of, based on, like, the bits and pieces. And also, you go through challenges, and there's heart pieces in there. My thought was saying I'm going to need an off-screen show for that. Because just like last year, to let you all know, okay, this is where we need to go. In another case, I had to do another block pushing thing, or rock pushing thing to get my way over there. But just to let you know, just like last year, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be out half of September, so I need off-screen content. Yeah, there it is. That's the bird key. And we do need the bird to get over there. But my thought was that this is going to be part of it, but I don't think it's going to be. So, alright. Yeah, use the bird here. Fly over here. Yeah, because there's no way to use the hook shot as far as this. Now, here we definitely can't use anything else. You do need the rooster to get over here to fly. And in that case, there's the bird key. We're all set. Fantastic. Now we can get into the Eagle's Tower. So as I said, my thought was thinking that, oh, I'd have to do that off screen, but I don't think so. I think we'll get a full show next time showing that off. It's basically just going to be that, I think. That and the Game Boy Color showcase. And I think that'll be the finale, honestly. And the cleanup as well. But I'll do as much of it as I can as far as the cleanup tonight, although I guess I'm inadvertently doing it now. And then for that off-screen content, we're going to come back to Final Fantasy XIV. Because as I mentioned, we're not doing it live on the show until next year because of how Evercold's coming out. But for this, I'll take the rooster. We'll go back the way we came as far as this because we're all set now. We're going to have off-screen stuff. I'm going to go through probably a couple of dungeons and get myself to level 30 to get my job set. I know Chasm22 and AG42 and Crescendo64 know that. And Crescendo64, he will be involved with me running dungeons for that. We're trying to figure that out. I thought I was going to be able to do it last weekend. I couldn't, as it turned out. So I'm going to figure that out, and that's basically going to be our off-screen content for the first 2 weekends of September, just to let y'all know. We're still going to have shows going on every week for the next, for the rest of this month, and also for next month as well. And we'll get into that more on schedule, as is the case, but just to give you a little bit of a heads up. Okay, so yeah, in this case, I can also get my way over there not too bad. So in that case, I guess I did the hard part already by saying, let me get this stuff set now. Ouch. So in that case, we can just beeline it. Okay, so yeah, we're almost there, and in fact, we're here right now. I thought there was a work point here that was added in this. Oh wait, there is on the last dungeon, but maybe on this one, I don't remember if there is. Okay, sorry, we got the key we need to open this. So here's the bird key. Let's put this in. Boom. Finally. Alright, we gotta twist it around, then we can get our way in. Oh, I made it. Rooster, you stay out here. Yeah, we need. This is a challenge we need to do alone. We're definitely in a challenge. We're at the Eagle's Tower. This is level 7 out of 8. The second to last dungeon, they're not screwing around with this one because this is very labyrinthian. Again, the atmosphere is amazing here. You hear the music going on. There are multiple levels of this thing, and the first thing you need to do is you need to take the pillars down in place. We're probably saying, like, yeah, what am I talking about? We'll see in a little bit. At the very least, let's grab keys. I'm not going to go in any doors yet. We do need to use these to go everywhere, but first I want to hold these and just get a sense of how I want to route this. Yeah, this in the next dungeon, you want to route this thing as much as you can. And that means holding off your keys for a little bit. I would suggest doing that. Also, yeah, you can kill the wizards by tossing pots at them. But in that case, I can't really do much going that way, so let's go this way. Okay, never mind. I guess I gotta use this one. Okay, so I have to use the key here. Yeah, so much for my advice saying hold your keys, but in this case, I didn't have a choice. Alright, here we go. Right, because here's the deal. I have to grab this in order to open that up. You have to grab that ball. It's an iron ball, and there are going to be pillars around. There's 4 of them. We have to destroy it with this thing. You just grab that and go. Okay, here we go. This pillar. Here we go. There are 4 of these things. You have to toss the ball into it and knock it down. Ouch. Oh, right. Also, if you fall, I forgot, on this stage, you don't die if you fall down. You fall down to the last level. We also need to do that in certain cases. Also, again, the thing with the switches, so you gotta be set as far as how you want to handle this. But I got the beak early, so in that case, when I find an owl statue or able to reach it, I'll be set. Or I can use the hook shot here to get my way across. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Can you move, please? Actually, you know what? I'll shoot him with arrows. He takes a lot of arrows. Maybe I don't want to use the arrows. Yeah, get my way over here. Also, yeah, tossing pots into the mummies, really any enemy, is extremely strong. Wait, there we go. Okay, so we got the stuff set. Also, yeah, in this case, I do also want to set this, because in this case, you do have to walk across these for certain things. That's one way we can go up. I want to check some areas around here first. Okay, that's... there you go. We can hit that, and we can switch these over. Actually, I'm gonna do that. Also, yeah, there's a creature. That looks like Kirby, and it is supposed to be Kirby, but he also looks really weird. Ouch! You jump off the floor above to reach the chest on the table. So yeah, in that case, you do have to drop from the previous, from the floor up there in order to understand where you are. And here are the, chest pieces again. Bump, bump. Also, yeah, when you understand what that bounce pattern is, it makes it way easier to handle in this game than in, the Game Boy game. Or, for that matter, actually, the Zelda games I didn't mention. Which are, they kind of go with this, which are Legend of Zelda, Oracle of Ages, and Oracle of Seasons, which are on Game Boy Color. They're also on Switch Online. I do have them both physically. I don't know if we'll go that way, or if I'll actually run the Game Boy Color case. Because that's something where, those games are awesome. In fact, I think they're even better than this is. As far as the Game Boy side of things are concerned, I should say. They're by Capcom, and they're cases where you play one case of this, and then you, switch off. When you beat the one, you put a password in, and you continue on with the next one. And that's a real... those games are amazing. Those are some of the best Zelda games ever made, and I think over the years people have started to realize that, and that's why those games go for quite a bit of money now. Alright, what's in here? My compass. Yeah, so far I'm going okay on the pillars, but it's the last one that's always the hardest. Oh, well, okay, sort of. Because actually, despite what it looks like, this lower wall here is intended to throw that over. So in that case, I gotta put that there, and then I gotta come around in order to toss it in. Alright, there's Goomba as well. Same case, jump on them even in the top-down areas, and you'll be getting health off of them. Yeah, there's Kirby, so it is like Kirby in the sense he's eating me, but also if you get eaten, you have to slice my way out. As far as how to kill Kirby, well, I can't hit him with the hook shot. As far as how he dies, I hate to say this. We love Kirby on this show, but in this case, yeah, we gotta kill him. I think he used to die by, I guess you're gonna blow him up. But as you're seeing there, Kirby looks off, and even in the Game Boy game, it's like that. The face looks wrong. So it's not like even Goomba or Spiny or some of these other enemies like Boo that we saw. Here we go. Okay. Okay, this is a boss here. A mini boss, I should say. Alright. Now him, I gotta be careful because if he picks me up, he's gonna toss me in, maybe into a hole. But in that case, yeah, I just ran him through. That's good. Yeah, I'm lucky he didn't throw me in that hole. That would have been the worst. Because what happens is that I'll drop down, and then I need to go and fight him again. Okay, that's where one of the last cases is. There you go. So let's, yeah, make sure you match up the symbol. Any of them will do. And in that case, that opens that way. So I remember, can I push this? Oh, no, I can't. Right, I used the bomb wall up there. Right, that's right. But I do need to get back to where the ball is, and actually that's also where the last pillar is. That I do know. I remember that from my practice, because it took me a long time going through this thing. Where am I supposed to go? Yeah, that's the pillar right there, but I'm gonna do something a bit different. Alright, no, I'm not. I'm gonna go through here. Yeah, be careful if it's floor tiles. Oh, no. Especially if they're doing that. Okay, that's better, because in that case, I trapped that. Oh, okay. Thought I trapped that thing. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's the worst place to put in. All right. Crap. Alright, at least I can get my way up quickly. Okay, but I don't have to do that again, thank God. Alright, here we go. So there's the ball. Perfect, knock that down. Alright, now what I have to do is I have to push that down. I gotta throw this. I gotta get down there as far as going to get the ball there. But you can't go through doors like that when you're holding the ball above your head. So you need to try something else. Alright, so what I gotta do is I have to put this out here. So basically throw that over. It's actually, yeah, this is going way smoother than on my practice, but this is also while I do practice. Even on a game, I said, look, I know this game well, but I also said, I don't know it 100%. Or I don't remember it 100% as far as the end. But that's that, we're fine there. So I want to make sure I'm set. We did that. Yeah, without the ball bring me down for now, this is not going to be an issue. Okay, done. Alright, I can't go this way. Alright, so I have to go. I do have to go down. I basically have to go down and I have to come up again, which is fine. Alright, there's not Kirby again. And yeah, there is a seashell in that chest. We'll get that later. In this case, I'm just going to focus on getting that pillar taken care of, which I can get rid of. Alright, so yeah, you have to use the bomb here. Here we go. You have to pay attention to the environment, especially in this place, because, yeah, look around for those cracked walls. This level loves to have you set with that. Okay, that's set there, but actually, I'm just doing that kind of, sort of, preemptively. Actually, can I go back? Okay, wait, I don't think I can go back until I destroy this, so actually, I think I gotta do this to go backward. Oh, actually, no, that's not true. Because I can go over here, and you can push from this side. So in that case, push there, push those forward, and then push one down, and you're set. Okay, so now, as far as where I drop the ball is over this way. So I already got the chest set, so we're fine there. But, here we go. Here's the ball. So now all I gotta do is you also be careful not to throw it over the, into the hole. Throw it over here. Yeah, because that'll be set for where the pillar is. So now we can go down the other way, get the chest on the way, use the hook shot to get over there. So let's grab the hook shot out. In this case, I'm not really caring too much about the damage I'm taking. I just need to be a little careful. With a lot of health I have, and also Crazy Tracy's nest, and I think we'll be okay. You can't go over the poles, try throwing things you have in your hands. Basically, they're saying, hey, hints about what you need to do as far as getting the ball over there. Okay, there's some bombs. Basically, yeah, you got a bomb. I think it's more than just a bomb. I think it just increases all the bombs you got. Boom. Took it down. That's all 4 of them. But taking down all 4 of them, yeah, it drops this down. We do need this in order to continue our way through. Fantastic. Okay. Now we have to deal with everything else. Actually, look at this map just to show you. Yeah, you have multiple floors, so they are set off that way. And the ball can stay here on the spikes. It'll have a nice life as far as doing that. Actually, you know what? That's not right. I know it's an inanimate object. It's like the companion cube in Portal. I remember that game, as far as what you have to do to that, I was kind of sad when they told you what has to happen. At that case, like, well, man, I hate the villain in that game even more than anything because of it. Actually, no, I want to do this because I hit that switch over there to flip those. I'm going to go upstairs because I can get what's in that chest. In this case, there's a lot I have to think about as far as this, and a lot you would have to as well as far as playing this. There we go. This is what we need to get past that fire, but in this case also now, we got this. This is the mirror shield. You can turn back beams. So it's a bigger shield, and it's something where when you see beams coming around, we'll see this in a second, you're able to use that in order to reflect them off. And we need this also for the boss here. Alright, so that's that. It also gives us a different way going that way, and we actually do need to go this way. hit that so I can flip that over. Yeah, for this I'm fine falling because I need to find my way to get over here anyway. Okay. Okay, there's the key over there, right. Okay, let me show you the thing with the beams. Yeah, there you go. You basically reflect it off, and it shuts that. Jump off the floor above. Yeah, as mentioned. Sorry, Kirby. You just have to knock him off the way. And the developers did say, yeah, it's supposed to be Kirby. Okay, we can't go up there. That's one way to go, but I'm also trying to think of... No, I think I do want to go up that way. Okay, so yeah, the key's there over on the right. Oh, wait a second. I need to flip that switch again. Can I even... Oh, yeah, I can do that here. Yeah, flip that so then I can go... this way, jump here. I'm gonna go out this way. So I can go down here, and then I want to see... Yeah, because it's right below me. You do have to remember where your positioning is. Right, and in this case, actually, I do need to go over there. Okay, what I need to do then is I need to go over there. I need to flip that to get the blues down. I just made that jump. Flip that, go there. Fall. They had to go over there. And then drop down. Yeah, you do have to think very spatially in this place. In fact, this is probably the dungeon in the game you have to do that the most. You just have to know where you're going to fall from. So yeah, we have to fall in this hole right here. There we go. Now we're on the side. Just run along the way, and there is the key we need. Fantastic. Small key, and we're ready to go. But in the meantime, I'm going to run along this so I can get a sense if there's anything else on the line that I can grab. Well, sort of, but in that case, we're at the end of that. Okay, I gotta be careful because the legs can eat my shield. I don't want that to happen. And this isn't like the Game Boy game where you can have the shield on a separate button. I mean, good thing you have it on a dedicated button now, but bad thing in the sense that, yeah, that means they can eat the shield a little easier. Okay, so let's go this way. So we're gonna go to the next level. Oh, wait, we can't go to the next level because of that, but remember, that's not too high of a thing, so if we can throw the ball over there, we can throw the bomb over there. Yeah, because that can knock the switch as well. In that case, now we can go up here. And grab hook shot, out. Knock those things out as far as you either hit them in the back or knock the helmet off. Either, your choice. But the P-hat, I gotta wait for him to come down. He stops spinning. Boom, there he's dead. Alright, that's getting close to where the end is. There's a snake that needs to die. Okay. As far as where I need to jump down from, I know it's on the left as far as getting that secret seashell. I may as well get it because I'm here. And because I want to get everything out. Okay, here we go. Mid-boss. Perfect. Hey, Run, you think you can take me? Alright, boys, get this punk out of my face. Right, he's Pied Pipering, I guess, and now in this case I'm gonna kill everything. Alright, you have to kill every single one of them, I think, when they come by. If not, he laughs at you. You have to do better than that. If you leave even one alive, I'll bring more back. You just stand here and just oh shit, he got away. Oh no. And he randomized the pattern where they're gonna appear, so I'm gonna run into a corner. Perfect, okay. He's just stand here and just slice, 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 and then... Oh wait, he dove out of the way at the last second. There you go, they're not getting away from me this time. Got him. Yeah, those are my best friends. You murdered them. Okay, so in that case, now we're trying to make us feel bad. Yeah, I'll never forgive you for this. Yeah, I'm not asking for you to. Okay, there you go. Yeah, but this one pushed the blocks in the center, but you have to be careful with the way that these things are. And that is... Okay, that's a chest. Also, I do want to hit this so I can then get my way going. Alright, it's the boss key. Actually, we can go to the end now, because I do know where the end is, but... I do want to get the other things. Alright, there is at least the warp point. Yeah, because that right there is the boss key door. Ouch. Let me see, hang on. Okay, in that case, I do need to have that flipped in order to get up there, but I do have a key. I have a key there, so I can actually use that. So let's go get that again. I can also go down as far as to the bottom or the beginning of the dungeon with that warp thing. Or Mambo's Mambo, either choice. Yeah, because if I go far enough this way, I can drop down when I find a hall and get my way over to that. Actually, I'm also going to try and kill the Wizrobes because I'm not sure there's something in this room. There's not a key in here, but there might be something else. Look. Also, I want to use my, I need to have some arrows as far as what we're going to do for the boss. Because it's a bit different. The Game Boy game, they emphasized using the Game Boy game emphasized using the hook shot as far as attacking, but for the life of me, I was not able to get it to work at all when I was doing my practice on this. That's gone. Right. Actually, you know what? I might... You know, I'll open this now. That's where the boss key is, but in that case, we don't just walk off as far as this. Actually, that's just another way to go. So, okay, I'm gonna... I think I'm gonna go down again, but I also want to see where I have to fall down. Let's also see, what else do I have on items? Alright, that's an item in there as far as how it is. I'll get that as we go up. Third floor is kind of where the boss door is, but the boss itself is at the top. Oh, right, it also puts the ball on the... it puts the ball down on the map. Okay, so I want to go down to this room here and fall down one of these halls. That should take me over here to get the seashell, and that's all we need to do. Alright, so actually this is going way smoother, honestly, than I thought it was going to. Although then again, yeah, the turtle rock, that's gonna be something. Alright, I'm gonna drop my way down here. Fantastic. Okay, we're getting the seashell. Fantastic. Okay, that's another one. Yeah, we're almost there as far as that. Now, in this case, since I am basically at the beginning again, I'm just gonna go back there, we're gonna warp, and then that'll be the near the end of this. And actually, we can kind of beeline it for the next dungeon as it is as well, so I think we're gonna do that. Okay, fantastic. Let's go in here. Actually, one thing I didn't do... You know what? I'm going to try this. I want to see where this falls down to. Oh, shit. I forgot. It falls down really far. Or falls down here. Alright, but that's no problem, because I can also use the warp to get back up there. Up, sort of. I just need to find my way down here and get out of the way so I can do this. Or I use Mambo's Mambo to get back to the beginning. Do I really want to do that? Yeah, we do. Let's go. Yeah, so in this case, I could just mitigate a lot of this, saying, like, let's just go back to the beginning again. Let's go here. We'll go to the top. I didn't remember it dropped you down 2 levels. Okay. Alright, now let's get going on. Alright, let's also get on my item line. Let's get the arrows. Yeah, 'cause I need the shield for sure, but I also need the arrows. But let's get going. Yeah, it's in here. Yeah, it's also kind of unique because the case of saying, "Hey, we're at the end of the dungeon, went into the room with the boss. We use the boss key to go in there, and the boss isn't there to go that way." Also, in this case, it's gonna bounce. I think it's gonna alternate the way it bounces, so I have to get that set. There's that one. Yeah, I'll take this. Yeah, all right, there you go. That's a shot right there. The idea that the guardian acorn is merging with the. Okay, and it just dropped down my hands. The horsey. I don't think it matters which hole you put it in as far as which hole for the horses, whether black or white on the left or right. We got it. Alright, it's secret medicine that we don't need. But alright, we already got some, so put it back. Okay. I mean, I guess if things go really, really badly on the boss, it'll be fine. And we'll come back and grab that, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Oh, there you go. Also, the Guardian Acorn and the other thing stack, which would be good for this boss, but we don't really need to use the... What is it? We don't need to use the sword here. Actually, I'm gonna try something with the boomerang. I don't think the boomerang works. Remember that guy said, "I'm never gonna forgive you"? Yeah. I'm gonna make you wish you were never born. Okay, yeah, getting a bit dark. Alright, the evil eagle. He's doing his bidding. Okay, never mind. The boomerang also hurts him. Sorry, you can use the arrows with the boomerang. The idea is you also could use the hook shot. That's what they used in the original. But in this case, yeah, this might be a non-issue because the boomerang is insanely powerful. Now, you use this because you need to use the mirror shield to knock those things away. If you got knocked off the tower at all, you have to start this battle all over again. All of his hits reset, so yeah, you don't want that to happen. In that case, you just missed. Oh yeah, not that case, it didn't. You also shoot the boomerang diagonally. Oh, never mind. Alright, never mind. The boomerang is definitely overpowered here. Yeah, in that case, I don't even need to bother anymore. I think you could use it that way in the original. I don't know if I ever used the boomerang method. But he also takes way more hits in this than he did in the Game Boy Color game. Or the Game Boy game. Either or. Also, you do have a little bit of a short time window he's on the side there in order to do that. But in that case, just get rid of him. Yeah, the boomerang is powerful, but still it's taking a long time to get him. And it used to be the hookshot method as far as in the Game Boy games, but I don't think it works here because I'm not able to get him going with that. He is dying to this. It's not a case where he isn't. But he takes a lot of damage. Oh, never mind, I hit him twice in one run. So there you go. There's the boomerang hanging in the air. I lost. Yeah, but you'll be lost too if the windfish wakes. Same as me. You're in his dream. Yeah, they keep saying that too. Alright, there you go. The evil eagle and him, they're dead. Yeah, join your friends in hell. Fantastic. Alright. Also, if you do get knocked off, thank God I didn't, but if you do get knocked off, you fall on the spikes and get yourself hurt. That's been way smoother than I thought. And when you win, this door unlocks, so you can go in here and get the instruments. There we go, got the organ of evening calm, perfect for tonight's show. So let's play a little ditty. Fantastic. Alright, that is the 7th instrument. We only have one left. As far as we have to go the other side of the mountain. But you need to have the ocarina to do this, and they're openly going to say ocarina. The music of the ocarina leads. I already did what we need to do for this one, so we should be set to go right there. That being said, I told the rooster to stay out. He did, but in this case, yeah, he's gone. He's not around. Probably wondering why. I'm gonna go back. I could jump down there to jump down below the mountain, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna go sort of the long way as far as going back to where the mountain is, because I think we're just gonna be on it for the next dungeon. And honestly, if this is the case, I might show the Game Boy Color stuff off tonight, depending on how this is. If I can get through the next dungeon effectively, at that point, then we'll be at the end of the game. Ouch. I think if nothing else, I think I need to go through get to the end of this, because, yeah, I'm giving you enough hints about what's going on with the windfish, saying that, okay, we gotta get this going. There's enough mystery here that, yeah, I can't leave you hanging as far as this, but we're gonna go back to the hen house. Because what happens after you beat the dungeon, the rooster comes here, and he is able to have fun. And finally, this flying rooster's the greatest. And he'll be here the rest of the game. Okay. Alright, so there's Marin. We've not seen her tonight. She's over on the mountain. Somebody help! How'd you end up over there? Hey, Zelda. It's like, yeah, no, I'm Link, but I named myself Zelda for the game. Some monsters put me up here. You did? Yeah, she, by the way, just to remind everybody, she's the one who found us on the beach and brought us back to life. We went out with her on a date last time, and she's been helpful. She taught us her favorite song, The Ballad of the Windfish. And she's like, yeah, I'm up here. Monsters put me up here. What should I do? I'm afraid of heights. Yeah, just stay calm, alright? I got this. But in this case, what you gotta do is you have to use the hook shot to pull her over. So, Marin, you ready? You gotta trust me on this one. Let's go. Yeah, got her. Yeah, that was a surprise. Thank you. But, I don't have to say this, but... Marin. This is, by the way, is Taryn, her father. Huh? Taryn? Never mind. The indication, I think, there is she was gonna confess her love to you. There. Because actually, there's also more hints to that in the Game Boy Color game that are not in this one. I gotta go. I mean, we did go out with her on a date, as far as how it was, part 1 went into that, and that was a blast. And we'll have more stuff going on, because I'm going to show the date in the Game Boy Color game. And I think depending how this is, I think I might be able to do that tonight. Show that off, show off the camera shop, and show off the Japanese version of the Game Boy Color game. Hi. Also, yeah, where's your music? Yeah, sorry, I'm on a budget today. That girl sang her song in front of the egg. She did, yeah? Ballad of the Windfish, remember? Song of Awakening. Did she actually intend to wake the Windfish herself? You think she shouldn't have? But anyway, the next Sirens is Mr. West. Play your melodies so the unliving stones might hear. There you go, that's your hint. That's telling you you have, I'm calling him Ward, sorry. Mamu's, thing. But I'm calling him Ward. Yeah, you have to have his song. You have to go buy it in order to get into the next dungeon. Alright, so we're gonna go the way that we did before, and in this case, that wall of fire, we're gonna be fine. Without the rooster, yeah, it's maybe feeling a little lonely, but we can handle it with the hook shot. you go. I also don't love how that looks when you grab onto that and then you pull yourself on. Which actually now... Oh no, actually all the Zelda games we played so far on this show have the hook shot in it. Even the ones we've... Oh, let me think about this. I'd say all the ones we've demoed. Okay, I don't know if it's true. I honestly don't remember. I don't think that, look at this. Breath of the Wild, I don't think had that. Link to the Past does. Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask have it. What do you think about this else? I know that there's sort of something like that in Twilight Princess, and I think, Skyward Sword? Yeah, because we've demoed a lot of Zelda games, we've only played through 3 of them so far. We'll definitely change that. I mean, we're going along as far as it. Yeah, you go. That's what happens with that shield. Hold up that mirror shield, it pushes the fire off. But, yeah, but it also can hurt when you do a walk-off. But in that case, we're all set. Okay. So next, we're going to be going over to the next dungeon, but I'm going to hit this because, there you go, that is another warp point. Actually, yeah, I didn't hit that on my practice. So in that case, there's a quick warp point over here again. Okay, there we go. We got something going on, and let's get the shovel out. Again, I love the fact that I still have this. At first, I was angry when... Oh, I was visibly, or obviously angry, based on what I said. Right, it's right here. Saying, like, oh, I'm going to be charged 300 rupees for that. Although, probably I should have quoted Conker's Bad Fur Day when I did that by saying, mercenaries. Which, by the way, is a game that Gemini96 in our chat's going to do. Although, we haven't talked about this yet, but I guess you're doing the N64 version, I'm going to assume, yes. And the Xbox version, I want to show that, but I also don't know how I want to show that completely. If I want to run... You know what? Maybe I'll do this. Maybe... I don't know. Chat, would you want us to... Oh, can you burn up there in that last scene? Oh, burn in where I was? Yeah, I did. I got myself hurt as far as going back over there. Yeah, you can burn and get yourself hurt, but you don't burn and get set on fire, I should say. As far as saying, like, hey, you know, I'm going to be in deep trouble. Yes, you can. I was going to say, going back to Conker's Bad Fur Day, I think Gemini96 is doing the N64 version, and I guess I'll do the Xbox version. I mean, chat, do you want to see the story of the Xbox version? I mean, I was going to show the extra stuff going on with the multiplayer story, which is something that's locally available, so we got that set. I guess, Dollyfin, you do. Also because, the other reason I want to show that is because it's extra story that goes to the Teddy stuff from the original game, but also it's the only part of that Xbox game that has uncensored language, which is... We'll get to this when we get to that, but Conker's Bad Fur Day, if you haven't played it, it's a game that Nintendo published. They basically want to pretend they don't, they were not involved in doing that. Even at the time, they wanted to pretend that. Nintendo Power deliberately decided not to cover it. Yes, I do. Okay. Because basically what happened was Rare's last game on Nintendo 64, I'll go on this before we play the song here. Here's the last game on Nintendo 64. They took Conker's Quest. They started in 1997. They were going back and forth about what they wanted to do on development. They said, we're going to turn it into a massively adult-oriented game with very strong language, sexual references, nudity that's censored out, and other things. Nintendo did publish it for them. Nintendo basically did everything they could to try and hide it, to the point where other gaming magazines and outlets were thinking Nintendo basically canceled this thing. Nintendo Power never covered it after they first announced it. They wrote a player's guide, though, that was hidden for years. The way they marketed that game was only in adult magazines, I guess, of Maxim and Playboy and late night television and online. The game came out, it sold 1 million units, but Nintendo basically said, we want to do every single thing we can to make sure the kids don't play this. It's not a game for kids, absolutely, but still. They went so far on that, it was something where also Nintendo ordered that they censor certain things in that game, including aspects of language. And then they did an Xbox version, they were doing one, originally called Conker Live and Uncut. Microsoft, because they bought Rare, they said, we're going to be releasing this game with multiplayer that's unique for it and going online. And the uncut part of it is we're gonna have the game uncensored as far as the single player thing. So basically, every time they say fuck, they censored it in the Nintendo 64 version. They will have it uncensored. They went back on that. They changed the name of the game to Conquer Live and Reloaded. And when the game came out, it's more censored than Nintendo's version somehow. But if you beat the game, you can get uncensored language for the multiplayer story side of things. So at that case, it's a half and half whether people think it's a good remake because of that. It is weird though, because it's like Microsoft didn't care about, they'll take a mature rated game, and by the way, play that song here, and we'll get in here as far as the last dungeon. But Microsoft then said, oh, we're going to censor it more, but then Rare said, we're going to censor it more ourselves. Alright, we have to fight a boss, by the way, to get our way in here. In order to get in here, you need to use the bombs, I believe. Yes, you do. So yeah, you have one last case of saying, like, what's going on here with the rock snake. You have to blow a hole into him. And also you see the great attention to detail here where it is a case where, yeah, he'll knock his way in, then he'll get stunned, and then in that case, he'll be right picking. You can still blow him up, I think, although... The other thing I want to try doing, I wanted to try and use the boomerang, because considering how powerful the boomerang is, I might be able to hit him with this and decimate him. Or maybe not, it looks like he's invincible to it. Okay, he's immune, so the boomerang doesn't do anything. So yeah, basically just get him to get his head into the wall, smash it in, and then slice him. Yeah, but Gemini 96, he's handling Conker's Bad Fur Day for Nintendo 64. I'm pretty sure that's how he's gonna run it. And then we'll, the way I think we're gonna do this, we'll also show up aspects of the multiplayer in that because it's unique. I don't know, Gemini 96, you want to be in when I do the Xbox game? Because I guess it's gonna be how we do Super Mario 64 DS, because he did Mario 64 already. But I think we should show off that one as we're going into the final dungeon of the game. That is the Turtle Cave. Turtle Rock, and that was weird about that flashing thing. I'm gonna look on the edit, it looks like something was wrong there. But okay, this is by far the hardest dungeon in this game, completely. What you want to do here, though, I do want the boomerang. You get that thing. The boomerang will stun the devil dude. And you do want to do that, because if you don't do this... okay, first off, it hurts him and stuns him, but also if you don't do that, you have to wait a while, either use arrows or wait for him to come over towards you, but the boomerang is a non-issue. Yeah, this is a dangerous volcano that we're going into. And there's a lot going on in this place. There's an amazing item in here, though, which we need to get for the purpose of it, but in this case, we have this dude. He's here. He's gonna come towards me. He's also gonna try and throw me into the wall, so we're gonna see a lot of the mini-boss we saw before, but in this case, I'll say, those throw bombs. Let's say, let's boomerang them there. This, by the way, I believe this is the game in the franchise of Zelda where the boomerang is by far the strongest. This thing is a spinning instrument of death in this game. Massively. Okay. Also, in this dungeon, you get this. You get this little platform thing. You have to move it, you have to cover... When you have this, you're able to have this going across the holes there, and it covers it, and you can walk on it. The goal here is you have to make it so that you cover every area so it's no longer a hole. Basically, you do is hit the A button, it moves, and then you can move the control stick up, down, left, and right to get that set. You hit a wall, it stops. We get it to the end there with covering everything. You get a chest. There's some areas it's going to be possible to do that for the ones where it is. You want to do that because that's going to be your key to getting items and keys and things. Alright, in this case, also you have the fire snakes, or the... Not fire snakes, they're just around. Now, there's also those torches there. We usually use the magic powder, but in this dungeon we can't use that, so... We gotta do something else. I do know where the item is, and I do want to go DEFCON 1 to get that thing as soon as I can. But if you don't know this dungeon, and when I first played this game I didn't, and I'll tell you right now... I guess it's a good thing, Dolly Finn, you mentioned you never played this game, so let me tell you, this dungeon kicked my ass when I started playing this game when I was growing up, because, like, there's so many different places to go. It is not easy at all, and, like, keeping track of where you are, even with the map, it's not easy. And getting a sense of, where am I going? Making sure you get every single key. You need every single one to get through. Be careful of all the bosses. We just see this mini-boss in the first dungeon when we played last month. You just get rid of them also. Where is the point to go, you know? It doesn't seem easy. Yeah, it doesn't, but also, in some ways, this dungeon might be harder than I'm even going to make it look. Because you have to pay attention to a lot of bomb walls. You also have that vortex there that can suck you in. Not too bad that way. But a lot of different areas to go. Got the compass, it'll show us where the treasure chests are. When you don't have the map, it's just empty like that. This is all the area. This is how big this place is. And there's certain areas I'm going to look around for, and that's going to be a question. But it does have a great atmosphere, and you also have to be careful of... Oh, yeah, you. Okay. Then again, with the boomerang, this is really easy, so... Go get the boomerang. I mean, you need it to beat the game anyway, as you'll see later on. Okay, fantastic. Sorry, just keep getting keys and keep going around. I will show you, though, where you need to go for the item. I'm going to go for the item pretty much as soon as I can find it. And this one is fresh in my mind because I did practice this one. Because I knew, like, I need to practice this dungeon. Absolutely. Now, he'll come back as far as the devil dude. If you already opened the doors, you're fine. You can ignore him. But if you haven't, you have to fight him. But you only have to fight him once. Okay, I'm going to hit that. Right, there's that enemy. I got to go backwards and hit him in the back. Like that. Alright, there's the way through. Okay, so there is, ouch, the Goomba. Ouch. Yeah, and I do have that attention to detail. When you jump on the Goombas, you get health. Unless you're running on hero mode. I'm gonna briefly show hero mode at some point. I'll figure that, though. I'm up at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I have to say goodnight and watch the end on the video. Thanks for showing it off the game. I really liked it. Of course, anytime. Just to let you know, our next show, next week, I'm going to put it on Friday. We're going to do our scoping session of Age of Empires 2. We're using the definitive version from Xbox One. I want to give a demo of what we're doing on Age of Empires 2. I love this game so much. Also one for my, ouch, brother Inherit Knocked, who also loves this game. Ouch. So... we're going to take a look. I don't know how I'm going to handle that fully, but to start, it's something that we'll definitely have going, and I'm looking forward to doing it. As I was between, do I need to do Saturday or Friday? I'm going to do it Friday, I think. So that's how we're going to go for next week. Super. Thank you. And thank you also for your input, Dollyfin, on this game as well. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Yeah, sorry you have to wake up early, but in that case, I mean, do what you got to do. I mean, I'm that way, too, for stuff like that. But thank you for joining us, for sure. We always appreciate your input. And we'll figure other stuff as far as other aspects of her on the show, which is coming up on the show later in the year. We had to cancel that one show that we were going to do with Looney Tunes B-Ball. Working on doing that one, too. I think it's going to be a next year thing. Yeah, thank you. It's work weekend. Yeah, I know. I guess I'm lucky I don't have to have work weekends anymore, usually, although sometimes I had to have that. But still, case of that going. Yeah, it'll be fun. No question. Yeah, we'll definitely have more stuff going on. We have fun going on every week, even when we're not here. That's what we always promise. And thank you so much, Dollyfin, and thank you, of course, for being another part of our best chat on Twitch. Ouch. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I do love that. Good night. Oh, good night to you too, Dollyfin. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll get through this game, though, but you'll definitely like what we got coming up as far as the rest of the show tonight. I guarantee it. Okay. So I went sort of backwards, because, yeah, we do need to go this way, or can go this way. Actually, I can bomb the wall. Thank you. No, of course, thank you as well. We appreciate it. Yeah, the audience, as far as our show, it definitely makes the show. I could stand here just talking as far as I'm playing something, but your input, yours, Gemini96's, anybody's, always adds more, and I always love getting that sense. Even in the case of saying, I've never played this game, I'm curious about it, or just a case of sometimes you showing me a game and saying, like, hey, I've never seen it before, and learning that. I love that. But thank you so much, and hope you have a great night. And able to relax as far as it's when your work weekend is done, because it's something. Yeah, we all need a break. In fact, I'll say that, just going to that as well, since it's pretty much going to be going around, finding where you can go, finding where I can get the item, which I know where it is because of my practice, but still, get yourself set on everything like this. But Anyway, actually, last weekend... Well, last week, as I said, because it was 4th of July weekend, we did Wave Race Blue Storm early. We did it on Thursday night. As I mentioned when we played that, I wasn't sure necessarily how that would go. Would I be able to manage that as much as I did? And you got another one of these things to fill the area with this completely. A nice reflection on the light on the top of it. You also have to be careful as far as going around up, down, left, right like that, and boom, there you go. But last week, yeah, I was initially thinking as far as recording some of that off-screen stuff we're going to do for September, so we're getting that more in schedule, but honestly, after we did Wave Race Blue Storm last week, at the end of the night, I had a sore throat. First, it's because I'm talking for like 5.5 hours. But it's like, not necessarily. We've done that before, and it's never been something that... Okay, not always been the case that way. First, and then I woke up the next morning and said, oh no, I'm having a sore throat. I'm getting sick. So I said, okay, let me take care of that, make sure I'm all set, as we got a fake item with the enemy inside. So yeah, die. I was fine. It was something where I was able to kind of recover quickly, but also something that even on Saturday, it was weird, again, not doing a show last Saturday, even well, we did it on Thursday, so of course that's why. But then a question of saying, well, wait, if that was the case, well, I was just feeling really tired last Saturday, and even last Sunday, so I said, okay, I can't record that now, but we will. And also, this is what we're going to need as far as this. This is a block of solid ice. It's very cold. We need a way to get past that. As far as the item to get past that, I'm going to go and get it. You have to go a bit of a roundabout way to get there. You need a key to get there, and the way to do that is move this and put it right there in the middle. Also, these blocks will disappear. Well, if you go off screen, they disappear, but they also disappear even if you don't go off screen, which is a new thing, not in the Game Boy games. Oh, shit, I went the wrong way. Alright, since I went the wrong way, I have to go over here. This is the other thing that makes it difficult. Ouch. So I'm glad that came up. Well, not just because I was saying, but also because the chat was saying, hey, it looks like it's difficult. And that is because if you make one wrong move, usually you kind of will need to go back, sort of, and retrace your steps. Or use Mambo's Mambo. If you want to use it anywhere, this is the dungeon to use it. I mean, I'm just not using it because... I guess, okay, I'm stubborn, I guess, but also something that, when it comes to getting back to certain places, it's something you can get going quick. And we've already solved the puzzle, I don't necessarily care about filling in everything. Yeah, but as I mentioned, I was just kind of feeling tired last week after we did that show in case I'm feeling sick. I'm like, no, I'm feeling okay now. And honestly, this week is something I would have thought maybe I'd have been feeling that way because, man, this week was busy. But having said that, something where, yeah, when I get to the show, like, it's always something that relaxes me, but especially for something like this because I know this game, generally speaking, pretty well. So in that case, for this one, I said, okay, this is going to be very relaxing and just not stressful. I mean, look, there's stress in games, of course, no question. But also cases like, maybe it's that good kind of stress for certain things. In this case, yeah, get rid of him. Okay, I can go this door. No, that's fine. We do have to do this. That being said, I'm also going to go down this way. Or up this way. Okay, now we have to use the hook shot. So yeah, everything you got in your arsenal you have to use here. Pretty much. Also, you don't have a heat thing when it comes to being in areas where it's going to damage you the way, say, Metroid does. But if you fall in the lava, you're getting yourself hurt. So it acts like water, but yeah, you're not surviving that. Well, not surviving that in the sense of, you know, finding an easy way around. And just with that, let me show it. Yeah, that's horrible to be seeing Link go in the lava, but you just get hurt, so in that case, we should be okay. But I do need to go back this way. Okay. Okay, so next, we're gonna go up there. First, grab some water. Let's go. And I was drinking water a lot last week, so it's not a case of like, hey, you know, I'm doing something wrong when it comes to the show. That also, I guess, is the aspect of being a discussion program and run this for 5 hours about, but it's still not bad. Okay, so here's where we're going to see some stuff. These blocks, They have many cracks. There must be a way to shatter it. Yeah, bombs. Blow them up. And also, bombable wall. This is where we're gonna start getting bombable walls. And we need 2 keys. Yeah, we do need 2 keys, I think, to get through. Yeah, there, and then another one to get through the next area. So we need 2 keys. We gotta go in there. That's where the item is. Do everything you can to get that item quick. So let's get the boomerang. Let's also get the Rock's Feather, because be careful on this, because remember, if you stand on that for too long, it's gonna collapse. If you stop. Oh shit! Even if you stop short distance, you're gonna be in trouble. So, fuck. Let's try the powder, because I think the powder burns him. Ouch! No, it doesn't. Fine. I guess I gotta slice these things. These just keep running and jumping. That's basically what you want to do. So yeah, the floor doesn't collapse underneath you. Or it doesn't collapse underneath you too much. I keep my distance over there, because if I get myself in trouble, I'm not going to be able to get back without taking damage. Not that it matters. Look how many hearts I got. But still, I want to avoid that. There's 1 key. I need 1 more, and then we're going to go get the item. Guys, the first thing we're going to do. Also, here we go. This is these guys again. Here's the thing to know about this one. Do not kill them when you're down here. You're supposed to kill them actually when you're up there. And one of the owl statues will tell you that. But if you do, the chest appears there. You leave this room, you come back in. You have to fight the boss again. Or fight those guys again. So don't do that. Alright, I'm gonna take... Actually, I think that's the medicine. I'm not gonna take that now. We'll take it later. I'll take it when I've opened up more of the dungeon. Right, there's the boss. So yeah, that's seeing it pretty early, but we're not going to be able to get there for a while. Yeah, if you have the boomerang, yeah, the boomerang is the MVP here. And it's not like the boss in the Eagle Tower where if you don't get the bats as they fly away, it doesn't count. Okay, let's get the hook shot out next. Alright, money. Not that we're really in a case where we need money that badly for much, but still, it's good to have it. Okay. Alright, actually, do I have the beak? I probably have the beak here. Yeah, the Statue of Strange Shoot or the bow. They're talking about this. So, basically get the bow out. Stand here, because you're elevated enough, and shoot right in the eye. Boom, got it. There's the key, and we also get the boomerang. Now that I remember that I can kill these fire things with it, it feels so good to do that. So grab that, let's go. There's another key, let's grab this, saying, hey, shut that statue down. Push that way and that way. Let's go. We got the 2 keys we need. That being said, I need to reset this. Yeah, the key over there, we'll figure out getting that later. I need the item from this dungeon to get that. The first thing we're doing, we're going to go get that. But playing this game the first time, you would not necessarily know, and I certainly didn't, where is the item you need. It was like, it took me forever figuring out where to go and where the item's going to be. So for this case, what I'm going to do is we're going to go this way. I think I just need the 2 keys. I don't think you need anything else special. Yeah, we'll deal with them later. Yeah, defeat the module, the key, tag in the higher place. Yeah, they're talking about those Dodongo thingies. Yeah, because in that case, you got to attack them from up there, so then you'll be able to go and get the key. Because you kill them, and then you're able to get the key without having to, you know, do anything weird. Okay, there we go. So we need that. Right, we need... Oh, wait, hold on. I think we need... Oh, shit, we need 3 keys. Okay. But one thing you can do is also blow up the wall here. And that room with the torches where they said there's a key, we can't get it now. We need the item to get that. Actually, also, I want to see something. This is something in the Game Boy game what you do. I want to see if you can do. You hit the bombs and the arrows, and you have them both. Hit both the buttons they're on. Yes, okay, it does work in this one. You basically shoot the bomb arrows. It was sort of a glitch in the original, but it's something you could use. So actually, I could have used that there. Ouch. And blown a hole in the wall. And got what I needed to. Okay, so now I'm going to look at the map. I need to get a key. I can't get that one. And I can't get there either. Actually, right. Okay, I know where I can go. I'll go up the stairs. Actually, we need to do the thing with the dodongos. And actually, you can take us outside. Okay, we got another heart piece, and we're filled. Fantastic. So, there we go. We actually have almost all the hearts. Alright, depending on how this is, I don't know if I'm gonna clean up tonight or next time. Alright, there you go. Step on that so we have a warp. That is in the original as well, but in that case we can warp back to Turtle Rock if we ever have to. Okay, here we go. So we got the bombs. Now in this case, you just have to toss it down and throw them down here and kill them from above. In that case, we're just bouncing on top of them. There we go. Okay, turn. Turn the other way. Okay, there you go. Yeah, okay, that was lucky just tossing right in his mouth. Yeah, he's getting smart, but yeah, you can still outsmart him a little bit. Turn down, please. Ah. Also, one thing to point out is when you're holding the bomb in your hands, it'll never blow up on you. Turn, please. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you might run through bombs, but if you have tons of them like I do, you'll be set. Yeah, so finding Little Devil is what you want to do. Basically, find every single one before you get here, if you can. There we go, that's the key. Now we can go get it. Alright, so item, here we come. I cannot wait to get this thing. If you do need more bombs, you can come back there. Alright, okay, so we got everything set. And you might think I need to light the torches in here, but it's not necessarily a requirement. But I'll show it, because why not? Also, look at the map to see, okay, there's nothing in here as far as a chest. Okay, now grab the hook shot. Or no, the hook shot, not the bow. Get that. Go. Let's go. Alright, fantastic. Yeah, so you're seeing here, I need to run for like 4 or 5 keys, basically, to get to this point in order to run this. I needed 3 to get through this room. And then I also needed 2 to even get there in the first place. Okay, here we go. Oh shit, I forgot. Well, okay, this is okay. I'll tell you why, because this is where the warp point is. Alright, we have this boxing move, so, hit him, when he does he'll do jabs, and then he'll do a wind-up. So he tries to hit you with the devastating haymaker, slice him. Just get that charge ready. The only thing missing here is the Fight Night round any of them announcer saying, like, Link gets him with a devastating spin attack, but he's trying to throw his punches and he misses with that haymaker. He's down on the floor. He's flush. I think he's ready to go. God, I miss Fight Night. EA, please give us a new one of those. I'm begging you. Okay, let's go out. I need to go and get the switches flipped, because that's how I'm gonna get that. Yeah, there is like something weird going on in the graphics when it comes to going up there. All right, let's go here. I think it's this way. I think it was here. Hang on, was it? Oh no, it wasn't. It was shit. Where was it? Hold on, maybe there's something in one of the rooms that could show me where it was. Wait, was that it? Okay, okay, no, I think that was it. I think we can do this. I think I can... Oh no, can I not hook shot on this? Shit, okay, alright, to go around. Okay, I think I can go around this way. Yeah, I just need to go around. See, now I did everything I need to get that, but I flipped that switch in order to get the blocks down, but that ended up being my problem. Fill the holes with the rock that rolls. The left stick is the key. So yeah, that also tells you that you get that set. Okay, here we go. I think it's up here. Fantastic. Okay, now I'm not wasting any more time. We're gonna get Mambo's Mambo. Let's get going. Back to the entrance and let's go out as far as getting this, and we got it. Okay, fantastic. Okay, here's the item. Well worth going for this. The magic rod. You can now burn things. Burn it all down. I don't know. I'm gonna look at this. I don't know if that's supposed to be a reference to that episode of The Simpsons when Ralph Wiggum says that he's best friends with a leprechaun who tells me to burn things. I think at the end of them they say, I think it says burn them, burn it all. I think it might be a nod to that. But I'll also show this. The devil will sometimes run away from that, which he didn't always in the original, but now he does. Okay. Ouch. Unless you're really close. Okay, now you can also use this to light the torches, so that key that we couldn't get, we can get it now, but I'm gonna go this way because I'm gonna go get the ice out of the way. Yeah, when you burn that, it gets rid of the, or get that shot out, it gets rid of the ice. Now, on the Game Boy game, there's something you had to take into account as far as doing this, and you could kind of shoot up straight, and it would go in an angle, and you could kind of hit, like this one on the side here, and not freeze the one at the bottom. They fixed the physics of that in this version. So you have to be a little more fancy and do it the intended way. Oh, I don't have keys, so I have to go over and do this. Actually, since I didn't get the chest, let's go get it. In case this is actually medicine, I'll just do this. It'll also take me back towards where I need to go. Yeah, it is. Okay. I thought it was, but I didn't remember if it was. I always want to show. Okay, this will take us back, because I do need to get... In order to get in that room, I need to go get the key. And the key is in... Yeah, basically a darkened room where we couldn't get the torches. Basically use this to burn the torches from a distance. Now I just gotta look at the map and see where we're going for that. Actually, yeah, I've covered a lot of this place. Okay, I covered already tons of it. This, by the way, was with practice, so that's something to be indicated. Okay, okay, I can go... Yeah, I can go up, actually. I'm trying to think what's the quickest way to get there. In this case, I can just go around. In this case, also use that. So it also means that the magic powder, except for one use, is completely obsoleted by this. And ironically, you need the magic powder to beat the game. I don't even think this works, actually. Alright, here we go. Yeah, because basically just come up from here. Or go down from here and we got it. That being said, if you're up there, you can't hit it. So in that case, just come down the floor, hit it that way, boom, boom. And we'll light the torches, we got the key we need. Got it. Alright, I know what locked door is gonna open, so let's get going to that. Actually, yeah, I think I'm gonna have time to look over the Game Boy Color game. We'll do that. And I think next time we'll do cleanup. Because actually, I need to beat the game as far as that in order to do the cleanup fully. And if I have to mine rupees off screen for the purpose of the Dompe Shack to get all the stones, I'll do it. I'll look into that. So I think we'll show off the stuff with the Game Boy Color game tonight. Because I'm pretty sure we'll be done with this actually pretty soon. Okay, right down here. Boom. This is going surprisingly smooth, but yeah, this is not how this dungeon usually goes. In this case, yeah, just run him. Ouch. Yeah, he's immune to that, so don't bother using it. I would probably suggest using... Oh, can you hit him with the arrows? Yeah, you can. When you hit him, he also changes direction. Actually, yeah, this is probably easier. Just hit him with the arrows. Okay, yeah, actually, the arrows do way more damage, so yeah, run that. Or use the boomerang. I haven't used the boomerang in like a hot minute, so let's try that. Alright, this is overkill. Let's grab the fairy in a bottle. Why not? Alright, there's the boomerang. Oh, right. Here's where the last key is. Right, oh, the boss key. Yeah, you have to go through and cover this entire thing in blocks. So, the pattern is this. Shit. Alright, that was the pattern, but if you hit the side, I was waiting as far as seeing if that was going to happen. If you hit the side, as far as hitting it too early, then it stops. And you have to go zigzag like this, because if you go across, you won't hit everything. There we go, got it. Got it. Alright, so that's the nightmare key, and then as far as where we need to go for that, let me just take a quick look at the map. Let's see. It's there, but as far as the stairs we need to use to get there, that is gonna be... Right, it's over here. Alright, so... How far are we to the beginning? Far enough that I want to use Mambo's Mambo. Let's get going on. Yeah, because the one area we didn't exactly go to is over the lava pit here, over the lava pit in the center of the room, or the center of the dungeon in this room, right here. I didn't go over there. Actually, I want to also hit that because... Oh, right, here's also a bomb wall I didn't hit. No, I don't want to go back. Thank God you have a cancel in this, which the Game Boy game does not have. It takes you back no matter what. Oh, right, I forgot. There's another entrance in that room. Okay, yeah, go in here. Yeah, this is where things get a little weird when it comes to using the magic rod, because on the Game Boy game, it's a little more, I guess exploitable, if you want to put it that way. Usually I did... Okay, never mind. I guess it's pretty exploitable in this one, too. That being said, I do need to land in that. Now, I could... Oh, okay, there you go. That's actually not exactly how I intended to do that. Okay, no, it's this part as well. Because usually on the Game Boy game, you can shoot your way up this way and be fine. But you don't want to hit that thing at the top, because if you do, you're not getting up there. So, what you need to do is you hit the bottom, and then you hit this. And then just jump across and you're all good. Made it. Fantastic. Okay. The boss time, and you're gonna use this in the boss. You're finished. I'll never let you play the instruments of the sirens. Oh, yes you will. Yeah, it's hothead. Hit him with this. Even though he's fire, you're literally fighting with fire on this one, so hit him when he comes out. Actually, I also want to try the boomerang, because why the hell not? And we don't have the fire puts the fire out. That's bizarre. Okay, no, he's immune to boomerangs. Just keep using this. But also need to expose him, and this is where things get a little harder. Because he'll move a bit faster. Oh, there you go. But yeah, in that case, as long as you keep spamming that thing, you're done. Why'd you come here? Were you nothing would have to change? Well, it wasn't our choice, honestly, because we got shipwrecked, but he's saying nothing would have to change, huh? You cannot wake the windfish. Remember, you too are in the dream. Alright, we're gonna get that answer then about what's going on here. There we go. Oh, so get the rock's feather and make it jump over. There we go. Alright, so we only need 3 more. We'll get those probably next time we play this, which is going to be in a few weeks. We will go to the end. As far as the seashell reward, yeah, I'll show that after as well, just because why not? There you go, we're playing the Thunder Drum. So that's the last of the instruments. So in that case, I think we are going to go and beat the game. Because we do need to do that anyway to get the full completion going on. The egg on the mountain calls. So yeah, remember that egg that we saw as far as where the windfish is? We got to go there now. Alright, having said that, there's not going to be too much going on, but I'm going to make a call here to Ulrira. Say, hey, what's going on? Yeah, we got all the instruments. What do you think? Yeah, it's time for you to face the egg on Mount Tamaranch. Be careful. Alright. As I showed earlier, I got the pattern from the book. You do need that in order to make this happen, so... I'm gonna... Yeah, let's play Mambo's Mambo. Let's go. I think we're ready. I don't think we have anything else we need to prove. Let's go to... Dompe's Shack. Yeah, we'll see him later as far as next time we play this, but... for now, we're just gonna go. Okay, yeah, go. Reflected back on him, so yeah, that's gonna be in the mob one. Okay. Alright, as far as what I'm run in here, there's a lot you gotta run in here. You also need to have magic powder in the boomerang, otherwise the battle is unwinnable. But remember, the owl said, yeah, you have to play the siren's instruments in front of the windfish's egg, and you have to play the ballad of the windfish, which Marin taught you. Pull that out. We're all set. Alrighty, so with the instruments played, time has come. We have to wake the windfish. Let's go in the egg. Okay, as far as what we want to start with, start with the boomerang and start with the magic powder. So, let's go. And you have to have read that book in the library, the secret book with the magnifying glass, in order to get your way through this. Also looks like, yeah, there's no way to go but down, and then you're right. Jump down. Okay, here we go. So now I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna go into the album I have. Take a look at what I took down. Yeah, here you go. Round and around the passageways of the egg. You have to go in the order they give you, and I believe that they randomly generate this. So it's left, up, right, up. Okay. Left, up, right, up, left, up, right, up. Okay, so I just have to remember I'm actually looking at that right. So up, or left, up, right. Yeah, because otherwise it'll reset and you're not going to get anywhere. Up, or left, up, right. I think it was, yeah, this is cheap to do this, but this is how I'm doing it. Sorry. Up, left, up, right, up. There we go. I do love the music in here, the very subdued case of it, and also the way they used the bassoon here as far as the instrumentation. So yeah, we get there. If you don't do that, if you don't know the pattern, you're not getting anywhere and you can't get to the end. In this case, jump right down. We're gonna fight the final boss. We were born of nightmares. Can't go this world, may the windfish sleep endlessly. If the wishfish doesn't wake up, this island will never disappear. So now it sounds like we're going to be saying that it's a good thing that we're going to get rid of it if that's what's going on here, right? We'd have been the master's place. You had to come here and disrupt our plans. You can never defeat us. Let's rumble. Okay. Okay, now there are multiple forms as far as what they do. The first one you need to use the powder on. And if you don't know what to do, probably the thing I'd suggest is to just try everything you got, but make sure you basically get every item out of this. Next you have this. You have the orb going on, so people talk about the idea of what Zelda Tennis is. That is the idea that with a lot of the bosses in this franchise, I believe Link to the Past, the first will start this. You have an energy orb come out, they shoot it at you, basically you swing your sword back. Some of them you can't swing back, that one in particular, and hit them. Yeah, basically when there are the things there with like the little 4 things on it, and it's random which one they shoot out. Do that enough and we'll go to the next form. Actually, I think, let me just see one other thing, which is if he does it again. Okay, the mirror shield actually does not mirror it. Actually, let's see if it mirrors the other one. I'll put that to the test. Yeah, I never actually tried that. No, it doesn't. Alright, so yeah, the mirror shield is not going to even help that one. Okay, so there we go. That's that phase. Okay, next up is Moldorm again. So basically hit the tail. So yeah, not all of them are actually based on the nightmares we saw. I think this might be one of the only ones that is. He'll go faster, and he'll also, he's actually a lot harder to defeat than Moldorm was at the beginning of the game. We got him. Next is this one. This is like Ganon's form. You have to use the Pegasus boots to run into him. But also, I'm gonna get the rocks further out, jump out of the way of the fire bats. Also, because what you want to do is you need to wait for him to toss the thing out. What he does... You have to dash him. The thing you really want to do, honestly, is get him to toss that and then get him to a different area so then you can just ram him. This isn't too hard a case, but also it's about figuring out the puzzles, what you need to do for each form. Actually, I forgot when I was testing this, saying, oh yeah, you need to use the Pegasus boots. Okay, got him. Next is this form, use the boomerang. Actually, I'm trying to remember, can you use the arrows? Okay, never mind, you don't need the boomerang to run, you can use the boomerang or the arrows. And... okay, this is the last form. Hit him in the eyes. I think you can use the boomerang as well. Okay, so fine. What I said about the training quest being mandatory, that was utter bullshit. So I rescind that. So I said that last month, I said that tonight, I'm taking that back. I'm just using the boomerang, you need to use that or the arrows, so you need one of the two. I think the idea is that there's cases where when I played the Game Boy game, I just never got the arrows, because it cost you much. And you have to have your wallet basically completely filled to get it, unlike this one. Also, they changed this so actually he has a unique battle music here, because in the Game Boy game, it's just the mid-boss music. And also, he takes fewer hits in that one, especially the boomerang. I think the boomerang is like one hit. But even with this one, it's more. So it's gonna last a little longer. Whoop. Also, the way that the hands are moving, they move a little more erratically. Remember when move left and right, and then toss. I do like this final boss music way better than the fine, it's not original boss music. The other one is, as far as the earlier forms. There we go, got him, we're done. So there you go, the boomerang in the eye. Our island's gonna disappear, our world's gonna disappear. Our world. Alright, so we're gonna get the answer now, saying what's going on with the windfish. Alright, there we go. You've beaten all the nightmares. Climb the stairs before you. Alright. Let's do a run. Alright, hi all. Young lad, I mean Zelda. The hero. Fitting considering that after this, Grezzo would co-develop Echoes of Wisdom, so I guess we're getting ready for that game. Defeat the nightmares. You're proving your wisdom, your courage, and your power. So I guess the reference to the Triforce, but the idea is that, yeah, the Triforce is not a factor in this. Usually the idea of Link is the Triforce of courage. But it's part of the Windfish's spirit. Okay, he's the Windfish's spirit. I'm the guardian of his dream world. One day the nightmares entered the dream and began wreaking havoc. Thank you for coming to rescue the islands. Or then you did. I always trust in your courage. So that's the idea. The Windfish was guiding us the whole time. Basically, the Windfish wanted to be woken up. I knew you could turn back the nightmares. My work here is done, and the Windfish will wake soon. Alright, goodbye. Until next time. And there's the Windfish. It makes this interesting roar on the Game Boy Color version. I think what I'll do also as part is the finale next time. I don't have a completed file, or near complete file, for the Game Boy Color game yet. I'll do that off screen, and I'll show the ending of that one as well. I am the Windfish, because actually there's a sound that the Windfish makes that's not in this one. I kind of like the way that sounds in the Game Boy Color game, though. And the Game Boy game is that way, too. Long has been my slumber. My dreams an egg appeared. Surrounded by an island with people and animals. The entire world. So basically, as they were saying, the mural is right. Everything in the world surrounding us, including the idea of all the people we met, was an illusion. Verily, verily it be the nature of dreams to end. When I dust awaken, Koholint will be gone. Only the memory of this dreamland will exist in the waking world. Someday thou may recall this island, but that memory makes the dream world real. This also explains why Wart is here. Because the idea is that Wart is supposed to be only a dream from Subcon from Super Mario Bros. 2. Then the Super Mario Galaxy movie came out and said, no, he's actually not. But anyway, come Zelda, or Link in this case. Let's awaken together. Okay? Play the 8 instruments, play the Song of Awakening. So, alright, in that case, we had the Ballad of the Windfish that Marin gave us. So if Marin was creation of the island, we're in the song from her. And we have the instruments going on. So yeah, there is everybody we met on the island. Meets Terran as well. He was looking for the toadstool. Marin is singing as well. Yeah, there you go. Koholint Island was but an illusion. And also the idea of where does the game get the name from of Link's Awakening. That is the idea. But also, yeah, we're going up in the water spout. I do love that shot. Both in the original and also in this one. And I think I should show it for the Game Boy Color version. We'll show that next time we come to this. So yeah, this is the end of the game, but not the end of the fun to start as far as it. I've got more tonight, as we also get the anime cutscene going on, which is beautiful. You only saw it in the intro as far as the beginning, but now we see it fully. It almost looks like a Studio Ghibli kind of thing, and the thing where you'd think, like, man, I'd like a whole movie looking like this. Nothing necessarily against the movie that's coming out next year, unless it turns out bad, and then I'll look back in this and say, like, yeah, why was I excited? Okay, I'm not excited for the new movie. Because of the Super Mario Galaxy movie, I have subterranean expectations for The Legend of Zelda, so I'm basically, my expectations are below zero, pretty much. So if it turns out good, that's going to be a benefit, really. Alright, we did awaken, as we mentioned. There's the Windfish flying on. We are on the remnants of our destroyed ship. The Windfish is real, and woke up with us. And flying away, and we do hear the song of Marin. Alright, and with that, Link is going to go on to his next adventure. Having said that, we're not completely done with this game, even though we did reach the credits on this one. And also going to final thoughts on this version as it is tonight, though. Even though we will do cleanup next month. Yeah, but as far as we'll do after this, we will be taking our completed save and having that set for next time. Because what we'll do next time is we'll go through the Dompe quests. We'll go 100% this thing as far as going the full way. We'll get the rest of the figurines. And we'll get the other heart pieces and all the other seashells as well. And show off the final reward for the seashells. But to start, as far as final thoughts on this one. This is a pretty great remake of a pretty great game. And if you're running on Switch 2, it's all the better. Although, as I mentioned, The Switch 2 turns this into a game key card when you really think about it, because you have to go online in order for the game to even be operational on this console. Not just to make it patch. So it's a case where it's an enhanced version as far as that, or as far as an enhancement for the game, but also a compatibility patch, where basically the game does not run on Switch 2 if you don't do this. I mentioned that Nintendo's been kind of cagey about that and sneaky. Especially with Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, I remember put onto the internet last year on the show saying, hey, I want to do Switch 2 tests with Switch 1 games. I put in Pokemon Scarlet, which I never played that one, I only played Violet. And I said, can you play it at 1.0? And you can't. You actually have to go online in order to actually even register the game in order to actually play it on the console. That game's like that. Well, Zelda Breath of the Wild is technically like that. This game is like that. And Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 are like that as well. So one thing to keep in mind as far as that, if like, hey, you know, in 20 years, servers turn off on Switch 2, this game is pretty much unplayable on it. Switch 1 will not be, but that being said, it is a better place to play it on Switch 2 if you got it, because this game did have a lot of frame rate problems. Not horrible, not like Echoes of Wisdom, which the frame rate's awful. I said earlier, controversial opinion, but it's the truth, and I think even hardcore Zelda fans would agree. There's no Zelda game in the franchise that has a worse frame rate than Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom when you run on Switch 1. Switch 2, though, they enhanced it, and it's way better. This one has some frame rate problems, too, on Switch 1, not as bad, but with this one, it does run smooth as butter. As far as a remake, it captures everything that made the original game so great in terms of its mystery, its humor, its style, and its great gameplay, and its great presentation, too. And just accentuates that and gives you more as far as in little areas, but also doesn't sacrifice the unique perspective that made this game such a legend, indeed. And as we're pointing out, I had to get to the end as well. This is how the Game Boy Color and Game Boy game works as well, since I did not die once going through this. You do get a little extra thing. You'll get that shot of Marin. You're hearing a little faint thing in the distance and also seeing the seagull fly by. Remember, when we were on a date with her last time, she said, if I was able to be a bird or a seagull, I'd be able to fly around and sing to people. That indication there suggests that even though Koholint Island was an illusion and Marin is gone, is the thought, as far as everybody's gone, that suggests that Marin is not gone. That basically Marin was basically... The spirit of the seagull was reborn in the dream as Marin, and that seagull technically is Marin going to sing her songs all over the world. That being said, this version, because unlike the Game Boy Color game, this has a save going on at the end of the game, as far as after the credits, and you do have to beat the game and get the cleared data going on to get the rest of the figurines. It does kind of spit in the face of the ending of saying, hey, Koholint Island was just an illusion, because technically we go back to it. It's not, when you really think about it. But in that case, you also get a star on that for the purpose of that. I'll put that on here, as far as that. And there you go, get 0 as far as your number of deaths, as far as by the gravestone. Alright, and that's what we saw as far as the beginning of the game, but alright, with that, we are done with this game for tonight, but I will, above anything else, I will go back here and load this. We are going to go fly back to town, because it does start you back at the Windfish's Egg. But what we will do is, let's take Mambo's Mambo, let's take a fly back to Mabe Village. I'll go save there. Actually... I mean, since I beat it, I don't think I have anything else to prove. I want to see if I can do this. I'll show you the Game Boy Color game as well, but I want to see if I can do it in this one. Ouch. We're going to go to the shop. Well, I'm going to save before I do this. Now, let's go in the house, let's save. We'll go into the shop and save. Save right there, town tool shop. Okay. So, yeah, if you pick something up and leave, or try to leave, he'll say, hey, stop, you have to pay for that. No, I don't. That, chamber stone costs too damn much. Now, you have to be very specific doing this. You can do this in this version. I'm gonna try and do it. Yeah, I'm trying to get my way out. I want to steal this thing. If I can't do it on this, I'll do it on the Game Boy Color game. Because I think you can do it in this one, too. I'm pretty sure. Chamber Stone, I can't afford it. Sorry, but... Crap. Okay, you know what? I'll show it in the other one. Sorry, let's do a quit out. Let's go home. Let's load up the Game Boy app. Okay, so yeah, I promised, even though we're playing that version, I want to give a credit to Link's Awakening DX. And I'm showing the intro in color this time. I will not edit it so that it looks like it's black and white like it did for part 1. Yeah, because this is the version of the game I grew up playing that came out in 1998 for Game Boy Color. And, yeah, in that case, it did inform the remake that we just saw the entirety of. Having said that, there's something unique in this one. Okay, the game name on Twitch is still Link's Awakening. I'm keeping it that way. It's the same fucking game as far as Link's Awakening. It's Link's Awakening as a collective. Switch, Game Boy Color. The only one I don't have is the original Game Boy one, which... Some differences with some glitches and things. We can do, like, warp arounds by hitting select whilst you're doing a map transition. But, outside of that, not too much different. God, it's beautiful. Alright, because we're going to show for here, above anything else, I want to show the camera shop. I also want to give a nod to my brother, Inherent Knock, in particular. Because he and I, we grew up playing this game as well. I was the bigger one in gaming than he was, but he did play this game every so often. And I like the Switch remake, where it's a question of how can you have stuff going on name. I'm going to do a couple things. I have save set up, and I also have save state set up to show up everything in the camera shop quest. One thing I do is I'm going to put in the name of character, the way he used to play this. It seems immature, you think I would be the one doing this, and usually he said, oh yeah, I'm the dirty one. But like, no, that was him. And you do in this version, unlike in the other one, he always named fuck, and you're wondering why. I'll show you. The intro. Now let's show the intro of What a Relief, I Thought You'd Never Wake Up. You're tossing and turning. What? Zelda? My name's Marin. Must be still feeling a little woozy. We did go through the last game. You're on Koholint Island, except we're in the original way. And jump our way out. Actually, I want to check something that I saw last time. Hey, what are you doing in my chest? Where'd you learn to do that? Okay, that's in this version too. Whoa, boy, where are you off to in such a hurry? Set a spell. I got something to tell you. Yeah, you do have to talk to Terran. This is what my brother did and why he put in fuck as his name, saying, well, fuck ya. Yeah, so, well, fuck ya, snapped out of it. Yeah, name's Terran. I'm not gonna show too much on this, but I just want to give a sense of that to him. Yeah, how do I know your name? You think it's weird, but I saw it on the back of the shield. Like, that's not my name. I don't know, I don't know, I went out one night, and I didn't remember that happened. You got your shield back. Yeah, okay, so remember, in this version, you have your shield on a separate button. It's on the B button. And you also have to go into your inventory and switch between it. As you select, it also brings up your gear and your heart pieces and things like that as well. You're gonna have to be doing swapping around a lot, and here's also your map. Not much we can do around here on that, and the start is that. I'm gonna go down to the beach, and the reason I'm gonna do that is because I want to show the music going on as far as when you get the sword. And then I'm gonna show the stuff at the camera shop. Yeah, this was the original way it looked as far as on Game Boy Color. You can go around the houses and see everybody. So it does show how faithful a remake the Switch game was, in particular. Yeah, she wants accessories. That's fine, we'll do that later. But you also still have the same case of the kids saying, hey, you know, when you want to save, just press all the buttons at once. Yeah, don't ask me why. I'm just a kid. It's a bit different, because in this one, if you hit A, B, start, and select, or after you save, you'll start at the last door you went through. Not sure why that is, though. Right, because when you do that, yeah, it shows you return to game or save and quit. We're gonna return to the game. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna walk down the beach. The same deal as far as how it was, except each time you go around, you do have a screen transition, which I do like that that's not a factor in the remake, but as far as the original game, I understand why it's there. In same case, we have to use the shield to push the Gordos out of the way. And there is the owl. But he's gonna keep hooting the entire time. The same deal as far as waking the windfish, and you can't leave the island unless you wake them up. Yeah, the sword, I love that. And I love the way that the intro of the overworld theme sounds in this. I love how it sounds in the new one, but when I heard it in this one, it's lovely. Take a listen. There you go. Yeah, in that case, yeah, we have the sword now as far as this run around. That being said, I think I do want to show myself dying. Well, actually... Well, I'm going to show this off later, but, no, I'll show it off later. In fact, that's how I'll show dying in this one. I do love how this sounds, my god, it's so good. And it also shows, as I mentioned, how good the remake is to basically take from this and just enhance on it completely. Also, the map is different in this one. Basically, you open up squares going on in certain areas. It does mark buildings on it, but it's a lot more simplistic. Also, you can play the dialogue back as far as when you have the owl going around. You have to fill in every little bit of the map, and it is something that I wanted to do that when I played this game growing up. Alright, there you go. So that's the look, but I mean, and there is Grandma Ulrira. Yeah, I'm fine, you? Yeah, I'm feeling good as far as this. So yeah, it does still look the same as far as we got. You look at the island map, but I don't understand what they mean by that. Yeah, he's not sure about what maps are. Also show one of them, which is... Yeah, the seashell is still here. Collect a lot of these, something good is bound to happen. Okay, so yeah, we are going to do the quit out, but I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Actually, I'm not going to do that. We're going to pull up the menu. I'm going to load a couple suspend points. I have, 3 of these. I'm going to go in order of each of them, and then we'll reload the game. Okay, so unlike the Switch game, you had Dompe Shack in that one. On the original Game Boy, there's nothing here, but this one is the camera shop. I'm going to show some briefly. They add this sign unique here. You're close to Telltale Heights, the camera shop is nearby. Actually, I don't think they add the sign, but they don't have the camera shop thing. This is something unique I do want to show off, and I'm going to show off every picture going into your book. Alright, here's the mouse. By the way, I learned last time the bucket mouse, the thing you call when you go to Ulrira's house, that was a reference to a Japanese fishing and tackle shop. It doesn't have to do with this mouse dude, but in this case, we're gonna have this. He loves taking pictures. Will you let me take your picture? Alright, we're gonna do this twice. I'm gonna say yes to this. Go to the back of the room and stand in front of the screen. Okay, let's do it. I'll call this Here Stands a Brave Man. Say cheese. Flashing light. What's your name, by the way? Zelda? Alright, that's consistent as far as the Switch version. So yeah, for the purpose of this game, along with the brief nod to fuck for my brother, because he's getting married in like a month and a half, I am going to be Zelda for this game, outside of that. Here's your album, Zelda. Give it a look. There you go, and there are 12 instances as far as, let's see if we can fill that album. Okay. The Travels of Zelda. That's the idea what this is all about. We're going to look at the album. Which picture do you want to take a look at? Yeah, here's the deal. You have 12 points you go around on the map, and when you do that, you're able to get a picture. But you have to have specific things going on in order to get them. The first one, actually, there's 13 instead of 12. Depending on how you answer, we got this saying, like, oh yeah, we got, you know, the peace symbol as far as, not Zelda, Link. And it looks great. The way that the art looks of this is terrific. Now, you're seeing also the print option. Yeah, because Link's Awakening DX, it added support for the Game Boy printer. That was that device that came with the Game Boy Color. You can print out your pictures on printer paper. I used to have the Game Boy printer. I don't anymore. And it's something where I don't know if I could get paper for it, even if I did. So, it's a case where you were able to print out those pictures. I did print it out for certain things, and it went like... It almost sounds like the Dreamcast's disc grind case. And you do this with some other games. I know they had support for that in Donkey Kong Country for Game Boy Color. I think Tarzan for Game Boy Color is another one like that. Pokemon... I don't know if Pokemon Red and Blue had it, but I know Yellow does, where you basically print out pictures of your boxes. But if you hit the A button on this... Or, actually, wait, it disables it. Actually, does it? Oh, they disable the button press. Okay, I didn't know that. That means that I do this on Game Boy Color. I'll tell you what I'll do. When I edit this, I will edit in here footage of the Game Boy Color version. And I will show what happens when you print. It basically gives you an error, but I think I should do that. I didn't know they just disabled the prompt. Alright, when I edit, here's what it looked like as far as what happens. You hit that A button, it'll ask you to print, and then you get an error. Alright, yeah, so that's weird. We're gonna get these other pictures, but before we do that, I'm also gonna reload this save state. Because the first picture is kind of random. Well, sort of. In that case, I got my picture taken that way. But I'm saying, like, you want me to take my picture? Fuck no. Get away from me. Let's take a picture. Fuck no. Just keep saying no. If you say yes, you can also leave and not take it. He's like, take a picture. No. So he's gonna bully me into it. I was like, yeah. He will not take no for an answer unless I say yes and then walk out. No picture? You're pulling my leg? No way. What a bummer. I'll call this game over. Flashlight warning. Yeah, anytime we get a picture taken, it's a flashlight warning, just to indicate that. So let's say cheese. What's your name, young man? Alright, so this is the same case. Basically, depending on how you get that, you get a different case on the picture. So I'm going to show that picture, and then I'll show the other ones getting collected. And it does include the date with Marin, so I'm going to go on that Game Boy Color style. Yeah, we're looking at number 1. And we also come back, by the way, after we get the other photos and take a picture of them. So there you go. Yeah, that's what happens if you say no to him. Your first picture is basically you against the back there looking dizzy. Okay. So let's also load up this one. Okay, so yeah, I completed the first 3 dungeons. And so I came down here, we're gonna have a date with Marin. I'm glad you found this place. Will you stay and talk with me for a while? You bet. Okay. I think this is a good comparison against what we saw on Switch, so that's why I'm showing this part in particular. And also, I want to show the photo stuff. Because this is not in the other game, and I wish it was. Terrence says there's nothing beyond the sea. You're also seeing that the dialogue is pretty much one-to-one with how the Switch game is. But also the great atmosphere this game's creating, even just this way, looking on Game Boy Color, and same even on the Game Boy version. So it shows, if nothing else, the foundation of this game on the portable system was so strong, and that Grezzo did a really good job of remaking on top of that. Yeah, I'd fly away as far as I could to places and sing for many people. There you go. If I wish to the windfish, I wonder if my dream will come true. That also maybe suggests that, since the owl says, did she sing her song in front of the egg? The suggestion then is this, that she did go to the windfish, she sang her song, she made her wish, and when the windfish and Link awoke, I should say, Marin was not erased. So basically, she pretty much begged to be able to have her dream come true. So technically, yes, that's what happened. But you do have to go through the game without getting a death, otherwise that doesn't happen. You don't get a sense of that. You listen to me? We sure are. I want to know everything about you. Yeah, remember the idea that she's fallen in love with us. Remember, the walrus over by the animal village and by the desert. If he's asleep and we need to go, I'll go with you to him. Alright, so we're gonna go on a date again. You got married, is your big chance? Sure is, let's do it. But remember, also, we have to run the idea that I'm switching buttons constantly, so that's gonna be where the frustration's gonna come up. Yeah, we're gonna show every single photo. I'm also gonna show some other things. Yeah, you're a bad boy. Yeah, so in that case, she still gets mad at you, and so, like, yeah, you look in other people's chests and also bust those things. Let's also get the shovel out. Alright, I forget it's not under the button. And remember, the sword is also not a dedicated button anymore. Yeah, great. Dig it. Dig it to the center of the earth. So yeah, all these little Easter eggs that were in the original game are also in this one. Or, and vice versa. Alright, so let's go get some photos, and let's also have some fun with Mira on our day. Also, because we're on the way, let's say hi to Sail. Hi, Sail. Hi, friend. You ever ridden the rapids on a raft? He also tells you, by the way, you can go to the rapid area. So give it a shot. Yeah, but also enjoying the 8-bit style, and as I said, that's why I wanted to do this, because as I said, I was figuring like how I'm going to handle the play of Link's Awakening. This is also why it took me longer to figure this out. It was a question of saying, I don't want Nintendo to crack down on me for the Switch version like they used to, and they used to. If you come here also, by the way, you get this great shot, which is in the original game, or in the Switch version. I think it's in the original game as well, but you also get a hidden picture as well. But, yeah, this is why it took a little longer. I said, okay, Nintendo cracks down on that Switch version they used to, so I want to figure that out. But I also said, I want to give representation to the original version, or the middle version, the first one I played. And also show off the camera shop. I think it's worth doing that as far as covering this. In this case, yeah, my first walk with you. I love this. This could be our secret place, except, unlike we saw in the Switch game, I ain't gonna say anything, that part's the same. Right, they add this line. Yeah, the cameraman's watching us, saying, oh, I love pictures. Why don't you take a picture when no one is around? Yeah, there you go. You can call it. Yeah, paparazzi. I'll go develop this. Come see it later. Oh, so is he telling them that way and they don't mind? Yes, the idea is that he is taking pictures of them without them knowing. So as I mentioned, he's either the paparazzi or he's something. I don't know. Also, I will show, I'll show basically everything we showed before. And at that point, I think they'll be on the show for tonight. But as I said, we're going to have another part of this game. What I'm pretty sure is going to be the finale. As I fail, but in that case, she just transports back. Uh-oh. I'm about to die. Oh, that beeping. You get the beeping a lot. Just like, oh, you want to go in there? No, I don't think so. I'm waiting outside. You're back. Are you hurt? I mean, I'm still hurt. Actually, I have the dash, but remember, I have to put the Pegasus boots on the item button, too. There we go. Alright, there's another secret seashell, but I'm looking for health. I need health. Also, if you're gonna do a dashing jump, you do need to have, the Rock's Feather and the Pegasus boots on separate buttons. Yeah, that's one of the most annoying things about this game, even though, this is a great game. Yeah, where are you two going together? Yeah, I didn't mean anything by that. I mean, I don't know. How do you not mean anything by that? Alright, that being said, I do need help, so... First thing, let's grab these. And show this. We're falling down the... We found this again, but unlike, what we saw, the photographer's down here when he lands on you. Or when she lands on me. What a great photo moment. I'll call this heads up. Sorry, you okay? Okay. Also, to go, we sort of saw tonight, remember when, she was gonna sort of profess her love to us? Yeah, her father got in the way. Well, here's another indication of that. Yeah, Marin, you taking pictures? You take pictures of everyone, including me. So yeah, he's literally getting between us. I use this to take my pictures, though, so say mushroom. I'm done. I'll go home now. I'll just show these having been developed, but before we do that, we're gonna go around and I'll get everything we need. I'll just show the trendy game being played. Yeah, can I try? Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. It's sort of the same, but I do think it's worth showing off how this goes on this one. Except, unlike the Switch game, you don't have physics really to this one. Well, not the same way. Yeah, in that case, yeah, there we go. We won our prize, a human being. Yeah, you're good and a pro. Remember, if you're a pro, no, you're not doing that. Alright, so in that case, yeah, get your ass out of here. Sorry. Okay, let's see. I think with some of these, I don't know if I can have her to show these or not, but I'm gonna do one thing. Okay, actually, I can't do that one with her. Actually, I'll tell you what it's kind of like. It's kind of like the photos in Earthbound a little bit. Actually, I wonder if maybe that's where they got the idea of this from, honestly. Okay, I just want to make sure also that I'm picking up everything. Okay, no, I think that's gonna be it. Actually, let's go to the camera shop then, as far as this as well. There's nothing else. I'll also show you how the layout of this is, and also, when we're done with this, we'll go to the next couple things, and then I'll show the Japanese version off, as far as the censorship, and then we'll be done for the night. As I mentioned, for the finale of this, which is most likely finale, I would say, it's going to be on July 31st, it's going to be a Friday, because I have stuff going on August 1st. But when we do that, I'll come back, I'll have the ending of this game set, I will also have cleanup going on, and we'll do the Dante stuff for the Switch game, and that'll be the end of our representation this one. Alright, so now let's go to the camera shop, let's take a look at what we got. Actually, I did get a couple more of these. I just want to make sure I'm showing these in the right order so I don't actually give away ones that I'm going to show how I get them specifically. Okay. Because I do have that up just to make sure as far as my reference. So the first one, as far as this, I did go the normal one. 2 is when we went out into the, by the shores. Alright, so that's how we saw as far as that way, saying, hey, look what's out there, and we're getting a picture taken of us without noticing. Number 3, I love that shot, the idea that when Marin falls down on us, and the idea of Link looking like he's dying. I laughed my ass off when I saw that. That was hilarious. This is also, I want to show this. So yeah, there he goes, like, yeah, get off of me! I'm gonna die. Like, his coccyx or something got broken, in particular. Then, for 4, that's the case of, yeah, both Zelda, or Link, I should say, in this case, and Marin were mad, saying, yeah, we're on a nice date together, and my father had to get in the way. So it's not the case of what sometimes happens, and I can unfortunately have to attest to this from personal experience more than once. The idea of your the family hating you, or the father hating you, or both. But in this case, he doesn't. He likes us a lot, but then he's getting in the way of our romance, potentially. It's like, yeah, we like being on our own as far as this, but then they caught that in the photo, which didn't show when we had that taken the picture going on, as far as that. And as far as Marin's concerned, that's it. trying to think of other stuff I want to show on her. I don't think... The rest of it's going to be the same in the sense that we go a different way, or we go back over there and we have the animals going on. Although, actually... you know, that's fine. We'll show that later. I'm gonna load up the first one again. I'm gonna get the picture taken here, and the reason I'm gonna do that is because I do want to get some other things in town that I couldn't get. Yeah, because you have to have Marin with you in order to get those other ones, and if you don't get them, you miss them. So yeah, they are missable. Here stands a brave man. Okay, so we're getting that taken. I'm gonna get the photo set, because you have to get this one or the other one of you dazed on the ground in order to get the other photos to open. But then you have to meet some perspectives in order to get them going. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to town. And I have everything I need in order to do this, so we'll get that set. Also, seeing the great aspects of the animations going on as far as like how he looks like he's really struggling when he's pulling that up. Okay, so back in the village, we've got a couple things we're gonna do. So first, we're gonna go down to Ulrira's house. Well, actually, I'll tell you, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna go to play with Bow Wow. Hi. When you walk over here, we're seeing him. That looks like a great shot. I'll call it Zelda Plays with Bow Wow. Now get closer to Bow Wow, okay? Except when I crash into Bow Wow, he's getting mad. Seriously, get closer to him, okay? Yeah, he keeps running into my... So he ran into my knife, in particular, but it's not doing anything, but he's getting mad. Yeah, so, yeah, Bow Wow usually is such a loving dog, but, yeah, he's getting angry at us. Alright, fantastic. Smile. There you go. Yeah, they do show you the picture in the case of that one saying, yeah, I'm gonna run away. I will also show off, what it looks like as far as in the camera house. Alright, I forgot. Because remember, same deal as before. Actually, yeah, they didn't have the case of the stew on the fire in here. So yeah, he is still nervous as far as that. But if you look in the window, right there. Yeah, I'm the photographer. You seem curious about Grandpa Ocarina, right? Sure do. Call this Zelda Discovers Ulrira's Secrets. Yeah, he's calling up the bucket mouse and he has the thing with the mouth. Okay, so let's see. Just to get a sense of this. Alright, I guess I'll show this part of it now. Because it's something I was trying to do in the Switch version, which I think you can do. And there's Marin again. Hi. I love to sing. What do I like to do? I like to do, game streaming. Having said that, I do want to show something off here. I said I was going to try and steal from the shop. It's way easier to steal from the shop in this version. Basically have him looking the other way and then walk out the door. Unless, I don't know, can I just, is it just easier for me to do this on that version? Hold on. There we go, got it. Guess what? You got it for free. Are you proud of yourself? Okay, so I stole from the shop. That creates a photo. I'm gonna take a look at that. Ling, what can I say? What do you like to do, thief? Yeah, they changed your name to Thief for the rest of the game if you shoplift from the store. But yes, you do have the bow, you do get it for free. But he also said, yeah, you gotta pay for it, remember that. So in that case, yeah, I don't have to pay the fee, as far as how it is. That being said, I'm gonna let the Battle of the Windfish go. Then I'm gonna take a look at, I'm gonna take a look as far as the photo that came off of that. Then we're gonna go back to the shop, and there's gonna be a massive flashing light warning on that. Okay, there you go. That is the original version of Battle of the Windfish. Now, I'm not going to go back to the shop yet, but I'm going to go back to the shop afterwards. So, back to the camera shop, and there's not really a quick way to do warp. Actually, I don't think I have the other warp. This is how it works, by the way, in this one. You jump in here, and you transport back to the other one. Alright, this is, I guess, the best case we're going to do as far as warping. You basically have to walk into each of those as far as how it is in order to warp over. So you can't just select them, and you don't have nearly as many warp points you can run with here. So yeah, now we have the case of, yeah, we're a thief. And they know that instantly from the minute you walk out the store. So I guess that's how we gotta do it on the Switch version. So I'm glad I was able to do it in this, and I'll do it next time on that one, just for reference. Okay. Travels of Thief. So yeah, there you go. You wanna look at my album? Sure, I'll take a look at it. Okay, so for this one, we got The Secret of Aurora. That's there. I was playing with Bow Wow. So there you go. We're getting ourselves bitten, as it was. And this one. Yeah, there you go. You have the case of, yeah, you're shoplifting. So they actually took a picture as far as that. Although they don't openly say we're taking a photo. I'm surprised they didn't have dialogue here saying, like, yeah, look at, thief. Yeah, I'll take a photo and report him to the police. But, having said that, we're gonna go back to the shop. Because I want to show what happens. The idea of, teaching people's like, yeah, stealing is wrong. Although nowadays, I hate to say this, people are basically told that stealing is right. And you know I'm right about that. So, in that case, I'm gonna show this idea as far as back when it was, still seen as something societally frowned upon. Like, more than that in particular. And there's gonna be a massive flashing light warning when I do this, so I want to warn that right now. I will have it on the bottom of the screen saying, massive flashing light warning, I'm talking, Wizard of War level bad. Let's go. I wasn't joking when I said, hey, now you're gonna pay the ultimate price, your life. He kills you if you come back in here. Massive flashlight warning now. Oh, actually, it's not as bad because they don't have the flash going quite as bad here. Because they slow it down. So maybe it's not as much of a flashing light warning as I thought. That's also your game over, by the way. So, yeah, that is how Link died. Having said that, we're going to load the last one. This is a case that we got the ghost as far as bringing him back to his grave. Yeah, it's been in some time since the path crossed. Not that much. Alright, and you have to go to the Catfish's Maw. I also made sure I was able to get the Catfish's Maw set, because in order to get the last photo, I gotta do this. Also, I made sure to get the fishing hook. So, first thing, after you save or bring the ghost back, come back to his grave. And you get this scene. Hell of pictures. Yeah, what are you doing here? You wanna know about that ghost, right? Yeah, so it also adds more lore to this game that is not in either the original Game Boy version or the Switch version, although the Switch version also adds more lore in its own way, too. I'll bet he's happy thanks to you, right? How about a picture in front of the grave? I'll call it I was very afraid. Also, when you have him around, he constantly, every time you do a screen transition, does this which is very annoying. I can't lie about that. Also, I'm gonna show off, let's see. Actually, wait, okay, I'm trying to remember. I'm gonna look as far as the save I have on this. I had to be careful doing the saves going back and forth on this one because, as I only played Earthbound, if I were to save this now, it would overwrite everything else I have, so I'm basically just running off the save state specifically, so I'm explicitly not saving. Alright, I'm gonna go to Candlelit Castle. Since I didn't open it, or I didn't open the gate, I can get this photo. If you do open the gate, you can't get this. After you, talk to Richard... Oh, shit. Actually, wait a second. What? Hold on. Oh, wait, no, I'm gonna... Okay, no. I know how I'll show the photo, I think. I think I'll show that on the... There's Edwack playing Nintendo World Championships. I think I'll show that on the... God, on the Japanese version. I think that's how I have that. Okay, so... No, I have it in this. I have it in another save, so I'll... Oh, right, I have it where Marin is. As far as the other thing, I have to look as far as that. Okay, because I want to make sure I'm covering everything. So, I will show this. There's the mermaid. Yeah, the waves took an important necklace from around my neck. Japanese version is not bad. So, let me see. I was hope I didn't screw this up in saying there's one I'm missing. But this one I'm not missing, so I do need to have the hook here in order to come up to him, and I do need to get the Rock's Feather to jump out of the water. Hi. Not a fishing hook, you better let me have it. Alright, that's a big one. Alright, so that's the necklace. That's fine. I'll also say this, if I don't have that set up, I will also show that next month as well. Or not next month, end of month. Okay. I can't wait to see what I'll catch next. Actually, wait a second. Oh, wait a minute. I think I need to... Oh, I might need to go and... Let me see here. Oh, I think I might need to go... Okay, I think I need to go and give this to her. So let me give her that. Yeah, there you go. There's my necklace. Please give it back. Now, yeah, promise you'll take only one off of there, okay? Right, we got the scale. The thing is, I need the hook shot in order to go and get the magnifying glass, which you need to get the last one. Alright, so off she goes, and now, in this case, I can go down there and get this one. Because what I need to do is I need to have the photographer being underneath there. There he is. Okay, awesome. So I need to give it to her. I have a feeling I'm going to catch a big one again. Alright, so we got him as far as it. So there you go. He's getting caught. Wait, that's a big one, but wait a second. Photo guy, take a picture of this. That's him. So I'm taking the photo, but in that case he got knocked off because of my pose. And there he is, in the water. Okay. So, let me see. Let me think about this. Okay, hang on. I'll load this one. And the reason I'm gonna load this one is I'm gonna go back. I think I didn't open up Candlelit Castle. Yeah, I'll go this way. Oh, actually, no. What's the fastest way to get there? Is it? Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait, I don't have that to do that. I'm trying to think, like, where did I have that set? Oh, crap, and I have to swap this off. Also, nothing else, you're gonna see how long the piece of power lasts. It lasts forever, basically. Lasts forever until I go into a building. So in that case, also you do see that great attention to detail as the enemies fly across the screen. The only time those will run out is if I go into a building. Oh, he fell down. Okay, so... I don't know if I have something for the magnifying glass, but what I will do is I'm gonna go to Candlelit Castle. In this case, I would have already gotten everything set. I just want to check on my items. Alright, it wouldn't show on the leaves. At least I don't think it would. Yeah, you will hear this a lot, and honestly, as I mentioned, this is definitely an improvement on... Or the Switch version definitely improved this. Okay. Yeah, let's go back to the Candlelit Castle gate. If I don't have it open, I think we're good. I thought I left one of these where it doesn't have it open. Or not. Actually, did I? Hang on. Actually, wait, hold on. Actually, I'm gonna load this one again. I'll tell you why. I'm gonna skip through this because I'm gonna go up to... Yeah, I was like... I want to leave, Al. I don't want to deal with your thing again. Sorry. Okay, so I think I need to get the one... I'll need to come back, next time to get the one for that. At least I think. I'll check at the end. I'm gonna go to, Tall Heights. I should be able to get the one up there. I'm almost done as far as, getting all these. There's just a few I've been missing. The Tall Heights one I think I can show off, so I have to climb up there again. Okay, whilst I'm doing this, I'll do what I did last time. I'll go into schedule as is. Because, yeah, as I mentioned, we're done with the Switch game as far as going through the story, but I do want to show off the extras that go with it. With this one, I do want to show the ending off, and it'll be the last thing we do next time. And I also want to have a completion run. So, by the way, just to indicate that, finale of this game, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the finale, and I'll also show the Dante Shack stuff. That'll cover a part, I think. That will be on Friday, July 31st, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I have... Okay, good, I have everything I need to get across this. Yeah, so that's going to be the finale of this game. I don't think we're going to need more than 3 parts. I don't think we're going to need off-screen show. I thought I might, but I guess not. But how the rest of the show is going to work, I'm going to get some water as well. Because the way I gotta go across, I need to... Let me take a look at the map as well, see if I'm going the right way. Yeah, I'm going the right way. I think. Wait, is this the right place? Or it's the other way. That being said, if I can't get the Tall Heights one, I thought I could. Let me just make sure I'm looking at the right place. Oh, there you go. Perfect. Got it. Never mind. Yeah, this represents your adventures perfectly. I'll call this one close call. But I'm too close. Alright, step back. Ah! There you go. That's the shot. He falls off the bridge. Okay, I'm glad I got to show that one. Okay. Let's see. Hang on. Okay, so I guess I have the castle gate open already for those and those. Alright, let's reset. I'm gonna start again. Alright, okay. Right, I was gonna show the Japanese stuff. Right, okay, so I'm also in here because this is how she looked. Alright, and I brought Marion with me. Okay, so actually I don't have it. So, alright, well, actually, wait. Maybe I do on this one. Okay, I'm gonna quickly check this, and if I don't have the thing for, the Candle Castle Gate, and I definitely don't have the thing, flashlight warning, sorry. I definitely don't have the thing for, what is this? I don't have the thing for, the Candle Castle Gate. Also, yeah, walking into that, you see that all the time. I don't have the Castle Gate, and I don't have the magnifying glass. I need that. So I'll show those next time. That'll be the last thing we do. And I'll also show a completion of that, because why not? Okay, so I have the Castle Gate open. I thought I had it closed. Alright, so there are 2 photos I'm not going to be able to show you tonight. I will show you those next month. Or 2 weeks. It's not next month. It's basically right before the end of next month. Alright. I'm going to quit now. I'm going to take a look at the Japanese version. Because I do want to show this off, and then this could be the end of the show. And then I'll go on schedule. Okay, so yeah, going into this... Also, right, because we're on Game Boy now, as far as what they added recently. As I mentioned, they added Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3, and this is also on US's side. Thank God, I've been waiting for that forever. Thank you, Nintendo. I really appreciate that. They had Selection 2. You're like, what the hell is that? That is Sword of Hope. Sword of Hope 2. So they added that, but Selection 2 for Japan. They added... Fortified Zone from Jalico. And they added... as I mentioned, Tomato Adventure on Japan's side for Game Boy Advance, and Dr. Mario Puzzle League. Alright, let's boot this up. This is the Japanese version. With this one, Okay, quite quickly, I want to check one other thing. I don't trust myself as far as reading that in order to not fuck this up, so let me quickly check something. Let's boot this up quick. It's going to be... Load is on the top. Okay, just make sure of that. And then that'll be on the show for tonight. Also, yeah, if you don't hold the stick, that's how they have the Game Boy stuff going on now. Okay, got it. Alright, so, give an idea here. I have the hook, so I do want to go get the hook. Because this is the part of the trading quest that they changed. Because she says, hey, I want my, necklace. That is not how the Japanese version is. Okay, so same deal, get the Roc's Feather out. Yeah, I have that hook, you, want to give it to me, yes? Sure do. I'll let you have my next catch. Fantastic. Yeah, this is gonna be a big one. Alright, there you go. That is not the necklace, that is her bra. Yeah, her bra was, lost to sea. So in that case, yeah, she's under the water because she's topless. So in that case, we have to get this back to her. So yeah, that's how they changed it for us, saying that, oh, by the way, that's how it is. They changed it to a necklace. But in this case, it's her top, so we're gonna give her top back. That's also why she looks embarrassed underneath that. It's like, that's my top, give it back to me, you also get one, scale, I guess? Sure. Promise you only take one. Fantastic. And that part is the same then, saying the bra became a scale. Now, the last thing I'm going to show is, when I loaded up on the other file I had for this, when it came to that, for the show-off for the photos, I had, the hippo there. Oh, shit. I keep doing that. I said, like, hey, the hippo's just sitting there. Like, what's the deal? I want to show you what it looked like in the Japanese version. It is, technically nudity, but I can show this because it's not anatomically correct. Go in this building. There you go. Except then she, puts the towel over herself. So, as I mentioned before, it's basically the idea that there's a erotic photo being done here. And she basically says, you're a pervert. Or she says pervert. I was like, yeah, I didn't know. I came in here, I didn't expect the idea that that was what this is gonna be. As far as how that's gonna go. But alright. I think that's gonna be the end of the show, and as I said, what I'll do for next month is... Actually, you know what? I'll try one last thing. I want to load up the Game Boy thing again. I want to see... Because of the way I was playing around with the save states... You know what? I could fuck this up, so you know what? I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna go somewhere. I'm gonna have some nice music. You know, let's go here. So there you go. That's what the hippo looks like in the U.S. And you know, it will be a good case with Marin. So there we go. Hi, Marin. Yeah, go away. He's like, yeah, we'll go away for a couple more weeks. But in that case, we'll just sit here. Okay. So that is the end of The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening as far as the Switch version for tonight. We completed the game. We showed off most of the camera shot from the Game Boy Color game. I thought I had all of them for the one you showed at Candlelit Castle, and also the one goes to the thing. You need the magnifying glass. So actually, I have to beat Catfish's Maw. So the good news is I have a save for that one. As far as the other one, I'll just I'll take the Photoshop one that I had, and I'll play up until I get to Candlelit Castle, and next time I'll just load those up, and we'll be all good on those. Okay. And then also, I will also get to the end of this version, and I will show the ending as far as the last thing we do, as far as the finale. But as far as next time when we come back to this, it's going to be on July 31st, Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to complete our look at this game. I'm just going to boost this. I'm going to just put this up to 3. I know it's low, but it also is a case of like a nice, oh, fuck it. I'll put it all the way to 0. Topping out the volume on this one. Although, actually, that might be too loud, so let me turn this down a little. Let's turn it down to 3. Just with this, because it's just this nice lullaby music going on. But alright, so that's going to be the end of the show for tonight. As I mentioned, next part of this is in a couple of weeks. It'll be the finale. We're going to show off the cleanup of everything going 100% to the Switch version. Show off the 2 extra things to Photoshop I didn't show from this one. I'll show the ending of this one as the last thing we do as well. And that'll be the end of our full document of The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Across everything. Although, as I mentioned, Game Boy is not getting represented as far as original Game Boy, but this is kind of close enough. And I showed that last time by showing black and white on the intro. So in that case, I don't feel like I'm shortchanging. Thank you so much for watching the show, everybody. That's going to do it for us for this week. As far as the schedule going off for the next couple of weeks, let's talk that. Because I did mention earlier tonight, as far as what it was, sort of, to start. But now, in this case, I have it more solidified. And especially more solidified on this game, because I was kind of questioning that, as was. But I'm pretty confident now we're only going to need one more part. And as I said, I'll do the stuff off screen that I need to do, so we have that set. I think it will still take the 5 hours, though, because of the fact that we've got the Dompe stuff going on. That is pretty involved, honestly. So that's how that's going to go. But as far as schedule, what we got coming up for the next couple weeks and months, we'll go into that. Next week is our next scoping session program. Remember, this entire year we're taking a look at a game each month that runs long, and a question of how do we handle this? I don't know how to handle it right away, but all of you in our best chat on Twitch will have good ideas, and maybe just by playing it, I'll get a better sense myself. So, next week it's going to be on on July 17th. That will be on the Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It'll be Age of Empires 2, The Age of Kings. We're looking at the Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition for Xbox One. That's how we're going to stream it for this. I do want to show the PC version off, but right now, it seems like this is going to be the easiest way. It's a real-time strategy game from Ensemble Studios, the late great Ensemble Studios, and Microsoft. And they did a newer version of it that adds tons and tons of content on top of the game that already had it. It is one of my favorite real-time strategy games of all time. It might be the most perfectly designed real-time strategy game of all time, as far as it. A lot of people are playing stuff with Blizzards like Warcraft and StarCraft. I was playing this. Age of Empires 1 and its expansion pack, The Rise of Rome, and then 2. And those were the games that hooked me. I love those games so much. It's kind of a bit of edutainment gaming, too, in the sense that it's teaching you history about ancient civilizations, but also the case that they always did a really good job of balancing that perspective, really giving an attention to detail, but also making it an incredibly fun game. We're going to be playing it next week, going across a bunch of different things. I'm going to kind of do some random stuff. I'll show some stuff with the campaigns. I will probably go through the entirety of the William Wallace learning campaign for the tutorial, because it is a case where it plays around with different things. And even though we are going to be running it as far as that definitive edition, it's an Xbox One game, but it also runs on Xbox Series S and X, where it has enhancements, so I'll be running through my Xbox Series X. Also, even though this game does use controller as far as porting it on the console, I've been playing with this with a mouse and keyboard. Not because the controller support is bad. I was fascinated, and when I first got it, I said, how's it handling controller support for this? I was curious, but then again, I've been playing Age of Empires 2 since 1999 with mouse and keyboard. I'm going to be playing with a mouse and keyboard next week, as far as that. I am looking forward to doing this game and giving it a perspective, and as I mentioned, talking about my brother Inherent Knock tonight a lot, as it is. This is a game him and I have tons of memories with, tons of good times with, and I've wanted to show this game and give a look at it to start. Because there's so much here. We could be playing this game for many, many years, probably, when you think about it. Particularly because the Definitive Edition adds so many new campaigns. Even over the expansion pack that was in the PC version, or came to the PC, The Conquerors. It has the content from that and from the original, but it also has so many more. We could take forever to look at all of it. And you could pretty much be playing this game forever in terms of the multiplayer, which is amazing. Although I don't know if I'm going to do multiplayer next time, because I'm out of practice in particular as far as that, and I'm going to get my ass kicked if I try and do that again. But I will show off the campaign, we'll give our perspective of this terrific real-time strategy game, and you're not going to want to miss that. Next Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, that is going to be July 17th. Week after that is going to be Saturday, July 25th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Crusader 64 is coming back. He's going to continue our adventures in the Shadow Hearts franchise with the first game in it. Not Shadow Hearts from PlayStation 2, but Kodelka from PlayStation 1. That is the first part of the franchise. It came out in 2000 from SNK and Sacknoth. There's a lot to this game as far as how it is, although it's nowhere near as long as the other Shadow Hearts games. In terms of length, it's something we're going to run long parts again like we do with Shadow Hearts Covenant, but something where we could probably run this for 3 parts only, because it's only about, think about this, it's a little over, it's like 15-20 hours, I think. So, he's going to be running the longer parts. We'll start early, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll probably run 9-hour parts. He's sort of doing this blind, but he also said, hey, I'm going to have more representation or presentation, or preparation, I should say, on this to be ready to go the whole way. And I'm going to be taking notes. There's a lot of notes, so I have to get started on that in particular, which I will do that. But that's going to be the start of that for his next game for the channel, and we're going to be starting that off. It's going to be a turn-based strategy RPG, though. So yeah, before Shadow Hearts and Covenant and From the New World came out, it's a case where it was a turn-based strategy RPG in particular. And honestly, when you think about that with Shadow Hearts, it's kind of sandwiched that way, because after From the New World, we had Chaos Wars, which is not exactly part of the Shadow Hearts franchise, but has characters in it. And it's also a strategy RPG. But as far as its first canonical aspect, it's Kodelka. It's a game that goes for a lot of money. He paid a lot of money for it. It's a game he paid $300 for it. It's now, I think, I've seen it for $500. It was at Too Many Games. I saw retailers selling it for like $500. It's not cheap. And it's never been re-released, just like the other Shadow Hearts games have never been re-released either, so he wants to show it off. He said, I want to go through all those games, mostly as far as what he's going to do on the show. And he's going to start that, as I mentioned, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday, July 25th. Then week after that, as I mentioned, is going to be the next part and the finale of The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. That's going to be on July 31st, because I have something going on August 1st, so we're not going to have a Saturday show. It's going to be Friday show that week. Week after that, we're playing On the Ball for Super Nintendo. That is a game that Electris wanted to see. It is the home port of Camel Tree from Taito. It's a game I had never known of until he mentioned it. We played Camel Tree for Taito Legends 2 last year, and I got a copy of this last year, Too Many Games, as far as the Super Nintendo edition, which has extra levels. I'm almost done with my practice. The only thing I need to do is I need to check out the last set of stages. I did get through all of them, as it was, so I think we should be okay as far as the last set. It's only going to be one show. We will cover everything as far as that terrific ball labyrinth tilting game. It's an underrated one on Super Nintendo, and thank you once again, Electris, for pointing me out to that game, because I would have never known it without you, and it's really, really good. So that's going to be that. And then our next scoping session is going to be the week after that. That's going to be for Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. I love this game so much. It is a modern masterpiece. It, to me, was my favorite game of 2024, arguably my favorite game of 2025, and maybe be my favorite game in 2026 now because it's on Switch 2. As far as how we're playing it, I'm gonna get it on Switch 2 because for all the people out there who say they are against game key cards, I don't know if most of them didn't buy this because actually we had recent news where Bethesda decided they're releasing The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered, which we're also going to scoping session at the end of the year. They're releasing Switch 2. It was going to be a code in the box, but they saw, apparently, Indiana Jones The Great Circle on Switch 2, especially in Europe. There was a lot of success as far as it's selling really well. I think especially nowadays, people want their games physical after what Sony pulled. So I think that because of that, yeah, that helped it out, and they said Oblivion Remastered on Switch 2 is going to be on the card, although there's a big asterisk on that because the main game is going to be on the card. The DLC will not be. And technically with Indiana Jones The Great Circle, the motion control support that's exclusive to that version, you do still need to go online to download it. So if you really want to be pedantic about it, every game in existence basically is a game key card now, with a couple exceptions. For example, Rhythm Heaven Fever in particular. Rhythm and Groove. I keep making that mistake. Rhythm Heaven Fever is the Wii game. I constantly having to be told that Rhythm Heaven Groove, which sold almost 500,000 units in Japan already within a week. So in that case, I think maybe people are craving that. And a lot of people I know bought it, including myself. I bought it before we did Wave Race Blue Storm last week, in particular. And there's RB Super playing Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. The Switch 2 version of that is on Game Key Card. I get it because of the size, but Indiana Jones The Great Circle is not, mostly. So what we're going to do for our scoping session is I'm going to buy the Switch 2 version, because I think it deserves to be in my collection that way, because that's the only version of the game you do not need to go online to actually play it. I mean, for some of the extra stuff, yes, you do, but PS5, Series S and X, and PC, you cannot play it unless you go online. So what we're going to do is I'm going to give an indication that we're going to look at the first mission on Switch 2, then we're going to look at it again on Xbox Series S and X, or Series X, I'm running it through, and then we'll scope the rest of it. I also turn on streaming modes because that music for the Indiana Jones theme, I'll get content strike with it, but the game gives you an option to turn it off. So I'll just do it myself, but I love this game so much. If you have not played Indiana Jones The Great Circle, you need to, regardless of what you get it on. I would suggest, if you have any console to play this, for the love of God, get it. It's a terrific game. It is already supplanted Indiana Jones The Emperor's Tomb is my favorite game based on Indiana Jones. That's saying a lot because that's a great one. Indiana Jones The Fate of Atlantis for the PC is terrific. Indiana Jones Greatest Adventures on the Super Nintendo is another great one. But this one tops them all. It's fantastic. I've wanted to show this game for so long. There's a lot to this one too, as far as a lot of things we could do. But I want to get a sense of what that's going to look like, because this is a game that I adore. And I want to have that perspective. It's also good enough that it makes me forget about how bad the last Indiana Jones movie, The Dial of Destiny, was. Which is basically, as I said, it's not as bad as Star Wars Episode 9, but it's still lame, empty, and has absolutely no respect for the franchise it's a part of. So thank God this game came around, and unlike that movie, it actually made money. Funny that. But we're going to give our love to Indiana Jones The Great Circle in particular, and every stuff of Indiana Jones, I think it's going to be August 15th, but that weekend in particular. Then we're going to have the next part of Kodelka, that's going to be on August 22nd, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Week after that is going to be our last live show for a while, because we're going to be taking a look at Sonic 3D Blast to celebrate 30 years of it, but I'm also turning into a bit of a showcase of Sonic 3D Blast for Sega Saturn and Sega Genesis, but also Flicky, the old arcade game from Sega, because that is a case where Sonic 3D Blast was heavily inspired by Flicky, including the European name, it's Sonic 3D Flicky's Islands. Basically, a total remake of that, so I said, let's take a look at Flicky, let's compare that, and let's get a sense of putting into context a Sonic game that has a bit of a mixed reputation, but also a case of where it really came from. So we'll show off, as I mentioned, Sonic 3D Blast for Sega Genesis and Sega Saturn. We did look at the Saturn already, but I want a second chance at technically. And we'll show off a little bit of Flicky for both Sega Genesis and the arcade. So that does mean I will pull out the Sega Astro City Mini for the purpose of showing off Flicky for arcade, because it's the only place I have the arcade version. Then we'll use Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection for Xbox 360 to show off Flicky for Genesis, and also Sonic 3D Blast for Genesis, just for tech reasons. and I'll pull Saturn out again. We're going to look at Sonic 3D Blast for that. It'll cover a good amount, and that's going to be our last live show for a while, because the next 2 weeks I'm going to be off, because I mentioned my brother's getting married. So, in that case, I've got content for you that I'll be recording over the next couple of months, weeks in particular, to get ready for that. Basically stuff for Final Fantasy XIV that's going to be for our YouTube site exclusively on September 5th and 12th, I believe. Yeah, it is. I just want to get a sense of that. And then in September, all we got is the last 2 weekends of the year, or what weekends of the month, which will be the finale of Kodelka if we need it, and also our scoping session on Mass Effect, which is something AG42 wanted to see. And in October, we got Halloween Block kicking off with Bloodborne for PlayStation 4, which Gemini96 in our chat tonight is going to start. Then we'll have our scoping session of Persona 3 FES. I'm thinking of putting that on October 24th, but I'll talk with Alekverse next time he's on the show and ask him if he has a preference. As far as other stuff, we need another part of Kodelka, we'll have it. If we don't, I will show off Devil's Crush for TurboGrafx 16. I do want to try and show off Haunted House for Atari 2600, but if not, I'm going to try and figure something else out. And then on Halloween night, we're going to have a show. It's going to be Halloween Day to start, I think, though. Christian64 said, I want to be with you for Halloween, and I want to show off another horror game. What it is, I don't know. We'll start having discussions about that in 2 weeks when he's on for Kodelka. So, I'm going to explicitly ask him when he's on, when we start that game, saying, we have this show as far as it, what are your thoughts? We have a couple ideas as far as going back to stuff of Supermassive Games, in particular as far as their horror games. We were thinking maybe The Quarry, maybe the newest game in the Dark Pictures anthology, that being Directive 8020, or some other things. We're going to figure that. And then November, we have Bloodborne will continue. We're going to have a scoping session. I got to talk to Kazan22 about this one. I think the thought is that we're going to take a look at the Legend of Heroes Trials in the Sky remake. That game is insanely long, but also one I think he wanted to do. It's between that and Fire Emblem Three Houses, but I don't know which one we're going to do. I think it might be the former. And if it is, Kazan22 said he wants to be in on that one. The pre-Thanksgiving Disney game is going to be a question mark, honestly. I might be able to start Toy Story 2, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, because I want to do that game right. And there's the collection coming out as far as well. We're on the Dreamcast still, but the collection's coming out a month before. I don't know how I'm going to handle that. I still have to figure that. I'll either do that, I might do Toy Story 1 to start, and then we do 2 later, or do Aladdin on Super Nintendo. I'm bouncing my ideas. Or Quackshot on Sega Genesis. I don't know. But chat, if you have any ideas about what you want to do, and also something I guess I can do, because I want to make sure I can do it right. If it's something you want to ask for, I want to pull that out and do it right for you. And they said, I don't know if I can yet on Toy Story 2, but I want to. No question. And Thanksgiving weekend, 2 days after Thanksgiving, as we always have our showcase, we're doing game show games. Got a lot going on. Time it starts is going to be determined. Games online, we've got a couple. I mentioned some last week, like Jeopardy on Wii, Anticipation on NES, and a lot of others. And in December, we'll have Bloodborne going on. We'll have our Tetris show, we'll have our second chance on Tetris Attack for Super Nintendo. Our last scoping session is going to be, this year, going to be for Elder Scrolls for Oblivion. We'll take a look at the remastered version and the original version, running through the Xbox Series X for both cases. And my gift to myself, I gotta start practicing this one. I do want to do this, though. Parappa the Rapper for the PlayStation. That is a terrific game. One I know I gotta get myself ready for, because I want to get to that one. I want to celebrate 30 years of it, and it's fantastic. And right now, that's all we got. But as I said, I've got some other stuff I'm figuring, and of course, next year we're gonna have some big stuff going on. The live show for the scoping session of Final Fantasy XIV in January we'll have going on. We'll have other stuff that I know some guests want to do. And also, for the scoping sessions we're doing this year, I will be going through some of those in order to complete them fully. In particular, I'll be doing that with BlazBlue Calamity Trigger, and I will be doing that with Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, because those are games I'm doing blind, both of them. So in that case, I'm going to alternate off. So I'll do BlazBlue 1 month, and then I will do Phoenix Wright the other one. Basically go back and forth, and then with Blaze Blue, because that's going to be long, and each part is going to be for one character's full look. That's going to go into 2028, quite honestly, so I don't know if I'm going to do that every month or every other month for that very reason, and in that case, I might then take another scoping session item off and balance out that way. I'm thinking that might be the way to go. And as far as other stuff for Zelda, I'll figure that next time we come back to this game in a couple of weeks. I'll talk about what we're going to do next for Zelda. I also will ask Crusader64 as well, because one of those things we're going to do Ocarina of Time again in 2028 to celebrate 30 years of the game, amongst other reasons. And the remake will be on the table for sure. So we'll figure that as we go, but in that case, that is what our schedule's looking like for the show. Thank you so much for watching the latest part for Link's Awakening. Thank you so much for joining us and having a nice time, I should say, on Saturday with us. I do appreciate that for sure, and all of your contributions. Thank you, of course, to Dollyfin and Gemini986 and everybody in our best chat on Twitch for joining us on this one. With that, that'll be on the show for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great rest of your weekend, a great rest of the night, and a great week coming forward. I will see you next Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for a scoping session at the Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition for Xbox Series X. Till then, keep being awesome, have a wonderful night. Take care, everybody.